The rain was absolutely pounding through the gnarled branches of this super dark forest. When suddenly, a silent, armored presence started to creep out of the shadows, their massive forms barely visible through the absolute deluge. And then more of them appeared, a whole phalanx of knights in shining armor, their horned helmets looking super grim as they pushed through the pouring rain. Then, bam! A brilliant bolt of blue lightning ripped through the sky, lighting up the whole intense scene with an insane flash. And just like that, the Holy Knight Captain, this total powerhouse in epic armor, had snatched Eugene by the neck, hoisting him up like he weighed nothing and spitting out one chilling word, vampire. His helmeted face, with that intense glowing blue eye, just glared down at his captive, and he dropped a chilling question, did you have fun hiding for half a year? The captain's voice was dripping with pure accusation, as he snarled, you killed a ton of people during that time, didn't you, you filthy bastard? Eugene, all bloodied and bruised, his own eyes blazing crimson, could only listen as the captain kept going, that was a pretty decent trick for mocking us holy knights, wasn't it? The armored leader's tone just got even colder, as he declared, but your role is totally over now. God is not going to let you do whatever you want anymore. He then dramatically brandished his ornate, blood-stained sword, adding with a chilling smirk, you should be honored you're giving me the title, Vampire Slayer. And with that, the captain just let go, sending Eugene plummeting towards the ground, as he delivered his final, brutal judgment, for the sins of deceiving the church and failing to accept the punishment of the Holy Knights. The Holy Knight Captain isn't holding back, dropping truth bombs about Eugene's sins, and how his very existence proves them all. Eugene, though, just hits back with a chilling, oh, right, like he's heard it all before. With a smug grin, the captain drops another bombshell, asking Eugene if he ever wondered why they didn't just snatch him up immediately. Turns out, it was all part of the plan. Eugene's eye flares with a chilling red glow, as the captain lays out his master plan, explaining how even his late arrival to the pursuit squad was a calculated move. The captain spills the tea, revealing Eugene was basically a pawn, allowed to run wild because he was a rare, high-profile vampire, and they needed to play the long game for maximum impact. Eugene's mind races, why I ran, as his hand ignites with a last-ditch burst of energy, but it's instantly snuffed out, a brutal, whack sound effect marking his collapse as he confesses, I was aware all along. The captain looms over Eugene, delivering a brutal reality check, declaring this world is a dog-eat-dog arena where only the strongest make it out alive. Injured or not, Eugene isn't giving up. He launches a desperate, all-out attack, driven by the captain's own words, who just coolly responds, that's. As he braces for the impact. But before Eugene can even connect, the captain's glowing blade is already there, delivering a devastating blow, and Eugene's mind flashes back to his original reason, why I ran. A raw, agonizing, AAH. Tears from Eugene's throat, as a shower of crimson particles explodes from the impact, signaling his total wipeout. With the captain standing tall, Eugene's inner voice starts to kick in, the word was echoing in his mind, setting the stage for his ultimate despair. His thoughts spiral further, everything for N, screaming in his head, as he plummets, utterly crushed, into the dark unknown. The last word slams into place, completing his gut-wrenching question, AUGHT. Eugene is left shattered, wondering if everything he fought for was utterly pointless. The Holy Knight Captain delivers a chilling verdict, condemning Eugene's very existence as an affront to the church's sacred image. But even as he falls, a burning desire ignites within him, one more chance, and he vows to never hold back again. Then, a sudden, sharp gasp rips through the silence, as he snaps awake, gasping for air like he's just escaped the jaws of death. He's sprawled on a rough bed inside a makeshift tent, still heaving, the brutal memory of his demise burning in his mind. His ragged breaths echo in the cramped space, and a confused cry bursts from him, what's happening? Pure shock contorts his face as the impossible memory floods back, what just happened? I was literally torn in two, but I'm still here, whole. He gazes at his bandaged hands, a terrifying realization dawning, I definitely died. Was it all just a nightmare? But then, a sudden clarity slices through his confusion, no way. This is absolutely the tent I used to live in, back before the church's holy knights started their relentless pursuit. His eyes fall on the crude tally marks etched into the tent wall, and a chilling truth hits him, this is from half a year ago. This was before the subjugation squad even began their hunt for me. As he stands in the familiar, humble tent, he grapples with the profound implications of his terrifying vision, did I? Bandaged legs and feet, a chilling echo from a forgotten past, scream a shocking truth. His bandaged fist clenching with a desperate, burning hope, is this really another shot at redemption? The sun blazed down over epic mountains, painting the remote landscape in fiery hues. This was it, the secluded, forgotten forest near Broadwin Village, a place humans almost never dared to tread. This was his sanctuary, hidden from humanity, a desperate retreat forced by his own crushing weakness. A pathetic, feeble vampire, barely clinging to life each day, he lived in constant fear, holding his breath with every passing moment. This was Eugene, a shadow of his future self. He never even wanted human blood, not really, but one fatal slip, one moment of weakness, and his entire life was shattered. The very next day, mercenaries swarmed the area, and in less than a week, the Holy Knights were patrolling the village, closing in. No matter how deep he buried himself, their relentless hunt was an unstoppable force. It was just a matter of time, they always found him, no escape. Driven by pure, primal fear, he survived by a gruesome diet, only the blood of beasts. Bandaged and broken, Eugene lies on a cold slab, reeling from the impossible truth. He's been sent back in time, trapped for 12 agonizing years. One burning question screams in his head: how did he get sent back to the past? Stumbling through the desolate, dark forest, he's hit with a chilling realization: he cannot make the same mistakes twice. Hiding and running, he realizes, will only lead to the same brutal fate. A fierce, unyielding resolve hardens his gaze. He's got one shot, become an unstoppable force, so powerful that no one, not even his greatest foes, can ever touch him again. Under the chilling glow of the full moon, casting long shadows through the ancient trees, he makes his choice: it's time to go full vampire. At the murky swamp's edge, he vows to completely overhaul his survival strategy, starting now. Blade in hand, he plunges into the dark, stagnant water, his determination absolute. He remembers the core truth of his vampiric existence: power comes from blood, and the stronger the blood's owner, the greater the power surge. His eyes lock onto glowing, ethereal bubbles erupting from the murky depths, a clear signal of raw power churning below. Knowing that immense power awaits, he whispers, "Here it is." Bracing himself for the coming confrontation. Suddenly, a monstrous beast with razor-sharp teeth and gaping jaws explodes from the swamp, its terrifying roars tearing through the quiet forest. Eugene exploded into action, a total blur against the swamp's grim backdrop. Effortlessly dodging the monster's massive, rocky form, which let out a deep, guttural shudder as he zipped by. His face, a mask of pure, grim resolve, showed absolutely no fear whatsoever. But this beast wasn't easy to outsmart, slamming him to the ground with a sudden, powerful move, its giant leg practically right next to him. As he scrambled back up, the monster's many eyes lit up with an insane yellow glow, a chilling, silent warning of its deadly intent. He knew his current weak body meant he could only dodge its relentless attacks, but just one tiny wound was all he needed. His eyes narrowed, a primal hunger igniting inside him as he suddenly realized, he could just drink its blood. Up until now, his whole survival game was about disappearing, erasing his presence, but that strategy was officially dead. Even with his current weak body, he knew he was at a disadvantage, but he launched himself again anyway, moving with a savage, renewed ferocity. Knowing that hiding was a dead end, he had zero reason to hesitate, unleashing a primal scream as he went all in on the attack. He needed power, more desperately than anyone else on the planet. Fueled by that burning conviction, he plunged his blade deep into the monster's tough hide, a blinding burst of light and raw energy exploding on impact. The monstrous roamer's attack just ripped through the swamp, forcing him to lose his grip on his weapon in a devastating blow. Despair hit him like a truck, his face twisting in agony as he truly grasped the overwhelming power of this beast. The beast lunged again, no mercy, its glowing claw ripping through the air, but he pulled off a last-second dodge. He barely ducked under a massive tail whip, swamp water exploding everywhere as this monster just kept bringing the pain. But a brutal hit still landed, sending blood flying from his mouth as his crimson eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated rage. The monster let out a deafening roar, and he couldn't help but think, had he seriously misjudged this roamer's power? Then, the beast's colossal jaws gaped open, its glowing red maw ready to devour him in one gulp. But instead of backing down, he charged, slamming his crimson glowing hand straight down its throat. These things, called roamers, aren't your typical dungeon monsters, they're savage predators that dominate the wild. They're a wild bunch, from the giant beast he's fighting to smaller, stealthier ones hiding in the swamp's murky depths. And get this, some roamers even pack mana crystals, letting them pop up anywhere, even mana-dead zones, and those crystals. They're worth more than diamonds. As he kept up the desperate fight, he thought, man, a mana crystal would totally turn this around, but the brutal truth was, this monster was still way too strong. The forest master-level roamer unleashes an absolute torrent of power, churning the swamp into a chaotic maelstrom. He'd completely underestimated this beast, and now he's paying the price, it's just too much. But even as the beast goes wild, his arm is still jammed deep inside its terrifying mouth, a sinister red glow pulsing from his very grasp. He's acutely aware of the monster's insane power, a force that could literally end his life before he even gets a chance to fight back. Then, bam! A blinding, explosive burst of yellow-green energy rips out from the monster, a shockwave that just obliterates everything in its path. This spiky, insane energy just keeps on surging from the depths, tearing up the water, its raw power absolutely undeniable. That blast just rockets him through the murky water and mud, his body tossed around like a toy against the monster's sheer might. He's launched sky-high, blasted clear away from the roamer, which just stares up at him as he plummets. His face is a mess of bruises and blood, but his eyes are blazing with pure defiance as he declares, I got one second chance, and I'm taking another. A guttural "no" rips from him, he's not giving up. Still hanging in the air, he locks eyes with the monster again, a chilling thought echoing in his mind, I've never once overestimated myself. His eye ignites with a blazing yellow-orange light, and he flashes back to his past, remembering how he spent his entire life crawling, holding his breath, just to make it out alive. With a surge of pure, unadulterated resolve, he plummets, diving straight back into the roamer's wide-open, fanged maw, a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble for survival. As he plunges back into the beast's throat, his ultimate mantra screams in his mind, doing anything just to survive. Trapped inside the beast, a guttural roar rips from him, his crimson eyes blazing with an insane ferocity, as he screams, now I choose to fight. His will forged in fire amidst the beast's disgusting guts, he screams the only truth, in order to live. His right eye now blazing with an insane yellow-orange power, he tightens his fist, a primal scream tearing through him, I'll fight. I'll fight and win. Raw red energy explodes around him as he pushes deeper, the stakes absolute, I won't get another chance if I don't win. He dives headfirst into the beast's pulsating abyss, the chilling truth screaming in his head, there is no next time after defeat. His hand shoots out, crackling with raw red power, straight for the glowing red crystal buried deep in the beast's flesh, a primal command echoing, seize it. The crystal throbs with blinding light, the ultimate prize, the only goal, survival. Bathed in the glow of countless smaller crystals, he knows the brutal truth, survival has always come from standing on the blood of others. Then, with an explosive surge of power, the massive red crystal obliterates into a storm of glowing pink and purple fragments, unleashing a blinding, raw energy blast. Meanwhile, outside, beneath the chilling gaze of a full moon, the ancient, swampy forest holds its breath. Then, without warning, a colossal yellow-orange explosion rips through the forest's heart, shattering the silence with raw, untamed power. The colossal roamer is revealed, its body twisted and spewing raw red energy, and he remembers the vow he made, that if I was given another chance. A raw, primal power surged through him, igniting an unshakable resolve. No more running, no more hiding, only the fierce, unyielding will to fight. Under a haunting full moon, Eugene stands in a desolate, swampy forest, his mind racing with the dark power he's acquired. He needed blood to dominate this forest, but the real prize? He'd absorbed the mana crystal from those grotesque roamers lurking in the murky depths, a power beyond anything he could have dreamed. That crystal, he remembers, was a total game-changer, different color, massive size, pure power. This mana crystal now lets him unleash terrifying black scales, a game-changing power that could finally let him walk in daylight, if he can just block out the sun. He'd dug up intel on the master of the forest, that terrifying beast with gnashing teeth, from mercenaries, a secret few knew. Turns out, those wetlands weren't as big as he thought. But then, the monsoons hit, the floods came, and the master burst forth, tearing into the mercenaries. Amidst the carnage, he seized his chance, gulping down the injured master's blood, then he tore through the remaining mercenaries, escaping with a newfound power and a hunger for more of that potent blood. Now, his scaled hand pulsing with dark energy, he knows he's stronger, but it's still not enough to face the terrifying Holy Knight Young Dirt. With a fierce gaze, he vows to avoid a losing fight, waiting until he's absolutely sure he can crush Holy Knight Young Dirt. The Holy Knight's relentless pursuit is a major problem, as he possesses an insane tracking skill that can find monsters or the undead anywhere. So instead of just running, Eugene decides it's time to power up and get ready to fight back against those Holy Knights. But with the sun about to rise, he knows time is running out. He can't fully test the mana crystal's power yet, so he's got to get out of there before the sun comes up. A dark chuckle escapes him, his red eyes glowing with a sinister light. He thinks about that fake master who took over this place and turned the beautiful lake into a swamp, and now that guy is finally dead. He can't believe how pathetically that fake master died, but hey, he's grateful for it. But then, a new voice suddenly declares that he's gonna pay for staining these grounds with blood, and he's been warned. His eyes snap open in shock, totally caught off guard by the sudden voice. Suddenly, Mirian, the guardian of this lake, bursts forth from the water, announcing that this is her territory. Her voice booms with the fury of the forest and the rage of the earth, promising to curse him and rip him to shreds. Then Mirian asks if he even heard her, calling him a bald vampire, because sensing spirits is a rare skill only a few possess. Blindsided by the sudden manifestation, Eugene can only stare, demanding to know who this glowing entity is, his mind racing as the tiny, luminous spirit floats right in front of him. But the spirit, Mirian, is not having it, scoffing at his cluelessness, and demanding an answer to her question again. She then hits him with a loaded question, Nightcrawler, asking if he can even see her, and if he actually heard what she said, to which he just gives a blunt, yeah. But Eugene's not letting it go, completely ignoring her spiritual probing, and instead, he throws back her previous insult, you called me a bald vampire. Alright, enough games. Mirian finally gives him the lowdown, announcing, I'm a water spirit named Mirian. Then she drops the bombshell: she used to rule this place, but some monstrous crocodile took over 15 years ago, turning her into its slave. She quickly corrects herself, calling it a strategic partnership instead, because, hey, the crocodile needed her water-purifying skills to get its grub on. But all that's in the past now. She's totally stoked, because thanks to him, that F******ing crocodile is gone, and her home is finally clean. Then she remembers seeing some bald old dude get eaten by the crocodile, and she's like, wait, was that a super smart disguise to trick the monster? That's next level meticulous. But while Miriam's gushing, Eugene's got bigger problems, because one of his tattoos is literally fading away, and he has no idea why. Miriam, suddenly switching to formal speech with a giggle, starts complimenting his awesome tattoos, then immediately asks what they mean, wondering if they're warrior symbols or a kill count. But Eugene's got nothing for her, confessing he has no clue what they mean, because they've just always been there. From that moment on, he was a vampire, and that's how his epic journey truly began. The last thing he could even remember from his past, was having 10 mysterious tattoos blazing across his body. With zero memories of his early days, he just tried to live a chill, quiet life. He couldn't even reflect on who he was, leaving a massive blank in his past. But now, with one of those mysterious tattoos actually fading, he's left wondering if they're spells or marks, and if today's chaos just broke one of them. Snapping out of his thoughts, he just announced he was leaving, telling the spirit to protect the forest while he was gone. Miriam, totally shocked by his sudden exit, shouted, "What?" complaining that she finally had someone to chat with, and he was already bailing. She explained that fewer and fewer people could even see spirits these days, making him a super rare find. She was bored, wanted the swamp to be a lake again, and knew it would take forever without him. Thinking fast, Miriam offered him some pristine water, claiming it was perfect for a pale, beautiful man like him, and boasted that her water, as a water fairy, tasted incredible. She kept pushing, promising that if he just drank her pure water, his skin would look way better. Then, with a dramatic flourish, she blasted out a stream of water, shouting, "Here. Blearg. Take it," with a cheeky grin. As he paused, Miriam begged him to wait, hyping up her power to purify any water and make it instantly drinkable. Still towering over Miriam's shimmering form, he shuts down her plea with a cold, hard, "I don't need it." But Miriam isn't giving up, desperately pleading, "I can create more water if I pee instead of vomiti," then quickly correcting her slip, "Sir. Sir Nightwalker." Fast forward several days, and we're transported to Broadwin Village, a secluded haven tucked away in the heart of the mountains. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the full moon, the village lights shimmer, a vibrant pulse against the wild, dark landscape. Suddenly, a frantic young villager storms into the chief's house, shouting, "Village chief, please come with me. The red-eyed monster has appeared." The chief and the rest of the villagers rush out, their faces a blend of shock and fear, utterly stunned by the scene before them. This is. Right there, a colossal, freshly hunted boar sprawls, its dark fur gleaming under the faint illumination. But wait, there's more. A child shouts, "Mom, look at that." It's a boar, as a mountain of game, boars, deer, ducks, is unveiled, leaving another villager utterly flabbergasted. "Meat? This much?" The young villager excitedly declares, "Look, village chief. There's more today," as others question, "Can we really take them all?" and muse, "I wonder what the red-eyed monster is thinking." The young villager notes, "He usually gives us these animals once every fortnight." But the chief's face darkens, a worried whisper escaping him, "It's not time yet." The terrifying entity dwelling at the base of the mountain, far from the village, that's the one they call the red-eyed monster. He's been a silent guardian for a decade, never once posing a threat, a mysterious cloaked figure with piercing red eyes observing the village below. The red-eyed monster, Eugene, kept up his bizarre ritual, showing up only after dark to drop off a fresh haul of game for the village. This wild setup had been going on for 10 years, and everyone was still scratching their heads, trying to figure out what was going on in that monster's head. Flashback. 10 years ago, a cloaked figure, Eugene, showed up at the village gates, asking to come in. The villagers, scared but cunning, let him in, secretly planning to trap him. Back then, when he first stepped out of the darkness, those glowing red eyes were enough to make anyone freeze. Pure terror gripped the entire village. But get this, he kept bringing them food, like some kind of weird tax payment, and eventually, they just stopped caring how terrifying he looked. And that's how their bizarre pact lasted for 10 whole years, with the chief and a young villager confirming, it had been a seriously long time since this whole thing started. Now, standing before the villagers, Eugene cut straight to the chase, asking if anyone had something they needed to get off their chest. He then dropped a bombshell: after being holed up for ages, he was finally healed from his sickness. And he was here to spread the awesome news. He admitted the village had been a huge help to him over the years, and now he wanted to pay them back. But when he started talking about protecting the village, the crowd went from confused to totally freaked out, with one guy even blurting out, "Who are you?" Then, with his red eyes blazing and sparkling energy all around him, Eugene dropped the ultimate power move, "Just call me, anytime you need me." A sly, confident smirk crept onto his face as he held his mask, the shimmering energy around him hinting at a whole new level of power or a secret plan. The villagers are absolutely freaking out, totally stunned. Is this blindingly bright guy really the legendary red-eyed monster? They can't believe their eyes. And then, a wild thought hits them, could this forest monster actually be some kind of half-elf or even a noble? Mind blown. Flashback to years ago, bathed in epic golden light, he just stood there, high above the village, watching them. Talk about a dramatic entrance. The chief, totally mind-blown, remembers, he always wore a mask back then. Was he always this ridiculously good-looking underneath? What a reveal. Fast forward to now, Miriam is straight up confronting Eugene, like, dude, why did you give him all your hunted game? What's your deal? Her mask-like face is all serious, and she's like, seriously, what's going on in that head of yours? Eugene, totally unfazed, drops some vampire wisdom, a true vampire craves blood and chaos, but he's playing the long game, saying that in the human world, showing your face is a power move, a sign of trust. But Miriam is not having it, calling him out for trying to be friends with humans instead of eating them. She's like, you said you were leaving. Why are you even bothering with them? Eugene's eyes flash crimson, and it hits him like a truck, he totally misjudged everything. Big time. He clenches his fist, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, realizing he absolutely cannot just sit back and watch the chaos unfold. It's go time. Miriam, seeing his change of heart, drops a bombshell, mercenaries are coming to wipe out the village. Eugene's only response. A stunned, what? Then, a chilling flashback, a young boy stands alone as Miriam reveals the mercenaries' true motive, they weren't there for a massacre, but to snatch him and deliver him straight to Lord Sid's castle. A chilling flashback hits him, showing a knight, Sir Terwin's enforcer, wiping out an entire village just to silence them. He's got to stop this from happening again, or else the holy knights will overrun his territory. Miriam can't believe it, asking if he's serious. Miriam's glowing form flickers as she wonders how he knows all this, struggling to wrap her head around the idea of a whole village being massacred. Miriam's still trying to figure out what makes Eugene tick, even after all this time, totally baffled by his intentions. But he just tells her she'll find out if he's bluffing. No matter what, he decides, he's gotta win over the villagers first, make them see him as no threat. Miriam, totally lost, pushes him again, demanding to know what mercenaries wreaking havoc has to do with him trying to earn trust. But before she can even finish her sentence, Eugene cuts her off, his sudden move sending her flying back. Miriam yelps, getting tossed back, her "why'd you stop?" turning into a bewildered "huh," as she stares at his intense gaze. Now with a tiny bandage on her nose, Miriam just floats there, thinking, her face a whole mood of what just happened, and seriously. Hidden in the shadows, Eugene and Miriam spot them, a squad of armored figures on horseback, their silhouettes stark against the twilight as they ride straight for the village. One of the mercs spots someone in the distance and immediately asks, "Who's that?" then adds, "And what's up with his hair?" Another merc chimes in, "He's gotta be from the village," then asks, "So, what now? We were supposed to ambush this place." The mercenary leader, surrounded by his crew, is absolutely oozing confidence, ready to spring their trap. He's practically gloating about how vulnerable their target is, no weapon, all alone, and his buddy chimes in, "Oh man, it's gonna be wild if he screams." The leader gives the silent signal, no chances, no mercy. And then, bam. An axe blade comes screaming down, a blur of steel. The masked mercenary, a red blur, charges in, axe already arcing high for a crushing blow. A heavy boot smashes down, just missing Miriam, who screams out a frantic, "Eugene! Eugene, warning!" But he's already a step ahead, his hand blazing with blue energy, ready to shut down the attack, a glowing shard clutched tight. The mercenary's axe comes crashing down, a direct hit aimed at Miriam, but then, whoosh, an invisible force just swats it away. Eugene's crimson eyes ignite with an insane, otherworldly glow, a silent promise of the raw power he's about to drop. Before the mercenary can even blink, a bone-shattering hit connects with his face, sending blood flying as his head snaps back from the sheer force. The mercenary gets absolutely launched through the air, his body spinning in a shower of red. His axe and boot are just lying there on the forest floor, proof of his instant, brutal knockout. The mercenary leader and his crew are absolutely speechless, jaws on the floor, while Eugene's already thinking ahead, knowing he has to win over these villagers for his master plan. Miriam bursts forth in her full, glowing spirit form, wings unfurled and radiating blue energy. Meanwhile, Eugene's mind races, calculating every move, even as he thinks about keeping up appearances. But the true horror is revealed as his hand, now a monstrous claw, is absolutely drenched in the enemy's blood. Then, a chilling close-up of his face, eyes blazing with an infernal crimson glow, blood smeared across his cheek, a terrifying sight. And with a terrifying, blood-soaked declaration, he vows to absolutely annihilate every last one of those mercenaries. As the situation escalates, the mercenary leader drops some wisdom, telling his crew they need to build trust with others. Then, out of nowhere, a crushing impact rips through the scene, and blood explodes everywhere. A monstrous, blood-drenched claw rips into view, its razor-sharp talons absolutely soaked in fresh, hot blood. His face, absolutely drenched in blood, is twisted into a terrifying mask of pure rage, his eyes blazing with an infernal crimson glow. A blood-curdling scream rips through the night, as a mercenary freaks out, yelling, "That guy's a vampire. He's not human." But one mercenary, sword already drawn, isn't scared at all, he's hyped. "Vampire? Don't be scared. That's actually good. If we hand him over to the church alive," he gloats, already dreaming of the payout. But before he can even finish his greedy thought, a lightning-fast, brutal impact slams into him, cutting off his words with a sharp gasp. "We'll get a huge reward for it," he barely gets out before the hit connects. Eugene's blood-soaked, crimson-eyed face is now right in the mercenary's, who lets out a guttural scream of pure agony as the full power of the attack hits him. He effortlessly deflects a sword, the mercenary screaming that this was no ordinary vampire, demanding his corpse at all costs. Another mercenary, eyes wide with avarice, lunges, declaring the vampire's head would be his, only for his dual blades to be swatted away like flies. A gruesome splurt of blood paints the air as Eugene's lightning-fast counter connects. His strikes a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated power. The mercenary is launched backward, a terrified shriek of, "You demon," echoing through the trees. Just as one falls, a bald mercenary, wielding a massive spiked mace, charges in, ignoring his comrade's frantic warning not to rush in like an idiot. He roars, promising to smash Eugene. But his devastating mace blow is met by an impossible, glowing hand. The weapon itself beginning to crumble under the sheer force. The mercenary's eyes bulge in utter shock, his hand trapped, unable to comprehend that his attack was utterly nullified. Eugene's crimson gaze burns with chilling intensity, his grip unyielding as the sun dips below the horizon, signaling the true hunt. With a sickening crunch, he brutally twists the mercenary's arm, tearing a blood-curdling scream from his throat. The relentless onslaught rages on, a mercenary's leg brutally pulverized by an unseen, devastating impact. A chilling declaration echoing the vampire's escalating power as the night claims its domain. Amidst the absolute carnage, Eugene kneels, a silent predator surrounded by the broken, as the surviving mercenaries, their faces contorted in sheer terror, desperately try to rally, one of them screaming that they have to attack him altogether. The deepening twilight offers a grim, strategic advantage, as the blood of the fallen is swallowed by the encroaching shadows, making it the perfect time to conceal the carnage. A lone mercenary, his back to us, stands frozen, witnessing the escalating horror. As another screams a desperate warning to his comrades not to just run at him, realizing he's not just a man, but a monster, all while the setting sun bleeds across the forest, painting the scene in ominous hues. A blood-curdling scream of pure terror rips through the air from one of the mercenaries. As the ominous crackle of a nearby fire begins to pierce the deepening, suffocating gloom. A terrified group of villagers, torches flickering wildly, stumble upon the gruesome aftermath, their faces frozen in absolute shock and disbelief. One of them lets out a choked gasp, a desperate, "My God," escaping his lips in sheer horror. Another villager, eyes wide with terror, questions how such an impossible tragedy could have happened, staring down at a mangled body near the flickering, hungry flames. The grizzled village chief, his face a mask of grim concern, is confronted by a terrified young villager who stammers out a question, "Are these all the red-eyed monsters?" before quickly correcting himself, "I mean, you're doing." The chief, however, quickly denies any involvement, stating he merely found the bodies. The village chief is still trying to process the carnage, but Eugene, cool as ever, just casually explains he was checking his traps after a hunt. Talk about an understatement. Eugene keeps it going, coolly observing the scene, dropping the bombshell that these mercenaries were ambushed on their way to Broadwin village, and yeah, they were the bad guys all along. But then, it hits the chief like a ton of bricks, his eyes practically popping out as he shouts, "Black wolves. No way." And just to drive the point home, we get a brutal shot of a massive, dead black wolf, fangs still out, proving this wasn't just some random skirmish. Eugene, ever the pragmatist, just lays it all out, telling them there were a ton of wolves, and he only went after them when they started feasting on the bodies. He even points out that there were way more wolves than mercenaries. The chief, clearly struggling to keep up, frets about the escaped wolves potentially lurking nearby. Then he just can't help but ask the million-dollar question, "How in the world did you take down all these notorious beasts by yourself?" Suddenly, a young villager, looking totally freaked out, blurts out, "Is this really not the red-eyed monsters doing?" while another villager shouts about finding wolf claw marks all over the bodies. And just like that, another villager backs it up, confirming more claw marks, making it undeniable, wolves were definitely involved. The chief, finally seeing the light, announces that wolves were definitely behind this. But even he's still scratching his head, wondering how black wolves could take down a whole squad of mercenaries. Facing Eugene, the chief, looking genuinely sorry, apologizes for doubting him. Eugene, ever the stoic, just shrugs it off, saying, "No big deal, it happens." Then the chief gets down to business, asking about the bodies, and Eugene, ever practical, explains he brought it up because he couldn't just leave them lying around. And then, out of nowhere, Miriam, the glowing blue water spirit, just floats into existence between them, as the chief finally decides, they'll just have to bury all those bodies back in the village. The village chief is not holding back, flat out calling Eugene a liar. He's convinced Eugene killed the mercenaries, and the wolves were just a convenient cover-up. The tension is palpable, as Eugene just stands there, taking the heat from the villagers, with a dead wolf as the only witness. The chief doubles down, practically screaming, that Eugene is the monster who left those brutal claw and teeth marks on the dead mercenaries. The chief's logic is twisted, claiming Eugene could have just walked away, but even he admits everyone would still suspect him. Meanwhile, Miriam is just floating there, silently watching the drama unfold. Eugene just gives a quiet, "Right, this," his eyes locked on something mysterious, with Miriam still glowing and watching the whole scene. Hold up. A villager just found a bloody, sealed letter on one of the dead mercenaries, and now everyone's wondering what explosive secrets it holds. The chief snatches the letter, and his jaw drops as he sees the seal, realizing it's from none other than Sir Terwin, the Lord himself. The chief's face is a picture of pure shock, utterly stunned by what this letter from the Lord could possibly mean. Suddenly, the chief is in a panic, shouting, "Felid! Where is Felid? What just happened?" The other villagers are just as confused, demanding to know what the letter said, and why Felid's name is suddenly so critical. And the bombshell drops, Felid, just chilling and eating, is actually Sir Terwin's secret love child. This changes everything. It all clicks for Eugene, his face turning grim, as he finally understands, the mercenaries weren't after him at all, they were hunting Felid. His mind races, the bombshell dropping, wait, that kid's a noble. But before they can even blink, he unleashes a blinding flurry of attacks, painting the forest red with blood. The mercenary leader, absolutely stunned by the instant slaughter, can only gasp, "What the hell?" A mercenary lunges with a desperate sword strike, but he's already asking, how did he kill them all so fast, as the dark figure dodges with impossible speed. Then, a sickening crunch. The mercenary's attack is met with a devastating counter. The remaining mercenaries, including the masked warrior and the bald mace wielder, huddle in terror, one of them screaming, "We'll die if we run. Fight, don't hesitate." Another mercenary goes flying, a broken ragdoll, as the dark figure glances up, a desperate voice shouting, "He's just a monster with 2 arms and 2 legs." Following their leader's desperate cry, the remaining mercenaries charge as one, screaming, "Don't just run at him one by one. Attack all together." But the mercenary leader, already battered and gasping for air, is trapped, unable to move, cursing, "Damn it. I can't even run. Why did he have to appear now, of all times?" Another mercenary drops, blood exploding from a fatal strike, as the dark figure's rampage continues. He moves with impossible speed, a terrifying blur to their eyes. Then, with eyes blazing crimson, he lands a final, crushing blow on the mercenary leader, ending the fight. Blood splattered across his face, Eugene unleashed another brutal strike, the sheer force of it ripping through the air. Another mercenary was sent flying, a guttural scream torn from his throat as he was utterly overwhelmed. Yet another mercenary was obliterated, his body slamming into the earth as a desperate, futile cry to "Stop" pierced the chaos. From a bird's-eye view, the battlefield was a massacre, mercenaries strewn everywhere, their desperate pleas for "Please stop" now just whispers in the wind. The mercenary leader, a bloody mess, gasped for air, barely able to form words as he choked out, "Were you waiting for us from the start? Why did you target us?" He stammered, desperately trying to explain they were just trying to do their job, the sickening crack of his own body a brutal counterpoint. Then, a terrifying silence. Eugene's voice cut through it like ice, "I want to know what this job was," he commanded. Eugene loomed over the broken leader, his crimson eyes burning like hellfire, an aura of pure menace radiating from him. He snarled, "That village is mine." The leader, utterly terrified, groveled, "I'm sorry. I didn't know that was your village." Still shaking, the leader blurted out they weren't after Eugene's kind, but the bastardized son of some unknown figure. He spilled the beans, the Terwin family was hiding in that village, and the target wasn't missing, just expertly hiding his identity. The leader tried to play it cool, claiming they were just here to look for him, but Eugene wasn't buying it, branding him a proficient liar and demanding the real truth. Eugene, his face still splattered with blood, can't shake the feeling that something's off. Why would they send so many guys for a mission that seemed so easy? He leans in, his voice dangerously calm, demanding to know if they were actually planning to wipe out the whole village, and the mercenary leader flinches. The mercenary leader practically screams his denial, tripping over his words, admitting Eugene wasn't totally wrong, but insisting their real goal was something else entirely. He spills the beans, confessing they weren't hired by the Terwin patriarch like Eugene thought, but by someone else within the powerful family. Then, the mercenary leader pulls out a sealed document, proving their clients were none other than Kamara Terwin and Vertel Terwin, and Eugene's eyes narrow. He quickly explains that he just figured it was some noble political drama, and their actual job was just to snatch some bastard son. And about the huge mercenary force? He clarifies it was just a safety net, a just-in-case measure if things went sideways. The mercenary leader, still on his knees, practically grovels for mercy, but Eugene just thinks to himself, yeah, I knew he was in on it. Suddenly, a blonde knight flashes in Eugene's mind, Vertel Terwin, the notorious commander of the Vampire Hunter Squad, the same knight who'd given him hell with young Dirt before. Eugene figures Vertel, being a knight and all, probably wouldn't have ordered a full-blown village massacre, meaning these mercs went rogue with their bloodlust. He concludes that the decision to go full psycho was probably all on these guys, a dark realization as he stares down at the pathetic leader. And then it all clicks for Eugene, Vertel Terwin's past meddling was the exact reason he ended up getting found by the paladins, a terrifying connection that suddenly makes perfect, horrifying sense. The mercenary leader's mind races, understanding the sheer scale of the search for the vanished village, a search he'd foolishly seen as a golden opportunity. Now, utterly broken, he grovels, swearing he would never have dared if he'd known who he was truly facing. Eugene, with a chilling indifference, simply tells him to watch out for wolves on his return journey. The mercenary leader is in utter disbelief, questioning if he's actually being allowed to walk away alive. A gasp of pure, unadulterated relief escapes him, a desperate thank you for the unexpected reprieve. Miriam, ever the conscience, challenges Eugene's choice to let the man go. But Eugene's resolve is cold and clear, the mercenary knows his secret, and a vampire cannot afford such a loose end. A tense silence hangs in the air, punctuated by a faint sound. And there's more to it, he muses, a deeper game at play. Suddenly, the forest comes alive with dozens of predatory, glowing yellow eyes, piercing the darkness. The chilling truth is undeniable, the wolves are here, and they're hungry. Back in the village, the chief and a young man confirm the grim reality, the fallen mercenaries were guards, sent to abduct Felid and bring him to the castle. Back in the village, the chief is dropping some serious lore, asking if Felid, the kid who lost his mom last year, is the same one who showed up 8 years ago. As another villager drops the bombshell that the mercenaries sent to snatch Felid for the Lord's castle are all dead. Now everyone's freaking out, asking, what do we even do now? The chief then confronts the mysterious dark-haired man, demanding to know if this Felid really has to go to the Lord's castle, and the man's chillingly calm response is just, huh. Yeah. He coolly admits the mercenaries probably got eaten by beasts, but then, with total confidence, declares he can personally escort Felid past the wolves to the city, thanks to his extensive forest experience. The chief is absolutely stunned, asking if he's serious about protecting Felid, his face a perfect blend of shock and worry. The young villager tries to protest, saying they can't possibly ask for that, but Eugene just brushes them off, declaring it's fine because a knight would never refuse to help, prompting Miriam to mentally note his incredible resilience. Miriam, shimmering with her signature ethereal glow, just stares, her face giving absolutely nothing away. The villagers start whispering, one of them hesitantly blurting out, a knight. Next to the shimmering spirit, Eugene's eyes are razor-sharp, exuding an undeniable aura of power. A subtle smirk crosses his face as he coolly states, my apologies for the delayed introduction. Then, with a powerful declaration, he drops the bomb of his full identity, I am Jan Eugene from the legendary Eugene house. But Miriam, ever the skeptic, shoots him a look that screams, seriously? Who's gonna buy that? A villager can't believe their ears, gasping to Eugene, as the man himself stands there, Miriam's blue aura shimmering beside him. A smirk plays on his lips, as he finally drops the bombshell, my apologies for the late introduction. Then, the big reveal. He's Jan Eugene of the Eugene family. The villagers are about to lose their minds, and Miriam's just chilling there, still glowing. The villagers are absolutely reeling, one of them shouting, how can we believe that? That red-eyed monster was actually a noble. Talk about a plot twist. The crowd is buzzing, but one villager, probably the chief, quickly shuts down the disrespect, demanding they call him Sir Eugene. Respect the noble, people. Miriam, always looking out for him, is like, Eugene. Even if it's a lie, this is going too far. But Eugene just coolly observes, thinking, they've never seen a noble before, so their reactions are totally expected. He's thinking about the whole village freaking out, realizing they literally can't tell the difference between a real noble and someone just pretending, especially after he's been hiding out in their mountain village all this time. The villagers are totally hyped now, not scared. They're all like, Sir Eugene, are you really a knight? And why were you hiding in the forest for 10 years? So many questions. Their minds are racing, wondering if he was healing from epic night training injuries or if this was just some super secret night thing. Standing before the torch-wielding crowd, Eugene, cool as ever, just lays it out, yeah, I cut ties with everyone and lived in the forest because of reasons. The villagers are totally buying it now, saying, no wonder. We knew you were different when you started bringing us food. And of course, his excellent swordsmanship is why he survived the forest alone. After dropping that bombshell about his noble blood, Eugene plays it cool, asking the villagers if he can crash for the night to recharge. The village chief, totally stoked, immediately rolls out the red carpet, practically begging the knight to stay at his place. Sunlight blasts through the trees, painting the village in dappled light as the day kicks off, with nature's soundtrack playing in the background. Peeking out from a window in a rustic house, Eugene stares into the peaceful forest, his mind a total mystery. Then, a.m. Dark, wicked scales erupt and spread across his skin. It's the skin reinforcement power-up he snagged from the master of the forest. His blood-red eyes blaze as the transformation goes full throttle, those scales are taking over fast. With a wicked crackle, his hand is totally covered in those tough, black scales, looking super cool. He checks out his new look, realizing these black scales actually block out some sun, which is a massive win for his upcoming adventures. Out of nowhere, Miriam, glowing bright, pops up right in front of him, totally ripping into the ignorant night-dwelling vampire for his ridiculous lie. Eugene's got the tiny spirit in his hand, but she's still going off, calling him out for claiming to be a knight when he can't even read a book. He's already planning his exit, so none of this really matters, he thinks, pushing himself to play it cool and figure out his next move. But why is Miriam, who's been chilling in the forest forever, suddenly making friends and taking requests from these villagers? He cuts her off, a sharp "sir," escaping his lips. He then boldly declares, we're all set. You can bounce whenever you want, and smirks, see. Instant social status, just like that. He knows the game, humans are suckers for authority, way more than flowery speeches. So he figures he can lie all he wants, but if he's got status, 100 lies shrink down to 10. He knows this village is probably the only place dumb enough to buy his hastily concocted story, nobles would never fall for it. So, from this moment forward, he's going to make this lie his reality. Meanwhile, the chief, clutching a paper, tells Eugene he wrote a whole explanation so there's no confusion, then awkwardly asks him to look after that Felid kid. I mean, the young master. The young man, Felid, steps forward, introducing himself and eagerly stating he's ready to follow Eugene's lead. Eugene, still internally strategizing about needing high status to make his lies real, then turns to Felid, confirming his name and introducing himself as Jan Eugene, ready to get to work. Now masked, his eyes burn with a fierce determination as he stares ahead. The young villager trailed behind, their footsteps a rhythmic beat as they traversed a quaint settlement. Above, the sky stretched out, a vast, clear blue canvas. They pressed on, the path tightening its grip as they plunged deeper into the wild. Eugene, spotting a sign, asked if the village was Brahms. Eugene, taken aback, asked if he could read. He elaborated, his mother's humble status denying her formal education. Eugene, lost in thought, couldn't believe Sir Terwin was that person. Then, a sudden idea. Eugene told Felid this was perfect, he should teach him letters. Felid's jaw dropped, a shocked "huh" escaping him. Eugene, however, was deep in his own thoughts, dismissing knighthood as mere theatrics. Felid, catching snippets, understood it wasn't books but a sword that kept him alive. The journey continues, and you can practically hear the footsteps crunching on the path, setting the scene for what's next. He's thinking, once you've got that trust, it's like an impenetrable fortress for all your secrets. But Miriam, the little spirit, just can't help but snicker, calling out his top-notch acting like it's a performance. She's like, hey, even you, big shot, can't lie forever, because eventually, people are gonna catch on, and Felid's reaction is priceless. He's watching Felid's eyes, and it's like, is this guy actually buying my act? Now in a super creepy, dark forest, Felid is totally apologizing to Eugene, admitting he was suspicious because everyone called him a monster, not some fancy noble. He's thinking, man, everyone in the village called him a monster, so he figures he must have been totally biased. Felid is all like, nope, I'm judging you for myself, not by gossip, and even gives him an out, saying it's cool if he skipped school for warrior training. Then, with a super sweet smile, Felid offers to secretly tutor him whenever possible, so he won't look silly in front of other people, and then asks for all the juicy details about Eugene's life. But hold up. Before Felid can even finish his sentence, a super sharp, glowing crystal thing just bam. Right at his face, and he's totally blindsided. A blood-curdling scream rips from Felid's throat, his eyes bugging out as that attack connects hard. And just like that, Eugene is standing over a downed Felid, that wicked crystal weapon still in his grip, with a look that tells you absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a menacing group appeared on the cliffside, their dark forms silhouetted against the sky. And one of them, a scruffy bearded bandit, smirked, barking, "Hey, I told you to pull it properly." His axe-wielding partner shot back, "I did it exactly the way you taught me," but Felid, caught in their sights, could only gasp in terror, a chilling realization hitting him. Are they bandits? The two bandits, their grins widening into sinister sneers, left no doubt, their eyes burning with malicious intent. Then, a chilling voice from the cliff cut through the air, laying out their demands. "Yeah, you got it. This won't take long. Hand over all your gear. Every last coin in your pockets, too." But as the bandit leader barked his final threat, Eugene, who had been calmly walking away, suddenly stopped, his back to the thugs, leaving Felid paralyzed with fear, the chilling words hanging in the air, "Move it, or you're dead." But before the threat could even land, Eugene exploded into action, his hand a crimson blur as he drew his sword, a terrifying red energy erupting around it, the bandit leader's cocky grin instantly vanishing as he stammered, "You, no." A brutal, crimson-laced slash ripped through the space between them, a shockwave of raw power exploding on impact. His hand was a blur, a phantom of pure speed, executing a move no one saw coming. The axe-wielding bandit was launched like a ragdoll, a broken mess of gear and bone, slamming into the earth as the other thugs scrambled back in terror. Eugene, his work done, simply kept moving, a dark blur disappearing from the scene of his brutal efficiency. The bandit leader could only gape at his comrade, now a bloody mess with a massive wound, a horrified scream tearing from his throat. "Boss." He moved with impossible speed, a total blur against the rugged terrain, proving just how nimble and fast he truly was. Then, out of nowhere, a bandit with an eye patch charged, axe swinging, roaring, "You bastard." But before that axe could even touch him, Eugene was already moving, a crimson flash of energy and steel, delivering a brutal counterattack with surgical precision. Blood exploded from the bandit as the strike connected, a terrifying display of raw power. Red energy pulsed around him, leaving glowing trails in the air, as he absolutely decimated his opponent. His bandaged hand gripped the bloodied hilt of his sword, the weapon a terrifying extension of his power. The bandit stumbled back, clutching his arm in agony, his face a mask of pure pain and disbelief. Before the leader could even blink, he was there, a knife at his throat, the man's terrified, "Help," barely a whisper. The blade, still slick with blood, glinted menacingly, a silent, terrifying promise of instant death. Both bandits were down, defeated, their leader staring up in utter disbelief, muttering, "I really can't understand it." Leaving the incapacitated figures behind, he simply continued his journey, the whole encounter just another blip in his path. His bandaged hand, still stained with the fresh crimson of battle, rested casually on the hilt of his sword, a silent, chilling testament to the sheer violence he had just unleashed. A bandit, absolutely wrecked and screaming in pure agony, is left to ponder a chilling question: does looking weak give anyone the right to torment them? His bandaged hand shakes, and the thought echoes, "Felid, when I finally learn to read, will I get to understand stuff like this too?" The hooded figure, covered in fresh blood, looms over the chaos, a chilling question echoing in his own head: will I be able to understand things like this too? Meanwhile, the young villager is just frozen, eyes wide with a mix of terror and disbelief, as the hooded figure slowly turns to face him. He claps a hand over his mouth, a silent scream of terror, as the hooded figure's voice slices through the tension. "You said you'd see it with your own eyes, didn't you?" Those glowing crimson eyes, burning under the mask, lock onto the young man, a cold, dismissive tone in his voice: "Believe whatever you want, it's your choice." Even with his cloak stained crimson, the hooded figure makes a chilling, absolute promise: "But I swear to you, not one drop of blood will ever touch you." Deep in a lush valley, a vibrant town bursts to life, nestled under epic mountain peaks. Its central market a wild, chaotic tapestry of commerce and pure energy. In the thick of the crowd, a merchant shouts, hyping up rare medicinal herbs just plundered from the northern dungeon raid, slapping a price tag of 20 bronze coins per bundle. Close by, a bunch of villagers are already bickering over prices, with one loudly declaring their stuff is way higher grade than anything else around. Hovering above the chaos, Miriam lets out a joyful cackle, totally mesmerized by all the weird and awesome stuff in the market. While she's taking it all in, the young villager with Eugene softly gets his attention. He warns Eugene to be super careful if he's gonna shop here, mentioning he's been here a few times with the village chief, so he knows the drill. The young villager gestures to a heated argument nearby, where some dude is screaming for a refund, complaining that these merchants are such rip-offs, it's insane, and even the village chief always got totally stressed out by it. Eugene, his face obscured by his hood, mentally notes that he needs to get some cash before he can even think about being careful. He pivots to the young villager, telling him to just hold on for a second. A quick "okay" from Eugene, and he's already at a shopkeeper's stall, ready to offload some leather and get a quote. With a bandaged hand, he laid down the black wolf leather, a silent challenge to the merchant's gaze. The bald merchant, a glint of greed in his eyes, couldn't help but comment, "Whoa, this much black wolf leather? That's rare around here." His eyes narrowed, sizing up the mysterious cloaked figure, a predatory glint appearing as he began to formulate his scheme. A condescending smirk spread across his face as he grasped the bandaged hand. Rough clothes, no traitor. Just a wanderer, huh? The merchant's face contorted into a grotesque, greedy smile, his inner monologue screaming, this guy's a total mark. Then, with a dismissive wave at the valuable hides, he lowballed Eugene hard. Seriously? This damaged leather? Maybe 18 silver coins, if I'm feeling generous. But then, from beneath the hood, a terrifying crimson glow erupted from Eugene's eyes, a palpable wave of dark energy washing over the stall. The merchant practically flew backward, purple energy crackling around him as he was slammed by the sheer, terrifying force of Eugene's aura, his cocky attitude evaporating into pure fear. Sweat poured down his face as he choked out, what the heck? His eyes are glowing red. Struggling to keep his composure, the merchant quickly backtracked, right, black wolf leather is super rare, so I can definitely pay more. Eugene just stared, his crimson eyes burning holes through the merchant, who was now practically melting from fear. The merchant let out a pathetic, nervous laugh, trying to break the tension. Hey, if you're not happy, just say so. Ha ha ha. The merchant, still trying to lowball, pushed his luck with a pathetic offer, acting all generous for a newbie and bumping the price to a measly 23 coins. But Eugene wasn't having it, his single HM radiating pure menace. The merchant, clearly sweating, tried to sweeten the deal, asking if he was still not happy, then grudgingly upping it to 25 coins. Panicked, the merchant blurted out 27 coins, but Eugene's HM was a stone-cold rejection. Eugene's eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated intimidation, his HM practically screaming, you're pushing it. The merchant's face twisted in agony, mentally screaming about how much more this bastard was going to bleed him dry. He finally caved, shouting 30 silver coins. I can't go any higher, in utter defeat. Deal sealed, Eugene coolly stated, let's do that. Later, chilling by a roaring campfire, Eugene was deep in thought, scrutinizing an ancient scroll. The writing on the scroll was total gibberish, looking like a bunch of worms to him, proving that even with Felid's lessons, he was still miles away from mastering it. He sighed, realizing he was nowhere near reading this thing fluently. But hey, at least he got some good stuff out of it, muttering that the new clothes looked pretty decent though. Eugene, ever the pragmatist, pores over his latest acquisition, scoffing at the typical vampire image of silk robes. But for this quality, he knows the investment was absolutely worth it. But hold up. Miriam, ever the sassy spirit, pops in with her 2 cents about that merchant, her glowing form practically vibrating with opinion. Eugene, still lost in his thoughts, can't help but feel the market was surprisingly fair, even getting bonus items as a newbie. Miriam, however, is not having it, sarcastically asking if he meant that pushover merchant. Flashback to the market. The merchant, sweating bullets, UPS his offer from 18 to 25, then 30 silver coins, all while Eugene just stares him down, and Miriam's inner monologue screams that he should have gone for more. She keeps nagging him about not getting a better deal, especially after splurging on silk, but he's just thinking about practical matters, he just needed sun protection. Miriam, totally fed up, demands to know what's wrong with him, asking why he's not living it up and if he's been a total hermit. For her, a vampire isn't just a creature of the night, they're the ultimate noble, a symbol of dark, undeniable power. She dreams of grand castles, moonlight, silk robes, loyal servants, and blood like vintage wine, convinced that only burning ambition earns you respect, and even the envy of your detractors. Eugene, taking it all in, points out that for a swamp dweller, Miriam sure has a lot of worldly knowledge, and she quickly corrects him, she's from the spirit realm, thank you very much. Around a cozy campfire, she spills the tea, powerful seniors from the human world used to drop by, dropping serious wisdom that stuck with her. Then, Miriam hits him with the big question, can he read ancient characters or the imperial language? His answer. A definitive, nope. Chilling by the campfire, he's suddenly hit with a question, can you even do anything besides make water? He flinches, then snaps back, who were you even talking to just now? A shiver runs right through him, his face totally giving away his discomfort. He snaps out of it, quickly explaining he was just talking to himself, then asks, how's your stomach? Miriam quickly apologizes for the gross display, explaining that prepping the rabbit totally triggered a memory from the morning, and she just lost it, figuring it was a bit too intense for him. Seriously, the sight had sent him flying backward, a massive black, of pure shock hitting him as Miriam just hovered there. She tries to calm him, saying it's totally normal for regular folks to freak out over dead bodies, and tells him not to sweat it, because she's still got tons of energy, and they've got all night. With the awkwardness gone, Eugene, holding a quill and scroll, offers to teach her to write, saying they've got tons of paper left, so he'll teach her as much as she wants. The night gets super dark around them, the forest just watching their chill conversation. Under the cozy campfire glow, Eugene is totally schooling Miriam on how to write. Watching him pick it up so fast, Miriam can't help but ask, is learning letters supposed to be this easy? She credits his insane speed to him being amazing, remembering that even she, a fast learner, needed months to get it all down. Miriam points out it usually takes a whole year to learn, but Eugene, holding the scroll, just brushes off her compliments as excessive praise. He's leveling up fast, but even with his new skills, he knows just reading a little won't cut it for what's coming next. Becoming a noble's child overnight is a huge deal, and Miriam's still reeling, confessing she hasn't even processed the wild changes. Her mom never spilled the tea on this stuff, and she's definitely not holding her breath for a red carpet welcome from Sir Terwin. Under the eerie glow of the full moon, a sudden, unexpected sound shatters the night's calm. Out of nowhere, a squad of armed figures stomps out of the darkness, heading straight for their fire. The mercenary leader, all smiles and scruffy charm, steps forward with a casual, "Greetings, friends," claiming they're just looking for a camp spot and wants to ask a quick question. Eugene's masked face gives nothing away, but those crimson eyes are laser-focused on the new arrivals. The leader's sizing them up, noticing their top-tier gear and tight formation, realizing these aren't just any drifters, they're the real deal, professional mercenaries. He turns back to them, pointing out Miriam, then cuts straight to the chase. "Where are you guys going?" Eugene instantly clocks the mercenaries' game, knowing a fake answer would just make things worse, so he plays it cool, revealing they're headed to Lord Terwin's castle. Hearing their destination, the mercenary leader's eyes light up, claiming they're going the same way, then smoothly asks if they can just crash at their campfire. To seal the deal, he throws in an offer of booze, water, and lamb meat, a move that seems generous but screams, "Watch your back," from the veteran mercenary. The blonde mercenary, with a cocky smirk, straight up announced they were taking over the campsite, daring anyone to object. Eugene, the masked enigma, stayed totally quiet, his red eyes burning through the darkness, just watching the whole audacious scene unfold. Then, Partek, the mercenary boss, jumped in, trying to smooth things over by saying the blonde guy, Rabin, was just a newbie who hadn't learned the ropes, basically asking them to cut him some slack. Partek introduced himself, and then, in a totally wild twist, Rabin straight up claimed to be Knight Jan Eugene, dropping a bombshell of a name. Partek, playing dumb, totally called out Rabin's knight claim, like, "Dude, where's your horse? Where's your armor?" It was a clear jab. Then, the mercenary leader pivoted, putting Eugene on the spot, straight up asking him to be real about his knight status. Partek jabbed a finger at Eugene, his voice dripping with suspicion, totally calling out the Jan of House Eugene thing, saying he'd never even heard of that family. Rabin's face morphed into this super creepy, wide grin, his eyes flaring with a terrifying red glow, straight up calling Eugene a faker. Eugene's hand just clenched up, a silent sign of the insane pressure he was under, barely keeping it together. His masked face was stone cold, but those blazing red eyes gave away the massive power and frustration bubbling inside him, a faint, dangerous aura pulsing around him. Inside, Eugene was totally stuck. He'd already told Felid he was a knight, so there was no way he could change his story now. Scanning the mercenary crew, Eugene's mind clicked. They weren't there to be buddies, they had a totally different, way more messed up agenda. He knew his knightly status was irrelevant to them, but if they kept pushing, the game was about to change. With a chilling crimson glow in his eye, he made a brutal calculation, there weren't enough of them to matter. He could take them all down. His hand shot out with deadly intent, gripping the hilt of his blade, ready to unleash pure chaos. With a chilling crimson glow in his eye, he sizes up the pathetic opposition, a cold thought echoing, not many of them. I can take them all down. His gloved hand becomes an absolute blur, a lightning-fast strike tearing through the very air. Before the blonde mercenary can even blink, his leader shouts his name, but it's already too late for Rabin. The mercenary leader barely holds his ground against the protagonist's opening move, the sheer impact blasting dust everywhere. Rabin gets absolutely rocked, taking the full force of the hit, his face twisting into a silent scream of pure pain. Another lightning-fast strike lands, proving his speed is just on another level. Rabin gets launched, a ragdoll flying through the air, while his leader instantly drops to his knees, begging, "Sir Eugene, I am so sorry. Please forgive our rookie's insolence." Rabin hits the dirt with a sickening groan, his crew staring in absolute horror. Eugene, towering over the fallen mercenary, coolly responds, "Your apology is accepted. Just find a better place to make camp." He turns to leave, his crimson eye glinting, a thought forming, from now on, I'll be under constant scrutiny. The truth of his power weighs heavy, fueling his determination, to shake off all this unwanted attention, I need to become a true knight, and fast. The night fell, but the tension was far from over. Around a flickering campfire, the mercenaries regrouped, their earlier bravado completely shattered, replaced by a chilling silence. One of them, Rabin, was still sprawled on the ground, utterly wrecked from the encounter, a pathetic groan tearing from his throat. The mercenary leader loomed over him, his face a dark shadow, radiating pure frustration. Rabin's face was a twisted mask of pure terror, his eyes bulging, still haunted by what he'd faced. Captain Partek, the leader, glared down at the blonde mercenary, his voice dripping with contempt as he ripped into Rabin, calling him an idiot. Partek's face contorted in pure rage, demanding to know how Rabin could be so utterly stupid, charging a knight without a shred of self-preservation, practically begging for death. Rabin, barely conscious, could only choke out his captain's name, while Partek absolutely tore into him, making it crystal clear that he owed his pathetic life to the captain's quick thinking. A brutal kick slammed into Rabin's side, Partek's fury exploding as he screamed about Rabin almost getting the entire crew wiped out. Seizing Rabin's head, Partek sneered at his shallow thinking, revealing that the knight had only a beat-up short sword, but Rabin was too blind to see past the surface. Then, changing tactics, he challenged Rabin, demanding if he had any clue about the insane cost of that knight's robe, a high-grade, lycanthrope leather-padded masterpiece. Even the absolute cheapest versions of those robes were over 10 silver coins, a revelation that shocked Rabin, who was then brutally told it was at least 3 times his entire monthly salary. Eugene, the mysterious hooded figure, is caught in a rare moment, his intense crimson gaze fixed on a letter, proving he's not just some brute, he's literate. Meanwhile, the captain is still laying down the law to Rabin, dropping truth bombs about Eugene. He wasn't just literate, he was moments away from unsheathing his blade, which would have meant total annihilation for them, or at best, a single survivor. Rabin, stunned, can only ask how he knew all this. The captain's gaze sharpens, a chilling memory flashing in his eyes, as he reveals that while Rabin was busy mouthing off, the knight was already locked and loaded for a fight. He breaks it down, the knight's right hand was hidden in his robe, and his left foot was already pulled back, a classic combat stance. This guy was ready to throw down. The captain keeps going, detailing the knight's insane footwork, a true master who can perfectly align their center of gravity with their sword's arc. This isn't just fighting, it's an art form. A brutal vision of Eugene explodes into view, his sword a blur of lethal precision, engulfed in a terrifying crimson aura of pure destructive power. Back to reality, the captain drives his point home to Rabin, declaring that if he'd been even a hair slower, Rabin's head would be rolling on the ground. Rabin, completely shaken by the captain's chilling explanation, can only stammer out a desperate question, then why didn't you stop him, Captain? The captain just stares at Rabin, a look of utter disbelief on his face, knowing Rabin has absolutely no clue just how terrifying a true knight really is. He starts to break down the real meaning of knight. It's not just about fighting, it's something far deeper. A knight, he clarifies, isn't just some random fighter, they're born into ancient, powerful families, practically handed a wooden sword at birth, and then spend their entire lives mastering the art of professional killing. These are the absolute madmen who willingly dive into uncharted dungeons, staring death in the face just to slay monsters, a whole different breed from your average mercenary. The captain's voice cuts through the air, laying down the harsh truth about knighthood. It's not just some fancy title, it's about getting your hands dirty, spilling blood, and if you're faking it, that's a massive crime. He keeps going, dropping bombs about how real knights have to earn their stripes on the battlefield, literally taking down other humans and racking up insane military achievements. Only the ones who've truly gotten their hands soaked in that much blood can even hope to get noticed by the big shots, and then, maybe, just maybe, they get that official appointment. That's the real deal, the ultimate path to becoming a knight, a sacred vow made right in front of royalty. The captain doubles down, making it crystal clear, whether this guy's a real knight or a total fraud, it's a huge mess. He keeps going, stating that anyone who dare to lie about being a knight has to be completely unhinged, unless they're ridiculously good with a sword, because let's be real, how many sword wielders actually make it to knight status? The captain wraps it up, saying if some dude in his 20s publicly calls himself a knight, then his skills are probably off the charts. Rabin's jaw drops, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he tries to wrap his head around it, then he blurts out, could he actually be stronger than you, Captain? The captain, cool as ever, just leans back with a knowing look, and casually drops, probably. Elsewhere, Eugene's red eyes blaze in the shadows as he replays the captain's entire conversation, recalling how he also spilled the beans about heading to Lord Terwin's castle, where a fresh dungeon might open up, a dungeon Eugene is definitely eyeing. A sly smirk creeps onto his face as he mentally notes, lucky me, I've got amazing hearing. So, being a knight actually means something, huh? His eyes narrow, a strategic gleam flashing within them, hoping this whole plan keeps paying off, but knowing he's got to step up his game and get ready for what's next. He was still lurking, listening to the mercenaries' chatter, and couldn't help but question the Terwin family's choices. Why hire these weaklings when they could get real power? Something was definitely off, why weren't they using their own elite forces? Suddenly, the mercenaries were on edge, their instincts screaming as he made his move. Stepping out of the shadows with a smirk, he dropped the bombshell. He was also heading to Lord Terwin's castle. With the full moon as his witness, he laid out his plan, same destination, so why not team up? Offering a hand in a bold move, he sealed the deal, wanna roll together? Rabin and the others were totally blindsided by his sudden appearance and offer, a literal golden shockwave hitting them. The leader, after a brief moment of stunned silence, quickly composed himself, though his inner monologue was all about how ridiculously handsome this guy was. Next stop, Martella, deep in enemy Terwin territory. Martella's streets were absolutely packed, a total change of pace from the wilderness. Through the throngs of people, he moved like a ghost, his hooded form just another shadow in the city. Good thing his night disguise was on point, because he was soaking up intel like a sponge on his way to the main event. But the real headache was what came next, and that problem just showed up, with a villager totally blowing his cover by yelling out his name. He'd done it. Just as commanded, he'd infiltrated the mercenary chatter, his power crackling with electric blue energy. Now, facing his spectral ally, he waited for the verdict. Did he get the intel? Was it useful? The tension was palpable. Mirian's voice dropped a bombshell, spilling the tea that Lord Terwin was on his last legs, literally about to kick the bucket. The old lord was practically on his deathbed, and get this, a brand new dungeon just popped up in his lands. This dungeon, a literal skull-faced gateway to riches, was a goldmine waiting for anyone brave enough to conquer it. But here's the kicker, the Terwin family was broke and troopeless, totally unable to even touch this treasure trove. A new dungeon? He pondered, his masked face a picture of intrigue, while the tiny, glowing Mirian hovered, ever present. But Mirian wasn't done, her glowing form insistent, demanding to know what would happen to the kid if Lord Terwin croaked, fearing he'd just be an orphan all over again the second they showed up. Eugene, navigating the chaotic town square, brushed off her worries, flat out saying it wasn't his problem. But Mirian wouldn't quit, her voice a persistent echo, pushing the grim question, what if the kid just got brutally offed by his own siblings? Eugene froze, his gaze locking onto a young man amidst the throng, Mirian's chilling words still ringing in his ears. The real reason Lord Terwin called Felid, she declared, was probably just to see his kid one last time before he bit the dust. He's locked in, eyes blazing, knowing that from this point on, his and Mirian's fates are about to take a wild, unpredictable turn. A soft thud echoes, as the crew keeps pushing forward. Finally, the massive Rose Castle, Lord Terwin's fortress, explodes into view, announcing their epic arrival. Its grand entrance, dripping with intricate designs, screams noble power, glowing under the morning sun. As they close in, the castle's sheer, mind-blowing scale hits them, its towers practically scraping the clouds. The young villager strides beside Eugene, their steps a quiet rhythm on the ancient stones. Mirian, absolutely blown away, shouts that it's way bigger than she ever imagined, then hypes Eugene up, telling him he's gotta climb the ranks and live in a castle like this himself. Eugene, however, shuts her down with a sharp whisper, telling her to cut the nonsense and get back in line, leaving the young villager utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a harsh voice slices through the quiet, barking at them to state their business. Eugene's gaze snaps up to an armored figure on a cart, whose presence instantly dominates the scene. The armored dude introduces himself as part of a mercenary crew from the Palin Company, then, with a smug grin, drops the bombshell, he's Kamara Terwin, the heir himself. Kamara, the big-shot eldest son of House Terwin, then cut straight to the chase, asking about their cargo, his eyes piercing and calculating. At the castle gates, a guard confirms their safe arrival, barking orders for his men to start unloading immediately. But then, the noble Kamara Terwin, spotting the mysterious hooded figure and his crew, cuts in, demanding to know who they are, and why they're not moving with the rest of the group. Cool as ice, Eugene steps forward, introducing himself as Jan Eugene, a knight, a declaration that clearly catches Kamara off guard. Kamara then zeroes in on the tiny, blue-haired Miriam, demanding to know who this child is, as the young villager, clearly knowing him, shouts his name, wondering what he's even doing there. The noble's imposing figure, draped in regal purple and gold, dominates the scene, his authority practically radiating, even with a squad of castle guards backing him up. But as Kamara speaks, a chillingly familiar voice cuts through Eugene's thoughts, a voice he instantly recognizes, making his glowing red eyes sharpen with an unsettling intensity. Kamara, clearly irritated by the young villager's outburst, snaps back, demanding to know how many times he has to say the same thing. His armored boot slams down with a resounding clang, as he declares, with absolute authority, that inspecting outsiders is his duty as the castle's guardian. The intricate rose clasp on his cape gleams, catching the light, a stark symbol of his powerful noble lineage. Eugene's mind races, confirming his recognition, a chilling thought echoing, how could he ever forget that voice? A sudden flashback hits, showing a gaunt, elderly man, Lord Terwin, trapped in a dark, confined space, the very man who first found Eugene when he was in hiding. The memory then flashes to the ruthless commander of the vampire hunting unit, who, alongside young Dorit, subjected him to unimaginable torment in his past. The chilling voice from his past ripped through him, and he was instantly overwhelmed, his face twisting in pure, unadulterated horror, caught in the grip of a nightmare he couldn't escape. Then, the name that had haunted his very soul was screamed into existence, Knight Verthel Terwin. And there he was, a towering figure in gleaming armor and a crimson cape, his blonde hair flowing, the very image of the tormentor who had scarred his past. Verthel Terwin, a total boss of a knight, is not messing around. He's staring down someone, demanding to know, what were you doing here? This is no ordinary dude, this is Vertel Terwin, the second son and a knight of House Terwin, and he's got that noble swagger down. He's got a cheeky grin, firing back, seriously. Am I supposed to report to you about everything I do, then dropping the mic with, you make it sound like you're the heir. Talk about a power play. The other guy quickly backpedals, sounding totally annoyed, dude, you know that's not what I meant. Back at the castle, Vertel and Felid are chilling when a mysterious cloaked figure rolls up, holding a super important looking letter. The shadowy messenger drops the bomb, it's a letter from Broadwin's chief GEV. Verthel's eyes go wide. Broadwin, he gasps, totally shocked, snatching the letter to see what's up. Felid, right there, is just as stunned, his face screaming, what in the world is going on? Verthel's deep in the letter, and Felid's practically climbing over him, whispering, ooh. Chief GEV. He's dying to know what's inside. Verthel's jaw drops, yelling, I can't believe it, as the news hits him like a truck, and Felid's right there, totally speechless. The letter's a total disaster report, mercenaries ambushed by wolves, all dead. Vertel then whips around to a young villager, his face intense, demanding, the kid you brought, is that the bastardized son? Huge reveal. A young man in a simple tunic, Felid, steps up with a huge grin, introducing himself. Then, with a casual vibe, he asks if the hooded figure is their new brother, spilling that they've been waiting for ages and their dad is super hyped to meet him. But Vertel Terwin, with his slick blonde hair, just scoffs, a harsh tch escaping him, his face twisting into a sneer as he barks orders for someone to grab the new guy, clean him up, and get him into some decent threads. Instantly, a bunch of servants and guards snap to attention with a sharp yes, sir, while Felid and another guard just look at each other, totally baffled by the sheer rudeness. Verthel's foot starts tapping, a clear sign of his impatience, his face locked in a furious glare, just waiting for his orders to be followed. But hold up. The hooded figure, Eugene, doesn't budge, his red eyes blazing under that mask, straight up demanding to talk about his reward first, then insisting he meets Sir Terwin face to face. Verthel's eyes ignite with a chilling blue glow, his jaw tightening, as he absolutely refuses, making it clear he won't let that happen. The air is thick with tension, and Verthel's red cape practically vibrates with his barely controlled rage. Outside the epic castle, the crisp air is thick with their intense standoff. Now by a horse-drawn cart with Felid and a guard, Vertel asks Eugene if he can't even wait a second, his voice dripping with impatience and a hint of menace. He then drops the bomb that their father isn't doing so hot right now, and tries to buy Eugene off with a pile of golden coins if he just bails. Eugene's crimson eyes blaze under his hood, remembering the voice that boasted about the effort it took to get him here. As Vertel Terwin's eye flashes with a chilling blue, his face contorting in a cold, calculating glare. He practically snarls, demanding Eugene repeat himself, then, with a venomous sneer, challenges his audacity, spitting, why not? But then Kamara Terwin, the eldest brother, smoothly steps in with a fake smile, suggesting they introduce their new brother to their father, casually asking what the big deal is about him seeing their dad for a bit. Vertel, however, just turns his back, waving off the idea like it's nothing, declaring their father can barely stay awake for an hour and there's no way they're letting some random stranger near him right now. Kamara's smile stretches into a mocking grin, as he taunts his brother, asking if he's going to control their father's schedule now too, his voice dripping with pure venom. Verthel's face remains stone cold, a silent beat hanging in the air as he processes the jab. Before he finally turns back to Eugene with a condescending wave, announcing that he won't be seeing their father, all thanks to his brother who's apparently obsessed with playing the heir. Kamara then slaps a hand on Eugene's shoulder, his smile stretching into a truly unsettling grin, telling him to please make it home safely with a chilling undertone. He then smoothly offers to show the new brother around, asking if they should check out the castle first, and Eugene, seeing no other option, just gives a weary, sure. Eugene's crimson eyes narrow, a cold, hard truth hitting him, they were never going to let him meet their father, not from the very beginning. Just as Kamara starts to lead Eugene away, a voice suddenly shouts, calling out to Vertel as second son Terwin, stopping them dead in their tracks. Just as things were about to get serious, a voice ripped through the air, and he froze, his hand shooting out, like, what in the world is going on now? Then, out of nowhere, Kamara Terwin just shows up, a whole mercenary tossed over his shoulder, like it's no big deal, dropping a casual, yo, there you are. Vertel, who was clearly on a mission to find his brother, was like, dude, I've been looking for you all over the place. Kamara just unloads the unconscious guy right at their feet, and Verthel's just standing there, totally baffled, like, wait, what just happened? Kamara, ever the pragmatist, explains that these guys were just mercenaries ripping off the villagers, and since they were basically just chilling instead of working, he decided to bring them in for a little re-education. He throws his hands up, like, see. These guys are literally the poster children for what not to do. Vertel, trying to keep his cool, admits he knows the deal, they were just temporary hires for the dungeon raid, after all. Verthel's like, alright, I'll deal with these mercs later, but with everyone staring, he quickly suggests they take this conversation indoors, and Eugene's just, yeah, sure, whatever. Before they could even step inside, Eugene spots someone and immediately asks, hold up, is that Sir Galfredic? Kamara, a little taken aback, confirms, yeah, I know him. He's a knight with a seriously bright future, you know. Kamara then spills the tea on Galfredic's insane resume, like how he snagged third place in the Evergrow Families tournament, and seriously, the guy's got monstrous strength and the skills to back it up. Seriously, that day, he just absolutely demolished over 1,000 of his rivals. Eugene, ever the keen observer, eyes the bearded man with suspicion, his thoughts racing, wondering what this guy's deal is, immediately connecting his presence to the buzz around the new dungeon. Even out here, miles from the capital, cracking open a dungeon is a massive flex, a legendary feat for any knight daring enough to try. But don't get it twisted, this isn't some walk in the park, dungeons are death traps, claiming countless lives, a brutal reality Sir Galfredic himself has faced. Partek, the mercenary leader, lays out his theory, Sir Galfredic's playing the long game, using this dungeon as a launchpad to snag a gig with a bigger, richer family, and Eugene just takes it all in, a silent "I see" escaping him. Then, Eugene pivots, his gaze sharp, calling out to Partek, demanding to know if his mission is finally wrapped up. The air crackles with tension as Eugene's eyes blaze crimson through his mask, a silent, then hanging heavy, promising something intense is about to go down. Elsewhere, Rabin, another mercenary, steps up to Eugene, straight up asking if he can be the next one to hire him. Under the eerie light of a full moon, a massive, ancient castle looms, a silent giant against the dark. Rabin, standing victorious over a pile of knocked-out bodies, shouts with pure determination, he's gonna crack this dungeon wide open, no matter what it takes. Vertel Terwin is in a serious bind, pacing his study, trying to figure out how to pull off his plan without just grabbing some random mercs off the street. Just as he's about to lose it, a soft knock breaks his focus, leaving him totally stumped on what to do next. When a servant bursts in, dropping the bombshell that Sir Eugene is here to see him. Vertel instantly recognizes the name, the knight who brought Felid back. He wastes no time, telling them to let him in. Another soft knock, and then Eugene, cloaked and mysterious, steps right into the study, getting a formal welcome from Vertel. Eugene cuts straight to the chase, telling him not to sweat Felid, because they've got his back and he's totally safe. Vertel gestures for him to take a seat, sweetening the deal with a promise of a huge reward from his dad once he's back on his feet. He then thanks Eugene profusely for that letter he got earlier, confessing it actually made him feel a whole lot better. Eugene just nods, but then drops the bomb, his real business is only with the big boss of the estate. He then reveals he was totally blindsided when some random third party jumped in, his eyes flashing with a subtle red glow as he makes his point. Vertel, picking up on the vibe, cuts to the chase, asking what Eugene really wants, like if he's just here for his dad's official stamp of approval, but Eugene's got a bigger offer on the table. Then, with an intense stare, Eugene lays down his ultimate demand, he's joining the dungeon raid, no questions asked. Vertel Terwin, cool as ice, subtly adjusts his cravat, his poker face firmly in place as he takes in the audacious demand. But then, Eugene, masked and mysterious, drops a casual, almost taunting, "Ah." And that's all it takes for Vertel to absolutely erupt in laughter, the sound echoing through the room. He's practically doubled over, admitting that this mysterious figure is way more interesting than he ever thought possible. The laughter dies down, replaced by a thoughtful as Vertel starts to process the sheer audacity of it all. A smirk spreading across his face as he challenges the masked man, asking if this knight, who took down 5 robbers, is just trying to boost his reputation by joining a dungeon raid. He leans in, his expression turning serious, demanding a solid reason why he should even consider this wild proposal. But Eugene just casually turns his head, a sly smirk hinting beneath his mask, coolly declaring that his involvement isn't a request, it's an offer. One that won't cause any trouble, leaving Vertel to demand, "What do you mean?" Eugene then drops his bombshell, for opening a dungeon, he'll only take a measly 100 silver muns and half the loot, excluding the mana stones. Talk about a lowball. Vertel admits it's a good deal, but his suspicion is palpable, questioning why anyone would ask for so little in this economy, then throws the ball back in Eugene's court, "So, do you like it or not?" With a confident, almost chilling smirk, Eugene fires back, making it crystal clear that he's not the one backed into a corner right now. Vertel Terwin is on the edge of his seat, hearing about a new proposal, and he's totally confused, like, what's the deal? The voice lays out the deal, if the dungeon raid is a success, it's 100 silver coins for him and his crew, plus half the loot, but no mana crystals. Seriously, no mana crystals? Verthel's mind is racing, this offer is too good, but also way under market value, which is super sus, and then he's hit with the direct question, "So, you in or out?" He's thinking about the knight's code, how they live and die for honor, and this guy, with his worn gear, looks like a lone wolf knight, no fancy house behind him. A gleaming knight, a symbol of pure honor, stands tall, showing that for this guy, it's all about honor, not the cash. Verthel's still deep in thought, piecing together everything he's heard, his face a mask of contemplation. Meanwhile, Eugene, with his creepy mask and glowing red eyes, reaches out, a super smug grin spreading across his face. Verthel's eyes pop open, like he just figured something huge out, and it's hitting him hard. Eugene gets right up in his face, a dark, shadowy vibe radiating off him, totally dominating the scene over Vertel. Eugene's got this massive, smug grin, thinking, yeah, this guy knows how to play the game, and he's definitely not like those other meathead knights. Vertel finally gives in, saying, alright, fine, and that there's no way he's passing up this deal. The deal is sealed. A hand reaches out, recognizing the incredible opportunity, and the speaker can't wait to team up with Sir Eugene. Eugene, ever the strategist behind his mask, lays out the cold, hard truth: mana crystals are a pain to purify, and the fees are through the roof. But here's the game changer: byproducts. They're pure profit, no purification needed. He's even got a trading company ready to go. A sly advisor grins, whispering the easy way out: just tell them you're only taking the byproducts. Meanwhile, Vertel Terwin looks less than thrilled, clearly not amused by the maneuvering. The advisor confidently declares that Sir Kamara is trapped, forced to accept the deal, his hand making a decisive gesture. Vertel, his hand tightening on his sword, scoffs, calling the whole thing ridiculous, as the discussion abruptly pivots to the dungeon subjugation party. He demands to know if they're seriously adding a new member to the subjugation party now. A red-haired knight looks shocked, and Vertel can't help but comment on the desperate, last-ditch effort. Verthel's voice turns ice-cold, warning them that a dungeon is not a playground for kids. He stresses that even a moment of weakness means being left for dead, his sword practically vibrating with the truth of his words. With his hand still on his blade, he drives the point home, declaring the dungeon a brutal realm where only life and death hold sway. He flat-out refuses to let some half-baked amateur mess up their mission, and since his brother recruited this new knight, he's got zero expectations for them. The red-haired knight, looking serious, explains that his brother has beef with the local nobles, and his network isn't exactly huge. Vertel, a sly grin spreading across his face, tells the red-haired knight to deliver the bad news himself if things go south, leaving the other knight utterly bewildered as to why he's stuck with that job. Vertel Terwin, ever the diplomat, apologizes to his red-haired companion for the wait, casually mentioning he was just chatting with his brand new knight. Then, with a dramatic flair, he drops the bombshell: this is the knight joining their dungeon subjugation party. And who is this mysterious new player? None other than Knight Jan Eugene, making quite the entrance from the ground up. Eugene rises, his dark cloak swirling dramatically, surrounded by his crew, instantly owning the room. That's right, folks, he's not alone, his entire mercenary band is right there with him. Vertel eyes the masked knight, a flicker of recognition in his gaze, realizing this is the same guy from earlier, now leading his own mercenary crew. But Kamara isn't buying it, his voice dripping with doubt, flat-out refusing to accept someone with such a mysterious past and unproven abilities. Kamara presses on about Eugene's mysterious past, but Vertel isn't having it, swiftly stepping in to guarantee the masked knight's raw skill. Vertel then pivots, dropping a hint to Eugene, mentioning a notorious bandit group that's been wreaking havoc on the territory's borders. He presses on, reminding Eugene about those bandits, the absolute nightmare crew that had been giving them so much grief. Eugene's hand flashes, a short sword appearing as if from nowhere, a silent declaration of his undeniable skills. Vertel delivers his final verdict, his voice ringing with conviction, that Eugene is absolutely more than good enough, a burst of energy emphasizing his point. A massive weapon comes crashing down, but in a blur of motion, Eugene pulls off an insane dodge, barely escaping the impact with a quick, ah, of pure adrenaline. That huge weapon, probably a hammer or axe, just obliterates the ground, sparking like crazy right where he was standing. He's still moving like lightning. Eugene just glides out of the blast zone, his cloak a dark whirlwind. That massive weapon is still stuck deep in the floor, showing just how much power he dodged. Back to Kamara, and he's got this sly smirk on his face, his reddish-brown hair looking epic as he totally scopes out the action. Cut to a fancy hall, and Kamara's just chilling with his foot on the table, while Vertel and Eugene are standing there, Eugene looking totally unfazed by the drama. Verthel's like, oh, wow, and then he's all apologetic, trying to smooth things over for his brother's totally rude first impression. But Kamara's still not buying it, giving Eugene the side eye and basically calling him a pampered kid. His face gets super intense, and he straight up challenges Eugene to show what he's got. Night descends on the castle, and you just know things are about to go down. Inside the castle, a huge crowd is hyped as a fiery explosion goes off, and then the epic announcement drops: Sir Galfredic is challenging someone to a duel. In the dark alleys of a town, a savage attack goes down, a massive figure absolutely clobbering a smaller one, and you can practically hear the agony. But elsewhere, the hype is real in a massive arena, where a buzzing crowd is absolutely losing it, all of them whispering, dude, we gotta see how epic this knight, the one who snagged third place in the tournament, really is. The whispers intensify, painting a picture of pure power. Seriously, they're saying this guy is so ridiculously strong, he can rip monsters to shreds with his bare hands. Is he even human? Every eye in the arena snaps to the other side, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air: who in their right mind would even dare to face this absolute beast? Cut to Eugene, looking absolutely ready to throw down, his dark hair framing a mysterious black mask, those piercing crimson eyes locked on his target. And then there's Vertel Turwin, flashing a cocky grin, his fiery red hair practically screaming confidence against his dark armor. He's basically radiating pure, unadulterated power. Then, with a slick, metallic shing sound, he whips out his sword, the blade practically blinding with its shine under the arena lights. Those piercing blue eyes, sharp as a razor, glare out from behind his sword. He's absolutely hyped for the fight about to drop. Eugene, meanwhile, is a statue of calm, his masked face giving absolutely nothing away, just pure, unshakable composure. He takes a quick side-eye, maybe checking out the crowd or just getting his head in the game, then snaps his focus back to the main event. And there they are, finally, squaring off in the arena, the air practically crackling with insane tension. This epic showdown is about to go down. Then, the announcer, a dude with a killer mustache, throws his hand up high, his voice absolutely booming across the arena as he shouts, "Ready?" The arena erupts as the duel ignites. Vertel Turwin, a whirlwind of raw power, slams his colossal weapon down, sending shockwaves across the ground. And just like that, his masked adversary is sent flying, barely able to withstand the initial onslaught. But Eugene is no pushover, his blade flashes, meeting Verthel's with a blinding explosion of sparks, a counterattack already in motion. Still, the sheer power of Verthel's attack sends him stumbling, his mask barely clinging on as he's driven back. Another devastating strike comes down, and he barely gets his blade up in time, the clash igniting the air with sparks. He's on the ropes, reeling from the onslaught, Verthel's relentless, sweeping attacks pushing him further and further back. Vertel, completely in control, flashes a cocky grin, taunting his foe with an open hand, daring him to fight back. Then, a brutal hit connects, ripping his mask aside and exposing a terrifying glimpse of his glowing red eye. And with a final, earth-shattering strike, he's launched across the arena, smashing into the stone wall with a violent explosion of sparks and rubble. He slumps down the shattered wall, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake, the air still crackling with residual power. Meanwhile, in the stands, a blonde knight shouts, "Sir Eugene is dominating. Sir Galfredic is getting absolutely clobbered." But his bearded companion, ever the contrarian, retorts, "Clobbered? Nah, he's just playing mind games, feeling out his opponent." The bearded man, with a smug expression, doubles down on his theory, insisting that Sir Galfredic is just letting his guard down on purpose. He's still on the defensive, sparks flying as Vertel Turwin unleashes a brutal, non-stop barrage of sword strikes. Verthel's blade is a whirlwind of destruction, and Eugene is barely keeping up, his defenses pushed to the absolute limit. Every hit is a shockwave, but Eugene is still analyzing, thinking, his swordsmanship is way rougher than I thought. There's no rhyme or reason to his attacks, it's pure chaos. Eugene can't get a read on him because he's just not a refined fighter. Verthel's wild, sweeping attacks keep Eugene on the ropes, but the masked warrior sees it now. This guy fights like he was raised by wolves. A slight movement in his posture reveals his thoughts, confirming his earlier read on the knight's raw, untamed fighting style. With another explosive clash, Eugene drops a verbal bomb. "You call yourself a knight? That's a total lie, isn't it?" As Eugene's blade arcs with golden energy, the mercenary is analyzing his opponent's every move, thinking he's got the wild, untamed vibe of someone who grew up fighting for survival, exactly as he'd guessed. A wide, confident grin spreads across his face, and he's totally taunting, "Dude, you being a knight was a total lie, right?" The mercenary's mind is racing, totally breaking down his opponent's raw, unrefined technique, calling it rootless swordsmanship, a sloppy stance. He's really laying it on thick, his eyes practically burning red. "You've never properly trained, you just brute force everything with your physical abilities. And don't even try to tell me swordsmanship isn't everything to a knight," he sneers, clearly enjoying himself. But even while he's running his mouth, he's like, "Still, a few hits and you can usually tell what's up." Eugene, though, is done with the chatter, unleashing a lightning-fast low strike that makes the mercenary shout, "Man, you talk too much." With a defiant smirk, the mercenary throws down the gauntlet, "Beat me, and I'll actually shut my mouth." Eugene's crimson eyes narrow, his blade a golden blur as he just keeps coming, forcing the mercenary into a desperate, clanging parry. That hit sends a shockwave right through the mercenary's arm, a pained grunt ripping from him as he barely holds his ground against the vampire's absolutely brutal efficiency. Absolutely relentless, Eugene closes the distance again, his hand locked onto his sword, ready to deliver the finishing blow. His blade flashes, a streak of pure, destructive energy, absolutely tearing up the ground and sending debris everywhere as it slams into its target. The fight was far from over, and Eugene was forced to react instantly, as a blur of red hair and steel came crashing down, demanding his full attention. Then, a blinding flash. Steel met steel with an explosive impact, showering the arena in a storm of fiery sparks. But Eugene, now masked and his eyes burning with a terrifying red glow, unleashed his own devastating counter, his sword a blur of raw power and blinding light. But the red-haired warrior was relentless, spinning into a whirlwind of destruction, her blade a dark streak of death tearing through everything in its path. The sheer power of her blow was insane, a vertical beam of pure destruction slamming down. The ground couldn't handle it, as her attack just kept on going, tearing through the very earth. And then, boom! The entire area exploded, debris flying everywhere from the sheer force of her attack. Meanwhile, Rabin, with that smug grin of his, could only watch the carnage and wonder if his rival had finally been taken out. The ground was wrecked, and a hammer lay abandoned, a clear sign of the brutal fight that just went down. But Eugene wasn't out yet. His masked face was stone cold, his eyes blazing red, as he snarled, demanding to know who dared to interrupt his fight. No time to think. The red-haired warrior was already on him again, her blade flashing, ready to strike him down. Another earth-shattering impact, as the relentless assault just kept coming, tearing up the battlefield. Eugene's blade is a blur, slamming into his opponent's weapon with explosive force, sending a shower of sparks everywhere as the red-haired combatant barely manages to block. But she's not backing down, unleashing a brutal counterattack, shoving him back with raw power and thinking, he learns fast. Another earth-shattering blow rocks the entire area, the sheer power on display is insane. She's relentless, following up with a lightning-fast kick, smashing into his side and sending him flying. But Eugene is a beast, recovering instantly, unleashing a counterpunch that makes her eyes go wide as she barely blocks it. His punch explodes with a blinding flash, pure power radiating from the impact point. Another massive impact rocks the scene, these two are going all out, tearing the place apart. She finds an opening, and bam! She throws Eugene like a ragdoll, sending him flying. Her face twists in a grimace as she stares him down, a mix of frustration and respect burning in her eyes. He hits the ground hard, but even as she looms over him, ready to finish it, you can tell he's not out yet. Her attack slams into the ground right next to him, sending a massive explosion of rock and dust everywhere. She glares down at him, utterly baffled, his build is smaller than mine, how can he have such strength? Even as he dominated, the red-haired combatant had to admit, the sheer, unbridled power of his foe was on another level. But don't get it twisted, he was the veteran here, slamming a powerful fist down with a brutal wham. In a flash, he locked down Eugene's arm, shattering his guard and leaving him wide open. And just like that, Eugene was sent flying, a human projectile tearing through the air with a violent whoosh. He didn't let up for a second, closing the gap and unleashing another devastating punch, a wild grin plastered on his face. Eugene hit the dirt hard, his mask knocked sideways, but those eyes, still burning with defiance. No time to breathe. Another brutal kick sent him flying, scraping across the ground like a ragdoll. He was just a blur of pain, being dragged across the battlefield, leaving a trench of destruction in his wake. But even as he was torn apart, Eugene's eyes blazed crimson, a silent promise of vengeance burning within him. The red-haired combatant unleashed a relentless combo, a rapid-fire assault of punches, but Eugene just kept taking it, refusing to fall. He watched, bewildered. Eugene's moves were sloppy, but his insane ability to adapt and survive, fueled by pure instinct, was mind-blowing. Eugene stared back, eyes blazing, leaving his attacker utterly stumped, wondering, seriously, where did this guy even come from? The red-haired combatant could only gasp, utterly defeated, the words ripped from his throat, "This is my loss." The very air warped and screamed around him, as Eugene unleashed a blinding flurry of attacks, a dark, unstoppable force. He was a living, breathing hurricane of power, his crimson eyes burning like embers as he ripped apart everything in his path, sending a storm of rubble flying. Every single move was a brutal display of his unleashed power, a non-stop barrage that absolutely crushed any hope of a comeback. The very earth beneath them exploded with every hit, a thunderous symphony of destruction tearing through the night. Buildings groaned and then shattered, they just couldn't handle the sheer power, crumbling into nothing but dust and debris. And then, as the dust finally settled, Eugene stood there, the absolute, undeniable champion of this insane battle. His red-haired rival was completely out cold on the ground, totally defeated, a brutal trophy of Eugene's insane strength. A guy in the crowd, his voice shaking with pure shock, could barely get the words out, "The winner is." As Eugene spun around, his dark cloak whipping dramatically, the guy finally screamed it out, "Knight Jan Eugene." A massive gasp tore through the stunned crowd, their faces a wild mix of terror and awe at the sheer power they'd just seen. The crowd absolutely erupted in whispers, some yelling, "What the hell is up with that knight? He's insanely strong," while others were just baffled, "Jan Eugene. Never heard that name before." The crowd is absolutely losing it, screaming in disbelief and awe. One guy is practically shouting, "Did you guys see that? The very ground is absolutely wrecked, showing the sheer power that just went down, and this dude is already calling the winner our knight." Talk about jumping on the bandwagon. And just like that, in a cloud of dust and rubble, the red-haired fighter is down. Absolutely wrecked, body broken, spirit crushed. His eyes are bugging out, filled with pure shock and agony, as the reality of his total wipeout sinks in. That last, bone-shattering hit just rocked the arena, and that was all she wrote for the red-haired dude. And there he stands, the masked enigma, Jan Eugene, towering over his fallen foe, as the entire crowd, even the big shots like Kamara Terwin and Sir Galfredic, are just frozen in awe. Rewind a sec. The red-haired fighter was going all out, pushing his limits, a desperate red energy practically exploding from him. But the masked champ? He just watched, cool as ice, his dark silhouette a total opposite to the fiery chaos, every move already planned. And now, the announcer's voice just shakes the stadium, screaming, "All right, everyone, get ready to lose your minds for the winner of this epic night." Boom. Eugene just shut down the red-haired fighter's last-ditch effort, twisting his arm and dropping a knockout punch that sent him flying. The impact was just insane, a final, earth-shattering hit that locked in the win. And with the masked warrior standing victorious over his defeated opponent, the crowd absolutely explodes, chanting his name, their voices shaking the very foundations of the arena, Jan Eugene. Jan Eugene. Boom. The crowd erupts, chanting his name as Jan Eugene stands tall, his blonde hair a beacon of victory. His eyes, blazing with an electric blue energy, show the sheer intensity of his power, a force to be reckoned with. After the epic showdown, the spoils of victory are laid out, a feast fit for a champion, signaling a new era. And just like that, everything changed. People's minds were blown, everyone asking, who is this guy? It's Sir Jan Eugene, the capable knight. But the drama isn't over. The red-haired combatant, still reeling from his defeat, can't help but poke fun, asking if Eugene got any sleep after their epic battle. Sir Galfredic, ever the observant one, can't help but laugh, pointing out Eugene's stubborn refusal of all the perks. The red-haired combatant shouts his name, and Eugene, ever the professional, asks if he's needed. A smirk plays on his lips as he takes it all in, definitely enjoying this new turn of events. The red-haired combatant, still practically glued to Eugene, shouts about his friend and comrade in arms, Sir Jan Eugene, as Sir Galfredic tries to pry him off. Still whining about his aching face, he dramatically points to his bruises, claiming he couldn't sleep a wink. Eugene, completely unfazed, asks if he wants another beating, then, out of nowhere, suggests a sparring match. Meanwhile, Sir Galfredic just shakes his head, realizing Eugene couldn't care less about titles. Meanwhile, the ever-scheming Kamara and Vertel Terwin watch from their luxurious perch, their faces giving nothing away as they plot their next move. A massive feast, fit for a king, is laid out before him, a stark reminder of his new, unwanted fame. As he takes his seat at the extravagant table, Sir Galfredic steps forward, declaring they're following Lord Kamara Terwin's direct orders, and that he's personally in charge of every single meal. This over-the-top attention is supposedly crucial for him to eat and rest properly, all so he can open the dungeon. Sir Galfredic even tries to play sommelier, offering wine recommendations if he'd just share his preferences, as Mirian hovers nearby, clearly enjoying the show. Mirian, ever the cheeky spirit, points out that even vampires can't claim they don't need food, and warns him he might get a stomachache from all this, and he just deadpans his acceptance, secretly finding her antics hilarious. But he's had enough of the pampering, firmly declaring that from now on, he'll handle his own meals, and everyone needs to get out. Sir Galfredic looks stunned, but he's not backing down, ordering him to deliver the message directly to Sir Kamara. Finally alone, he lets out a frustrated sigh, preferring solitude, a preference he'd cultivated for over a decade, hidden deep in the mountains. He knows he's getting what he wanted, with his doubters finally dropping their suspicions, but he's still not used to the endless crowds constantly surrounding him. This is exactly what he wanted, but even after days of it, he still can't stand the constant swarm of people. Suddenly, the red-haired combatant steps up, taunting him, saying he looks like he's begging for another beating, and he fires back, declaring that they'll never know until their blades clash. His foot slams down with a powerful thud, a clear declaration that he's ready for whatever comes next. Eugene's face, usually stoic, cracks into a subtle, almost chilling smile, his red eyes gleaming with an intensity that promises chaos. The red-haired combatant doesn't hold back, calling out to him directly, and the entire crowd of nobles and knights freezes, their eyes glued to the brewing confrontation. But Eugene isn't backing down, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade, throwing back a loaded question, a polite inquiry that's anything but. Under a chilling full moon, a desperate voice screams for mercy, for their very life. Before a gut-wrenching scream of agony tears through the silence, as a figure lies battered and bloody on the ground, humbly apologizing to their unseen master. A frustrated few escapes the Lord, who harshly points out that if his subordinate had just done their damn job right, none of this would be happening, lambasting them for their blindness and for delegating his crucial orders. Kamara Terwin, the blonde knight, stands tall in his gleaming armor, his voice dripping with fury as he rages that if that brat in the village had just been eliminated, the terrifying red-eyed knight would never have shown up at Rose Castle, completely derailing his master plan. His piercing blue eye flares with a terrifying glow, burning with rage that his grand schemes have been utterly shattered. With a contemptuous, "Ha," Kamara admits the mercenary crew was usually on point, but quickly dismisses them as pathetic riffraff, who got absolutely annihilated by a mere pack of black wolves. Then, in a flash of pure fury, he backhands a young villager across the face with a sickening quack, snarling if his eyes are just for show. Kamara's eyes blaze with an eerie blue glow as he coldly states that if his subordinates are utterly useless, he might as well just rip their eyes out himself. A gleaming blade flashes, inches from the young villager's terrified eye, tears streaming down his face in pure horror, as the chilling threat hangs in the air, punctuated by a dramatic. The other subordinates flinch back in absolute terror, their faces twisted in pure horror, as they watch their lord's savage fury unfold. The blade clangs onto the blood-soaked floor, leaving the young villager's fate hanging by a thread. Kamara Terwin, absolutely fuming, racks his brain for a solution, realizing he's in a tight spot and can't just openly off someone who's already inside the castle walls. Then, a sinister light flashes in his eyes, as a brilliant, albeit dark, idea hits him: this is the only way. He grins, thinking about the perfect scheme, a method that will make the body disappear without a trace, nice and clean. Elsewhere, the young villager is still sprawled on the floor, beaten and broken, a grim testament to Kamara's brutal temper. But he's not alone. Eugene is there, lurking in the darkness, his eye burning with an electric blue glow, taking in every single detail. Chapter 10 kicks off with a bombshell. Sir Verthel is sending someone into a dungeon, and it's all connected to the chaos happening right now. Verthel Terwin, with his signature mask and piercing red eyes, turns to his companion, ready to drop some serious truth bombs. He challenges his companion, asking if they grasp the gravity of the situation, then drops a bombshell: he didn't even want to be here. Felid, looking absolutely crushed, can only think one thing: he's being sent to his death. He remembers the whole mercenary fiasco, those guys who got wiped out by black wolves heading to the village, and suddenly, it all clicks into place. The horrifying truth hits him: those third-rate mercenaries were probably sent by one of his own brothers, a betrayal that cuts deep. Verthel then confirms his worst fears, flat out telling Felid that they never wanted him to reach the castle alive, exposing the shocking betrayal. A chilling demand rips through the silence as Eugene's voice booms, forcing Felid Terwin's eye to snap open in pure terror. Felid's face twists in sheer terror, his eyes locked on the menacing presence looming over him. Eugene presses on, a cold reminder that Felid is 16, past his coming of age, free from any guardian's consent, free to forge his own destiny. A terrifying crimson glow emanates from his eye as he lays out the brutal options: Felid can just give up, hold his breath, and wait for death to claim him. A wicked, predatory grin stretches across Eugene's face, his voice a venomous whisper: or he can fight, claw, and struggle until his very last breath. The suffocating tension of that dark encounter dissolves, as the world shifts to a new, uncertain day. Fast forward to the dungeon opening. A squad of hardened mercenaries stands ready, and the red-haired combatant kicks off the briefing, laying out the undeniable peril they're about to face. He breaks down the monster intel: low rankers are probably goblins or kobolds, mid-rankers could be trolls or giant spiders, but he warns that high-rank monsters are a total wild card. Then, the mercenary leader lays down the law, stating their core mission: punch through to the mid-rank monster zone, but if a high-ranker shows up, it's an immediate, no questions asked retreat. The red-haired combatant chimes in, confirming they'll scout for burrows first, and the merchant, clearly thrilled to be just a porter, nervously asks if he's finally safe from getting sliced. Meanwhile, another mercenary, casually leaning against a tree, spills his secret plan: he's faking an injury and chilling in the back once the easy monsters are dealt with. The mercenary crew is gearing up for a dungeon raid, but one armored dude is already questioning the whole mission, asking why they should risk their lives for chump change when these first-time raids are brutal and the pay sucks. Another mercenary, with brown hair, starts to casually suggest they just ditch their comrades if things get hairy, but gets instantly shut down by an annoyed voice. Suddenly, a blonde-haired knight, Verthel, storms in, his blue eyes blazing as he cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if Felid is here. His crew quickly confirms it, and Verthel doubles down on his question, absolutely sure he'd assigned Felid to this spot. One of the mercenaries, probably the one Verthel was grilling, nervously asks if he's talking about the kid over there. And there he is. Felid is spotted offering a snack to the mysterious hooded figure, Eugene, who just calmly accepts it with an "all right," while Felid wishes him a safe trip back. From afar, Verthel watches the whole thing, his face twisted in pure disgust, muttering about Felid hanging out with some lowborn, uncivilized wretch. Eugene's massive boot looms next to Felid's smaller foot, a silent, intimidating presence as the hooded figure stares down at the younger man. Then, Verthel storms up to Felid, his voice dripping with accusation, demanding to know if he's already forgotten his orders. Felid visibly flinches, his face showing pure panic as Verthel barks at him to grab his pack and get to his assigned spot, now. Verthel grabs Felid, his grip tight, calling him a brat and demanding to know if he's even listening. Right in Felid's face, Verthel screams, asking if the kid's gone completely deaf. Verthel's voice absolutely snaps through the tension, barking at Felid to get back to his position, like, right now. But before he can even think about touching the kid, Eugene's hand is already there, a lightning-fast block that stops Verthel cold. Verthel is absolutely livid, his face twisting in pure rage and disbelief, ranting about how insane it is to send a kid who only knows kitchen knives into a dungeon. But Eugene. He's totally unfazed, his glowing red eyes locked on Verthel as he coolly asks if the guy's lost his marbles. With a vice-like grip on Verthel's arm, Eugene just brushes off his words as disrespectful, declaring his only goal is to make his little brother a powerhouse. Verthel's face is a mask of pure fury, his blue eyes practically blazing with power, as he spits out a demand for Eugene to remember who he's talking to. Eugene's grip doesn't budge, his voice a low, dangerous rumble, telling Verthel he's got no right to yank Felid around like some toy. Verthel's heavy boot is planted, a clear sign of his defiance, as he fires back that Eugene's the one who needs a reality check. Eugene then shifts his intense gaze to Felid, who's practically shrinking, and drops a bombshell: the kid became his servant yesterday. Felid's jaw drops. With all eyes on them, the other mercenaries hanging on every word, Eugene throws down the gauntlet, daring anyone to deny his claim, leaving Verthel absolutely speechless. The red-haired mercenary, along with the others, is hanging on Eugene's every word as he lays down the law, declaring their bond is stronger than family, and if anyone so much as touches Felid, it's a fight with him. Eugene gets right in Verthel's face, practically nose to nose, his voice a chilling whisper, daring him to lightly loosen up his body if he's feeling brave enough. Eugene's hand is on his sword, a clear warning shot, as he tells Verthel to get ready for what's coming in the dungeon. Verthel is absolutely fuming, his face twisted in shock and rage, screaming about who gave Eugene the right to pull a move like that. The entire mercenary crew, including Felid, is locked in, watching Verthel go off on Eugene, demanding to know how he could just snatch up another family's kid like it's nothing. Verthel keeps going, claiming Eugene is totally messing up Felid's future, but then he weirdly says he feels good about this dungeon, probably because his crew isn't just knights by title, they're the real deal. Verthel's face twists into a nasty sneer, as he brings up Eugene and Sir Galfredic's epic duel, admitting they've got some serious moves. Then he throws out a sarcastic jab, asking how long it'd take him to hit that level, before just cackling, saying it'd take a whole other lifetime, his eyes burning with pure disdain for those bastards. But Eugene doesn't even flinch, dropping a bombshell that he'd totally trust his own brother to Sir Eugene, and Verthel's jaw practically hits the floor. Verthel quickly pulls himself together, firing back that Felid's already 16 and done with his coming-of-age ceremony, basically saying he's old enough to handle himself. Then, with an intense stare, he throws out the question: shouldn't an adult be able to forge their own destiny? But the harsh reality hits hard: Felid is just prey, and when the weak become targets, survival is a brutal uphill battle. Even if they try to disappear, the beast will hunt them down without mercy, going straight for the kill. Eugene drops his ultimate, ice-cold wisdom on the whole crowd: if you can't get strong by yourself, then you better form a pack. Then, with a smirk, he offers to show them his studies and asks if they can even read. He just dropped a truth bomb, laying out the brutal reality that the weak only survive in numbers, and right on cue, a report confirms the coast is clear. Verthel Terwin, flanked by the red-haired combatant and Eugene, confidently declared that the perimeter was secure, no rogue monsters from the dungeon had slipped through. Green light. The red-haired combatant gave the go-ahead, clearing them to breach the dungeon, and Eugene, ever the pragmatist, just said, "All right, let's do this." The order ripped through the air, a unified roar to crack open the dungeon. Its shadowy depths beckoned. A wave of raw determination hit, pushing the squad forward, their forms swallowed by the dungeon's eerie glow as they plunged into the abyss. Before they dove in, the red-haired combatant dropped one last, chilling truth bomb: your lives are in your own hands. A brutal reminder to the nervous crowd. Verthel Terwin, face set in stone, tightened his grip on his weapon, braced for the hell that awaited them. A thunderous advance ripped through the air, and the squad plunged headfirst into the dungeon's glowing maw. Eugene and the red-haired combatant, right there with the rest, vanished into the dungeon's pulsating blue glow. The dungeon's entrance throbbed with an otherworldly blue glow, devouring the final adventurers into its depths. Back outside, the merchant waved off the young villager, promising to link up in 4 days, but the villager, clearly stressed, yelled, "Sir Eugene, watch your back." The dungeon's blue light kept burning bright, as a quiet plea went out: may the heavens protect them. The cavern erupts with a monstrous roar, then a sickening gurgle. As desperate screams tear through the darkness, ending with a brutal, bone-jarring thud. Suddenly, a colossal, blood-soaked blade flashes, tearing through the horde of green-skinned monsters, sending them flying. Goblins shriek in terror as a lone warrior in light armor moves like a blur, cutting down enemies with ruthless efficiency. But the fight is far from over. A young villager lies broken and bleeding, gasping for air, his face a mask of agony. His desperate cry for help echoes, and then, a mysterious blue light begins to pulse from the shadows. Too late for the red-haired combatant. A blinding blue blade streaks past him, leaving a trail of pure energy in its wake. The dark-haired hero, now fully in the fray, unleashes a devastating blow. Against all odds, the young villager is alive. He roars at his disorganized allies, "You fucking idiots. Stay in formation, dumbass." But the red-haired combatant isn't so lucky. He screams in pure agony as blood erupts from his face. Still, he pushes through the pain, barking orders to his archers to defend the ceiling, even as the chaos threatens to overwhelm him. The battle rages on. Knights are going all out, spears and swords clashing against the green-skinned horde, sparks flying with every hit. A goblin screams, as a spear skewers it, but there are just too many. The defenders are screaming, trying to keep them out. Captain Partek, the mercenary leader, is roaring orders, trying to keep his guys in line against this insane wave of monsters. Another goblin bites the dust, but the fear is real. One knight is already freaking out, thinking this is the end. One knight is totally losing it, screaming in terror and regretting every life choice that led him to this dungeon. He's totally panicking, thinking only of escape, desperate to get out and wondering if he should just bolt for the entrance. And the goblins just keep coming, their glowing red eyes burning through the dark as they surge forward relentlessly. That moment of hesitation cost him everything, as a goblin pounces, taking the knight down with a savage hit. But just as the knight was about to be dragged off, the red-haired combatant swoops in, grabbing him by the collar and practically yelling, "Did you seriously think you wouldn't run into monsters by running away?" With an intense stare, the red-haired combatant barks at him to get it together. He lays down the law, telling him straight up that the only way they survive this hellhole is by sticking together. Then, with a powerful shove, he screams at the knight to get back to his post, no questions asked. The battle raged. Steel clashed, monsters roared, and at the heart of the chaos, a red-haired warrior stood, coolly assessing the desperate fight against a goblin horde. He scoffed, his blue eyes burning with pure frustration. These hastily assembled mercenaries were a joke, and he couldn't believe he had to conquer this dungeon with such a pathetic crew. But then, Sir Galfredic's voice sliced through the noise, a desperate warning that more enemies were swarming in. The knight was practically screaming that monsters were attacking from behind, forcing them into a desperate two-pronged defense. Eugene didn't even flinch, instantly declaring he'd handle the rear, but before he could fully move, a panicked "Wait, Sir Eugene," echoed behind him. Sir Galfredic lunged, grabbing his arm, shouting that a solo charge was pure suicide. But Eugene wasn't listening. He ripped free, his boots pounding a frantic rhythm as he vanished into the suffocating darkness of a tight tunnel. He kept on sprinting, deeper into the abyss, his fiery red hair a blur as he tore through the darkness. Then, his eyes snapped wide open in shock, a gasp escaping him as he saw something totally unexpected. Right in front of him, the ground began to churn with dark, ominous energy, a terrifying vortex blocking his way. And nearby, a colossal, jagged chunk of rock lay utterly destroyed, a clear sign of some insane, recent destruction. Without missing a beat, Eugene roared at the blonde knight, Partek, ordering him to follow and guard his back, a command Partek instantly snapped to. Down in the murky depths, a blonde knight was absolutely tearing through a horde of those nasty green monsters, his blade a total whirlwind. But Eugene. He was already gone, blasting through monsters like they were nothing, leaving a path of destruction behind him, and he couldn't help but wonder just how fast he'd moved in that blink of an eye. His signature crimson eyes, momentarily blazing with an electric blue shock, popped open as he processed his own insane velocity. After absolutely annihilating the monsters at the intersection, he just casually pulled out this super cool glowing blue flower he'd snagged from a hidden spot. Partek, the mercenary captain, just stared, totally blown away and confused, thinking, seriously? He doesn't even know what glowgrass is, but he's this powerful. With dead monsters piled up around them, all thanks to Eugene's effortless takedown, Partek was just reeling, how in the world is this guy so ridiculously strong? But Eugene just kept on moving, totally unfazed, pushing deeper into the shadowy, waterlogged passage, and that cool glowing flower he found. It was already shriveling up in his hand. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries were getting absolutely wrecked, with several of them sprawled out, seriously hurt, one guy even whimpering, "Oh God, I'm totally gonna die." It was a total bloodbath, with dead monsters everywhere and injured guys screaming, as someone yelled for medics, because the bleeding was seriously bad. Finally, Partek and another mercenary managed to catch up to Eugene, announcing they'd grabbed all the mana crystals and asking what the plan was. Eugene just held up a glowing blue mana crystal, thinking, seriously? We killed this many, and this is all we get? He was not impressed. He's checking out these fresh mana crystals, and whoa, they're blue. Totally different from that epic red one he snagged from the roamer before. Suddenly, a tiny, glowing spirit pops up, chiming in on the crystal size, totally underwhelmed by these smaller, less impressive gems. The spirit drops some knowledge, crystal quality equals monster power, plain and simple. Then she hits him with the big question, do wild roamers usually drop bigger crystals? She lays out the facts, dungeon monsters turn into roamers if they bail, but that doesn't mean bigger crystals. She brings up that giant alligator he devoured, reminding him that those super strong roamers are practically mythical. He's still thinking about that alligator's insane power, a beast so strong it actually tried to take over his turf. Given this pathetic loot, he realizes how lucky he was to get that red mana crystal from the roamer, because honestly, doing noble favors and dungeon crawling for this kind of payout is a total waste of time. The spirit, picking up on his vibe, just blurts out, seriously, are there even any strong monsters left in here? Captain Partek, looking absolutely wiped, grumbles about his interrupted nap, then snaps at his crew, break time's done. Get back in formation, now. He snatches one of his guys by the collar, calling them out as total weaklings. Partek lays down the law, he and Eugene are leading the charge, and anyone who even thinks about running is getting a serious beatdown later. A mercenary, looking absolutely terrified, is internally screaming, this is my first dungeon ever, and they want me to be on the front lines. Eugene, watching the mercenaries drag their feet, just sighs, realizing they're completely useless, and he's going to have to carry this whole operation himself. The monsters they were about to face. Oh, they were on a whole new level of terrifying. And as they plunged deeper into the dungeon's dark heart, the tension was absolutely palpable. Eugene, ever the strategist, scanned the path ahead, realizing the dungeon's military powerhouses were probably deploying goblins as their cannon fodder, which meant they were about to clash with some serious intermediate-level threats. These weren't your average pushovers, but a far more organized and deadly force. And if they somehow cleared these guys, the real high-level monsters would be waiting, lurking in the dungeon's darkest corners. The path plunged them deeper into the core, where the real nightmare began. Eugene's thoughts flashed back to a game-changing moment, a day that redefined his power. That fateful day, immediately after devouring the red mana crystal from the Swamp Master Roamer, he unlocked an incredibly useful new power. The raw essence of that monster surged through him, a power he'd never even dreamed of, and the memory was still electrifying. Now, a burning question ignited in his mind, if he devoured another one of those, would he unlock a completely different, even more insane ability? His crimson eyes blazed with a mix of intense curiosity and fierce determination, the possibility absolutely consuming him. Suddenly, his hyper-tuned senses flared. He could distinctly hear at least 50 footsteps, charging in from about 100 meters out. The red-haired combatant scoped out the incoming monster wave, instantly spotting 3 absolute units, the heavier ones, lurking in the back, ready to cause some serious trouble. With a confident grin, he challenged Eugene, asking if he wanted to take on this monster madness himself. Then, bam! A scorching crimson beam absolutely exploded from Eugene, ripping through the very fabric of the air itself. The beam connected, and boom! It was an instant, explosive burst of pure energy and flying debris. But it didn't stop there. The crimson light kept going, carving a path of pure devastation through the dungeon. This beam was unstoppable, its raw power just shredding through everything in its way. It finally found its ultimate target deep in the monster lines, blasting a massive creature head-on. The impact was insane, the monster's body just detonating into a gruesome spray of red energy and guts. The beast was completely wiped out, its entire form just dissolving into nothing but fading red particles. First strike delivered, the red-haired combatant let out a primal scream, rallying everyone to charge. He absolutely exploded forward, leading the charge with Eugene right beside him, their entire crew hot on their heels, diving straight into the chaos. Their combined assault smashed into the remaining monsters, sending a huge creature flying from the sheer, brutal impact. Eugene was an absolute whirlwind, tearing through the monster horde like a beast unleashed. Every single strike was pure, unadulterated devastation. He was just too fast, man, a flurry of blows raining down on those ugly monsters. But wait, the red-haired combatant wasn't just standing there, he was yelling at a knight, get in there and back him up. And the knight captain was all, you got it, boss. Eugene's hits were just brutal, making monster blood explode everywhere with every single strike. He just kept pushing, a dark shadow of death, absolutely shredding through everything in his path. Eugene was still going wild, and the knight captain, with his squad of armored dudes, shouted, Sir Eugene, we're coming to help. Before they could even finish talking, Eugene just straight up curb-stomped a monster's face, its eye practically popping out. That thing went flying, its whole body twisting from the insane power of that kick. And then, boom, a burst of red power. Eugene just dropped another insane attack, ripping right through the monster. The monster's head just absolutely exploded, blood and guts flying everywhere. And another one bit the dust, its head just caving in from his pure, raw power. Eugene was just unstoppable, a one-man wrecking crew leaving a path of destroyed monsters behind him. Eugene is absolutely unstoppable, his blade a crimson streak as he tears through the monster horde, blood exploding with every single hit. leaving a literal mountain of bodies in his wake. He's moving so fast you can barely even see him, just the sheer, devastating impact of his attacks. His face, absolutely drenched in blood, shows off those terrifying, glowing red eyes, a pure, unadulterated monster unleashed in the chaos. And on that fateful day, as the battle reached its peak, the Knight Captain and his squad stormed in, weapons blazing, ready to take on the nightmare head-on. They thought they knew what a true knight looked like, but what they saw next blew their minds, a raw, terrifying force of nature that left them absolutely speechless. With a brutal, upward slash, Eugene's clawed hand just ripped through another monster, turning it into dust. Then, a lightning-fast kick, his leg a total blur as it absolutely decimated another enemy. The impact was absolutely brutal, sending a fountain of green monster blood flying everywhere. His legendary swordsmanship, once noble and just, was now pure, unyielding power, as he unleashed a devastating arc of dark energy, absolutely obliterating everything in his path. He was a legend, a figure of pure dignity, even as he unleashed a torrent of crimson energy, turning his enemies into literal dust. The air was practically vibrating with raw power, as he just kept on going, an absolute force of nature. This was not the kind of knight they'd ever seen before, leaving the red-haired combatant and the other soldiers absolutely dumbfounded, witnessing a power that defied all logic. And when the smoke cleared from that insane onslaught, the blonde knight was absolutely floored, his eyes practically bugging out of his head, utterly stunned by the raw power that just went down. His gaze, and the red-haired combatants too, were locked on the chaos, a silent agreement that this wasn't just skill, it was a whole new level, a style so wild and powerful it blew their minds. Seriously, this wasn't just some fancy move, it was the brutal, untamed style of a bloody beast, and the guy lying there, with those glowing red eyes, was the living proof of the absolute mayhem he'd unleashed. The ground itself was screaming proof of his ferocity, littered with the mangled, blood-soaked bodies of anyone foolish enough to get in his way. The cavern is a bloodbath, littered with fallen monsters and humans, a grim testament to the brutal fight that just went down, and the red-haired combatant is front and center, rallying the battered mercenaries. One of the mercenaries is down, badly hurt, his face covered in blood, eyes wide with the sheer horror of it all. A colossal green monster is sprawled out, dead, its massive form just another casualty among the human bodies. The red-haired leader lays it out for his exhausted crew, telling them their combat power is totally drained, and there's no way they can keep going after that insane fight. Eugene, battered and bruised, realizes something deeper is at play. It's not just physical exhaustion, it's a mental drain from the sheer horror they've just endured. A dark, swirling energy pulses around him, a clear sign that his exhaustion runs far deeper than just muscle fatigue. He's completely out, long black hair spread around him, his body engulfed in shadowy energy, showing just how utterly drained he is. The red-haired leader doubles down on his warning, insisting they're at their limit and can't push on. The blonde mercenary looks at Eugene, proposing they pull back since they've already hit their objective. Eugene's crimson eyes blaze in the darkness, his face set with an unyielding resolve. He shuts down the retreat idea, claiming he's not tired, and it'd be a total waste to bail now, especially with no clue when the next big fight is coming. The red-haired combatant roared, no choice but to push forward, while the mercenary leader, ever the pragmatist, offered a stark choice, anyone who wants to bail, now's your chance. A chilling thud reverberated. Eugene, a force of nature, cut through the tension, barking orders to Sir Galfredic to extract the main subjugation force, declaring that from this moment on, it was just him and his elite mercenaries pushing deeper. His words were absolute, a chilling declaration that sealed their fate. But the Knight Captain, a beacon of loyalty, refused to be left behind, begging to join Sir Eugene and their leader on the perilous path ahead. Rabin, one of the mercenaries, watched the unfolding drama, a thought sparking in his mind, could this really be Sir Eugene? The mercenary captain, ever the cynic, grumbled, I figured we were just getting pulled into his mess, and Rabin, with a knowing nod, agreed, tell me about it. A sudden realization hit, did he see their exhaustion and, in a rare moment, show consideration? Beneath that cold, sharp exterior, a warm heart, one that truly cared for his weaker soldiers, might just be beating. The Knight Captain, his gaze fixed, whispered the name, Jan Eugene. A collective phew seemed to ripple through the group, a silent acknowledgement that this man redefined everything they thought they knew about knighthood, shattering all conventional expectations. With Eugene at the helm, the small, hardened group plunged deeper into the dungeon's shadowy maw, their torches barely piercing the oppressive darkness, revealing only ancient webs and crumbling stone. Rabin, a mercenary, is totally regretting his life choices right now, getting dragged into this insane dungeon crawl he never signed up for. But he's trying to hype himself up, thinking, no way. Sir Eugene can take down a troll by himself, so he's got this, right? Suddenly, a creepy crawly darts across the floor, but Rabin's armored boot comes down with a satisfying crush, ending its miserable existence. Leaving him to stare down at the gooey mess with a look of pure you and a hint of dread. The poor spider is totally flattened, green goo everywhere, a grim sight on the dungeon floor. Making Rabin wonder aloud, a spider. But his question is instantly answered by a horrifying "okay," as a literal army of spiders, all with glowing red eyes, bursts out of the shadows, surrounding them. A truly nightmare-inducing sight that makes everyone gasp in shock. These aren't just any spiders, they're cave great spiders, a terrifying monster type that hunts in packs and melts their victims with super acidic poison. Reborn, shaking off his fear, charges into the spider horde, his sword ablur as he lets out a battle cry. But the sheer, insane number of these things lunging from every direction is just too much. The red-haired combatant, seeing the impossible odds, shouts, "There are too many of them. We gotta fall back." But Eugene just stares, his eyes burning, and asks, "Fall back?" He's not holding back. His blade is a whirlwind of death, tearing through the spider horde with savage efficiency, each hit a brutal, satisfying crack. That glowing blade just keeps on slicing, shredding through monsters, blood and guts flying everywhere. It's pure carnage. Those red eyes are absolutely glowing with focus, he's locked in, pushing through the endless tide of creatures like a force of nature. The sheer number of enemies means absolutely nothing to him, he's just focused on a kill, but the red-haired mercenary sees the bigger picture, yelling, "Reborn, we're joining Sir Eugene." Reborn is already deep in the thick of it, screaming, "We're already fighting," as his flaming weapon ignites the air, and the mercenary leader is right there with him, hacking and slashing, making a bloody mess of the monsters. Eugene is a blur of motion, those glowing slashes just keep coming, a dark, unstoppable force ripping through everything in his path. The mercenary leader is a beast, fighting with pure grit, his sword ablur as he holds the line against the endless swarm. Eugene's red eyes are still burning, laser-focused, he's a machine, taking down monster after monster with brutal efficiency. Then, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, Reborn just got absolutely wrecked by a giant spider. He's completely pinned, buried under a mountain of spiders, and Reborn is screaming, "Save me." He's terrified, and it's not looking good. Then, a massive, glowing explosion erupts right next to Reborn, and Eugene's face appears, absolutely consumed by rage, his red eyes practically on fire as he goes full berserker mode. But Reborn is still staring death in the face, a giant spider lunging right at him. Will Eugene be fast enough to save him? Whoa! A massive impact just rocked the entire cavern, sending shockwaves through the battle. But Eugene is on fire. Amidst the blur, his blade is a crimson streak, slicing through enemies with a brutal, bloody efficiency. The sheer speed and power are insane, leaving trails of pure energy in his wake. Meanwhile, Reborn is barely holding it together, his face a mask of pure terror and disbelief as he witnesses the carnage. Eugene's eyes are practically glowing red with power, and someone can only stammer out, "Sir Eugene," in utter shock. The hits just keep coming, and Reborn's face is a picture of pure pain and fear as the fight intensifies. His armor is getting absolutely hammered, and his sword just goes flying, leaving him totally exposed. He's sent flying by some unseen attack, crashing down right into the middle of the spider swarm. This is bad. But Eugene? He's still a one-man army, a dark blur of pure destruction, tearing through the spider horde like it's nothing. Reborn finally gets a moment to breathe, but he's just staring at Eugene, a chilling thought forming in his mind, is this guy actually a monster? Then, Reborn shouts out, a mix of awe and desperation in his voice, "Dude, you're insane, Sir Eugene. We've done enough, let's get out of here." With a nervous grin, he turns to the mercenary leader, trying to get him on board. "You're with me on this, right, Captain?" A mercenary's boot stands firm on the cavern floor, the tension in the air so thick you could cut it with a knife, making him think. His eyes blown wide with pure terror, that they had just walked straight into a nightmare, something way out of their league. Listen up, even among roamers, the monsters out there are different ranks within the same species, but you almost never run into the super high ranks, so they're not even a factor when forming a subjugation party. The sheer, insane size of this thing, there was no mistaking it, this was the higher rank variant of the cave great spider, no doubt about it. He lets out a choked gasp, the word "Lord" barely a terrified whisper, pure dread. He's staring straight up at the colossal arachnid, its monstrous form just towering over him, tangled in a mess of webs. One of the spider's massive legs moves, glowing with a menacing red energy, it's about to strike. Its monstrous head lunges forward, a guttural roar ripping through the cavern as its fangs and eyes blaze with malevolent red light. The terrifying roar just gets louder, the spider's glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs completely dominating the scene. But then, amidst all that chaos, a blade flashes with a crimson glow, moving with impossible, blinding speed. Standing right next to Eugene, Reborn practically begs him, telling him they have to retreat, because they're absolutely useless against a spider lord this powerful. At the very least, he insists, they need to go back and get Sir Galfredic. The sheer, crushing aura of the monster sends Reborn into a full-blown panic, his face a mask of pure terror as he screams out a warning. But Eugene? He's not even flinching. His red eyes burn with fierce determination, and he barks out an order, "You two, get out of here." He's not just telling them to leave, he's making a statement. His hand tightens, and he declares the monstrous spider his personal trophy. Rabin, completely overwhelmed, can barely manage a response, his entire being screaming in confusion and terror at the sheer power radiating from the beast. Eugene faces down the colossal spider, but Rabin? He's on the floor, completely losing it, feeling like his own body has been hijacked by pure, unadulterated fear. Every single nerve in his body is screaming, telling him to run, to get away from this nightmare. Floating above the chaos, Miriam, the water spirit, watches with a smirk, noting how these brats have completely folded under the pressure, their instincts screaming about the power gap between them and Eugene. Eugene just stands there, silent, his face a stone mask, but you know his mind is racing, calculating every angle. Miriam isn't done, though. She shakes her head, flat out denying it's just a regular high rank, declaring this thing is probably even stronger than the legendary master of the swamp. And then, the ultimate motivation, she points out that if it's that powerful, its mana crystal must be absolutely massive, a treasure beyond imagining. That's all Eugene needs to hear. He spins around, cloak flaring, locking eyes with the colossal spider, ready to throw down. His hand clamps down on his weapon's hilt, a silent, deadly promise of the epic fight about to explode. The colossal cave great spider unleashes a blood-curdling roar, its venomous fangs glinting, its many crimson eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hunger. He locks eyes with the beast, his own crimson gaze blazing with unyielding determination, while Miriam, the ethereal water spirit, hovers nearby, her blue aura crackling with power, taunting the monster, struggle all you like, roamer. Meanwhile, a magnificent treasure chest, slightly ajar and pulsing with a mysterious red glow, practically screams for attention, a silent promise that the greater the struggle to claim it, the more epic the spoils inside. A chilling click reverberates, revealing a massive, striped spider, its form unnervingly still. The same eerie click emanates from a seemingly innocuous teacup, hinting at a deeper, more sinister link between these disparate objects. Suddenly, a searing, glowing line slashes through the air, impacting the spider with brutal force. His crimson eyes, now blazing with newfound insight, gaze upward at the vast sky. A subtle, ominous glow emanates from his extended fingertips, reaching towards the shattered spider and the teacup. This was it. The second ability, born from devouring the mana crystal of that dungeon's lord, now fully awakened. It was camouflage, a power that allowed him to become one with his environment, a ghost in plain sight. By fortifying his very skin with the first ability he'd ever gained, skin reinforcement, he had unknowingly paved the way for this ultimate evolution. And then utilizing camouflage to perfectly replicate human skin, he could finally walk freely under the sun. With this incredible breakthrough, the age-old vampiric curse of sunlight was shattered. But then, a voice cuts through the silence, "Sir Eugene, you're walking around without your mask now." The party is in full swing. Laughter and good times are flowing as everyone celebrates in this epic courtyard. But at the main table, a woman is totally gushing, demanding to know why he'd been hiding that gorgeous face behind a mask, saying it was practically a crime to keep his looks a secret. Then, another fanboy, totally hyped, begs the knight to spill all the tea about what went down in the dungeon. The hype train keeps rolling, with someone shouting about him soloing a massive cave spider, but he just sits there, giving absolutely nothing away. But Miriam, the glowing blue fairy, is totally roasting him from the sidelines, saying he's getting sucked dry by all the attention, while someone else is practically begging for his heroic stories. The compliments just keep coming, with one woman calling him gorgeous, and another even wondering if he's got some elf blood in his veins. But the elf comment makes Eugene pause, and he realizes this whole situation is getting way more complicated than he signed up for. Then, out of nowhere, a voice from behind him drops a bombshell, declaring that they've figured it out. A hand lands on his shoulder, and the speaker confidently says, "Aha. Now it all clicks." The voice keeps going, remembering how his eyes were laser-sharp even in the pitch-black dungeon, and his hearing was like a super-powered wild dog's. Eugene's eye glows red as the speaker lays out all the evidence, his insane agility, and the monstrous power he showed when he launched that spear. And with that final, chilling stare, the speaker drops the ultimate truth: there's no way he's just a normal human. The party is wild. The red-haired combatant is absolutely soaking up the adoration, with villagers practically hanging off him, hyping up his massive build and the crazy idea that he's got elven blood pumping through his veins. And he's not done yet, loudly asking how someone so eye-catching could have possibly stayed hidden in this area, demanding to know his secret. The red-haired guy points right at him, and Eugene, watching the whole thing, can't help but think, this dude is actually pretty sharp. A sly grin creeps onto his face as he just says, "Well." His face is a total poker face, completely unreadable. The party rages on around the red-haired combatant, with the villagers still totally hyped up by him, their energy through the roof. Later, at a fancy candlelit dinner, Eugene's chilling with Miriam and a couple of other ladies, but his mind is clearly elsewhere, totally lost in thought. The red-haired combatant pops up, pointing out how Eugene's face is still totally blank, and Miriam chimes in with her classic, sarcastic, my. Eugene's eyes get super narrow, a hint of irritation flashing as he wonders, is this seriously what they call seeing what you want to see? A brilliant, cunning thought hits him, seeing the perfect loophole in this whole elf thing. From now on, if anyone ever gets suspicious, he'll just drop the elf ancestor card. His eyes turn serious, as he reflects on the real deal behind his latest power-up, and what he actually got out of it. Eating that mana crystal wasn't just about getting a new ability this time. The second that mark vanished, something way deeper happened inside him, his red eye blazing with raw, fresh power. Unseen memories flashed through his mind. Revealing himself, just as he was, adrift in an unknown locale. A gentle hand clasped his own. And in that strange, unfamiliar void, a bell's chime echoed. Every gaze was fixed upon him. But a burning question arose, who was the woman in those visions? No, more critically, he pondered. Were these memories even his to begin with, for a man with no past to recall? The only fragment he truly held on to was. Suddenly, a desperate plea pierced the haze, Eugene. His piercing red eyes flared open, the urgent cry of Eugene, dragging him back to reality. A distressed, long-haired individual, slumped at a table, begged, Sir Eugene, please help me. But a menacing red-haired combatant, gripping a terrified blonde youth, sneered, you pathetic brat. I caught every word. The red-haired combatant had the blonde mercenary in a vice grip, his fury palpable as he tore into him, demanding to know why he was just dead weight for Sir Eugene. Terrified, the blonde mercenary could barely get the words out, desperately trying to explain that Sir Eugene wasn't human, and any normal person would have run for their lives. But that only enraged the red-haired combatant even more, who snarled back, oh. So you're saying Sir Eugene is a monster? Is that it? Before vowing to put him through the most hellish training imaginable. Elsewhere, Eugene, his piercing red eyes holding a universe of unspoken thoughts, was deep in contemplation. He thought, the only thing I remember is the name Eugene, but after everything that had happened, a new theory about his true identity was starting to form. The red-haired combatant still had Partek by the collar, the blonde mercenary practically begging for his life, but his captor just sneered, save you? How exactly am I supposed to do that? Eugene was at an outdoor feast, the red-haired combatant looming nearby, but his mind was elsewhere, focused on a radical idea. What if he could find his true identity by systematically wiping away the false memories he'd been given? He wasn't looking for some made-up identity, no fake knight or elven lineage, he wanted the raw, undeniable truth of who he truly was. Later, in a lavish hall, a new voice cut through the air, announcing the successful subjugation of a dungeon, as Eugene observed the assembled elite. Then, a striking red-haired man with a braided mane stepped up, declaring, I am Krema, third son of Galfredic, and adding, yes, it is an honor to meet you, Lord Terwin, to Eugene. A new player enters the scene. The fiery red-haired youth steps forward, boldly proclaiming, I am Jan, eldest son of Eugene, and immediately recognizing the trials Eugene has faced. With a commanding gesture, Jan directs a subordinate to deliver a crucial scroll right into Eugene's hands. The ornate box reveals a vital scroll, and Jan explains, Sir Eugene, I heard you needed a certificate to guarantee your status. I'm not sure how much it'll help, but this could be a game-changer. Eugene grasps the scroll, a mysterious blue energy flaring around it, and Jan declares with confidence, this is it. This will absolutely guarantee your identity, Jan of House Eugene. Eugene's crimson eyes ignite with a powerful, satisfied glow, finally. Elsewhere, a blonde noble is suddenly overcome by a brutal, chest-rattling cough. What's happening to him? Kamara, the blonde noble, kneels desperately beside his dying father, Lord Terwin, pleading, Father. But the old lord's words are heavy with worry, Kamara, your younger brother's ambitions are a burden on my soul. I can't find peace. The family drama is intense. Kamara, with a fierce resolve, promises his father, don't you worry, father. I'll take care of everything. I'll lead this domain you built with my own hands, safely and properly. He's stepping up. Clutching his son's hand, Lord Terwin delivers his last, profound lesson, my beloved firstborn, remember this, a domain is just dirt and dust. A true lord must always. What crucial advice is he about to give? Kamara, now surrounded by others, internalizes his father's dying command, care for the people, not just the land, and lead them. The weight of leadership falls upon him. His hands are clasped, a silent vow of solemnity and acceptance etched on his face. A comforting hand reaches out to his, a silent promise of solidarity and unwavering support. Jan and Eugene watch the somber gathering, as a voice notes the impact of Lord Terwin's passing. Lord Terwin was truly kind. Many mourn his death. A new chapter begins with this loss. Even as a lord falls, not everyone's on the same page. Eugene and Jan are watching the drama unfold, and you can feel the tension. And some people, they're straight up fuming. You can see the rage on their faces, no holding back their true feelings. Later, outside the castle, Kamara makes his excuses to Eugene and Jan for bailing on the funeral, but Eugene, ever the cool one, just shrugs it off, saying he gets it. But then Jan cuts in, looking at Eugene like, dude, you seriously staying here? You can practically see the question marks above his head. Jan's got his back to us, his fiery red hair practically screaming his worry, waiting for Eugene to drop the bomb. But Eugene's got other plans entirely. He's heading back into the dungeon, saying it'd be a total waste to leave it after all the trouble they went through. Jan just smirks, muttering that the Count of Evergrow would have been a huge fan of Eugene's style. Eugene's eyes drop to Jan's outstretched, gloved hand, a silent, what now, hanging in the air. Jan, with a look of pure respect, tells Eugene it was an absolute honor to clash blades with a knight like him, no sarcasm, just genuine admiration. His hand stays out there, a clear sign of respect and a hint at future team-ups. Eugene locks eyes with him, takes his hand, and hopes their next meeting won't be as enemies. Talk about a power move. With a powerful, decisive clasp, Eugene and Jan lock hands, their gazes meeting in a moment of intense, unspoken understanding. The handshake seals their pact, and with a final, powerful grip, they separate, their destinies now intertwined yet diverging. Jan charges into the horizon, leaving Sir Galfredic to send him off with a heartfelt shout, urging him to stay safe. But Eugene's focus shifts immediately to business, commanding his captain, Partek, to get ready for their next move, and the loyal mercenary snaps to attention. Partek, ever observant, then points out that even Sir Galfredic made his exit on horseback. Rabban, a bit confused, asks about the horse, but Partek swiftly educates him, knights always ride horses. Overhearing their discussion, Eugene cuts to the chase, declaring their immediate destination, the trading company. A confident grin spreads across Rabban's face as he lays out the plan, they're getting Eugene a horse and cashing in on all those monster spoils. Pumped up by the mission, Rabban practically shouts, that as Eugene's loyal retainer, he'll give it his absolute all. But Eugene's reply is cold and direct, shutting down Rabban's enthusiasm by stating his help isn't required right now. Eugene simply turns his back, leaving Rabban stunned and bewildered. His jaw drops in disbelief, as he demands to know what Eugene could possibly mean. Our new hero, with those piercing blue eyes, is totally caught off guard, while some unseen boss barks orders, hey! Get that over there quickly. He's still totally lost, lugging this massive crate, when some angry, balding dude just lays into him, are you working even properly? Forget the docks for a second, because we're zooming out to the epic kingdom of Kalar, the ultimate commerce hub, a massive city with a castle that dominates the skyline, all under a perfect blue sky. And right in the heart of it all is the Marin Harbor, a super busy port where ships are constantly coming and going, making the whole city buzz with energy. Seagulls scream as the epic journey continues over the endless blue, a path forged not long ago. Suddenly, the bustling port city explodes into view, its docks absolutely packed with merchants and goods, the air buzzing with frantic energy. Amidst the chaos, a knight in gleaming armor shouts, totally blown away that all these dungeon byproducts could possibly be from just one person. Someone else chimes in, confirming that yes, all these insane byproducts were brought in by none other than Sir Jan Eugene, the legendary knight who just conquered that dungeon in Terwin. The crowd absolutely loses it, gasping at the revelation that the legendary knight, who supposedly tore off a troll's head while it was still alive, is actually here and crushing it. Meanwhile, Eugene is absolutely grinding, hauling massive sacks of goods, as a merchant barks orders to handle the valuable cargo with extreme care. He takes a quick breather, wiping the sweat from his brow, totally wiped out from all the intense work. He glances up at a building, hearing a voice from inside snapping that his little chat is dragging on way too long. Through a window, a guy in a green cap with a mustache confidently tells him, to chill out, Sir Eugene, no worries. He introduces himself as Billmore from the Palin Trading Company, striding forward with a super confident grin. Billmore, the absolute pride of Marin, boldly declares that he's personally taking charge of all Eugene's byproducts. Billmore is still going strong, trying to seal the deal. He's hyping up his company, saying they're huge and can get Eugene the absolute best price for his dungeon loot, even though he was skeptical when Partek first brought them up. Eugene's just taking it all in, can you believe Partek actually hooked him up with a massive company like this? This is huge for him, especially since he's totally clueless about how human society works. Billmore is practically begging, swearing he'll personally guarantee the best price if Eugene just signs that exclusive contract. Just as Billmore goes for the handshake, a new voice totally interrupts, asking who the heck Sir Eugene is. Suddenly, Sir Galfredic, a knight, just walks up and drops a bombshell, telling Eugene things are about to get super awkward. Eugene, cool as ever, just asks, why? Sir Galfredic spills the tea, the person they're dealing with is just a secretary under the deputy manager of Palin Trading Company, and Eugene's like, dude, simplify. The knight breaks it down, this secretary is actually backed by someone way more powerful than Billmore, the guy they were just negotiating with. And the knight's warning is clear, this big shot is probably going to try and lowball Eugene for his goods. So, if Eugene wants a solid trade partner, Sir Galfredic says, he needs to play it super smart right now, and Eugene definitely gets it. Then, Sir Galfredic turns on Billmore, telling him to back off, and stop trying to fight a battle he can't win, reminding him there's no contract signed anyway. Sir Galfredic lays it on thick, telling Eugene everyone in the harbor is buzzing about him, especially the knight who tore off a troll's head with his bare hands and hauled in a mountain of dungeon loot. But then he cuts him down, calling it a transparent tactic, just an unverified rumor to pump up Eugene's prices, a total rookie move. Then, he drops the real bombshell, telling Eugene the Palin Trading Company's deputy manager wants to sign a contract with him personally, demanding he ditch this dump and come along. Meanwhile, the deputy manager, a cold, calculating figure, is already plotting, dismissing Eugene as a simple brute and vowing to take him for everything he's worth. Suddenly, Sir Galfredic's face twists in discomfort, feeling an invisible pressure, while Eugene's crimson eyes flash, clearly annoyed by the whole charade. With a piercing stare, Eugene demands to know what's causing this intense pressure. Sir Galfredic snaps back to attention, apologizing profusely and revealing his true identity as Grail, the secretary to the big boss at Palin Trading Company. He insists this is a golden opportunity for Eugene, who, with a suspicious look, challenges him on what kind of opportunity he's talking about. Grail quickly clarifies, it's a chance to sell his dungeon loot for a much better deal. Eugene's red eyes blaze, as he echoes, better terms. Grail, now visibly sweating, nervously confirms that the deputy manager himself would personally oversee everything. Eugene's eyes snap open at the mention of the deputy manager's personal involvement, sending Grail into a panic, profusely apologizing for fear of having somehow offended him. Eugene's crimson eyes are absolutely blazing, reflecting the sheer audacity of Grail's previous attempt to manipulate him. That secretary's panicked voice, practically begging for mercy, is still ringing in his ears, but Eugene is totally unfazed, radiating pure calm. Across the table, Billmore and the young villager are practically holding their breath, as Eugene's silent, powerful aura completely dominates the space. Suddenly, Billmore absolutely loses it, bursting into tears of pure emotion, shouting about how touched he is and demanding to know if Eugene really just blew off a contract with the deputy manager for him. Billmore, now completely fired up, swears his absolute, unwavering loyalty, telling Eugene to just name it if he ever needs anything at all. Eugene, seeing the merchant's genuine, heartfelt sincerity, just gives a slight smirk, coolly admitting that he actually likes the sound of that kind of deal. But Billmore totally misreads the room, his face practically glowing with excitement, asking when they can kick off the proceedings, only for Eugene to hit him with a deadpan, "What are you even talking about?" Eugene's face instantly turns stone cold, his voice dropping to a chilling, decisive tone, announcing that the proceedings are starting right now, and Billmore needs to get out. Meanwhile, back in his fancy office, the deputy manager of the Palin Trading Company gets the shocking news, his voice dripping with disbelief as he asks, "You're telling me the offer was actually rejected?" Grail, practically bowing to the floor before his boss, is practically groveling, confirming that Eugene is definitely not just some regular guy, exactly like the rumors warned. The Palin Trading Company's deputy manager, cool and collected, tells Grail to chill out, thinking about how knights always make things so extra. For business sharks like him, honor and pride are just leverage, so they'll just have to play dirty to get what they want, right? When your power is literally cash and goods, that's basically a walk in the park. And it's even easier, especially when you're up against some broke knight. A knight, who can't even afford a decent ride. This whole setup is a golden ticket that no broke knight could ever turn down. The young villager's jaw drops, totally bewildered, "Pardon?" He stares up at Eugene, like, "Wait, so you're telling me to just stay here and..." Eugene, with an unyielding stare, just says, "You heard me loud and clear." He lays down the law, telling him to keep hustling all those monster parts he brings back to this guy. The villager, totally confused, blurts out, "But why? Why am I stuck here again? Is it because I'm still not good enough to keep up with you?" His expression shifts to pure determination, as he vows, "Fine. If that's how it is, I'm starting sword training right now." Felid, the young villager, is totally confused, demanding to know what a retainer actually does. Eugene, ever the strategist, lays it out, a retainer's job is to back their knight, whether it's on the battlefield or just getting through the day. After making sure Felid gets it, Eugene drops the bomb. Felid's main gig is to handle his daily life as his personal retainer. Felid's face falls as Eugene spells out the mission, he's going to be selling monster parts and raking in the cash. And just like that, Eugene makes it official, this is Felid's new quest, straight from his knight. Next, Eugene introduces Felid to Billmore, telling him to sort out the specifics with the merchant, who's apparently a business guru ready to drop all the knowledge. Felid takes a moment, remembering that Sir Eugene literally saved his life, so throwing a fit over this new job would be totally out of line. His gaze sharpens with determination as Eugene drops a bombshell, once they've got enough cash, he'll actually teach Felid how to wield a sword. Eugene gazes into the distance, a subtle smirk on his face, already plotting their next big move. Then, with a knowing look, he declares that eventually, Felid will be right there, fighting alongside him as a true retainer. Felid's eyes are locked forward, a surge of shock and fierce resolve washing over him, the thought of future battles fueling his spirit. A confident grin breaks out on his face, hand over his heart, as he silently vows to conquer this new challenge and embrace his destiny. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the city in fiery hues, a new chapter was about to unfold. The marketplace was buzzing, and a merchant's shout cut through the air, begging for more business. Felid and Eugene were already leaving the market, but the vampire couldn't help but wonder, how did their money vanish so fast? Holding up a pitiful, empty pouch, he declared, they bought only the absolute minimum, and now they had nothing left. Felid, with Miriam hovering nearby, let out a dramatic sniffle, feeling utterly heartbroken by their empty wallet. He turned to Eugene, a hopeful glint in his eyes, desperate to know if they could bounce back from this financial disaster. His eyes then landed on an epic suit of knight armor, gleaming like a beacon, a true masterpiece of craftsmanship. Eugene, cloaked in mystery, seemed to ponder the sheer cost of such an item, his thoughts hidden beneath his hood. Staring up at the incredible armor, Felid couldn't help but ask, was this dream gear really as pricey as it looked? Eugene's red eyes glinted as he dropped some serious knowledge, revealing that this armor wasn't just expensive, it was a legendary heirloom, passed down through generations of elite knights. But before he could finish, a frantic shout ripped through the air, calling out to Eugene with desperate urgency. Both men whipped around, spotting a figure sprinting towards them down the street, their arrival about to change everything. Panic-stricken, a blonde knight screams out a dire warning. A massive roamer horde, he shouts, has just appeared outside Marin. Out of breath, the knight frantically explains the roamers from the eastern forest are pushing into the city, and the local guilds are barely hanging on. Felid turns to Eugene, proposing they join the fight. But Eugene, ever the pragmatist, simply asks, why? The blonde knight, closing in, starts to lay out his case. He reveals that roamer hunts are commission-free, unlike dungeons, and Marin, the merchant city, is bursting with capital, making it the ideal spot. He dramatically points out it's the ultimate spot to sell monster loot at top dollar, with zero transport fees. Eyes gleaming with pure greed, he declares it all adds up to one thing, a massive pile of cash. Money talks, and Eugene listens. He declares there's no hesitation, and they're off. The blonde knight bolts forward with insane energy, leaving Eugene stunned by his sudden burst of speed. But that burst of energy quickly fizzles out as he collapses, gasping for air, pleading for a second to recover, much to Felid's amusement. Suddenly, a subordinate of the deputy manager appears, dropping a bombshell, a warhorse, a gift from his boss, is here for Eugene. And get this, the subordinate goes full hype man, gushing about the horse's glossy black mane, smooth as silk. He doesn't stop there, oh no, he's raving about its god-tier sculpted muscles, calling it a purebred legend with a pedigree to match. But hold up, when the deputy manager's name drops, Eugene's eyes flash crimson, a dangerous glint in his gaze. He's practically seething, demanding to know if this gift is really from the deputy manager. The subordinate is sweating bullets, tripping over his words to confirm it's a genuine gift, no strings attached. Eugene, now looking epic on the warhorse, just drops a cool, I'm grateful, like it's no big deal. The subordinate, practically collapsing in relief, just tells him to pass on the thanks to the deputy manager. And just like that, with a powerful surge, Eugene and his new warhorse are gone, leaving the building in the dust. The subordinate is still sweating buckets, and gets one last cryptic command, tell her. The warhorse's hooves are practically shaking the ground, as Eugene blasts out of the city, leaving everything behind. With Miriam, his glowing spirit companion, by his side, Eugene is hyped and ready to hit the ground running, declaring it's time to go rake in some serious cash. Eugene charges forward on his new warhorse, leaving the city in his dust. Back in the city, a mercenary asks, he's already gone ahead, so what do we do, Captain? That horse is really fast. The captain, furious, roars, what do you mean, what do we do? Run after him, you idiot, getting an immediate, if hesitant, response. But the deputy manager just stands there, a mysterious look on his face, as if he knows something more, something hidden. Eugene's journey takes him deep into the Marin City eastern outer forest, a place full of unknown dangers. The dense woods loom around him, a silent, ancient world waiting to be explored, or perhaps, to consume. But danger lurks. A small group of goblins stands over a fallen figure, their crude weapons glinting menacingly in the shadows. Suddenly, the goblins are startled, their eyes wide with surprise, as an unseen presence rapidly approaches. It's Eugene, thundering through the undergrowth on his powerful warhorse, its hooves pounding the forest floor like a drum of war. With a swift, brutal strike, he dispatches one of the creatures, blood spraying into the air in a crimson arc. He glances back for a moment, his crimson eyes burning with resolve, before urging his horse onward, leaving chaos in his wake. The warhorse continues its relentless charge, carrying him deeper into the forest, a blur of speed and power. He pushes deeper into the forest, a tiny blue spirit buzzing with urgency, screaming that if they're already spotting roamers, this is huge, and the Marin Guild members up ahead? Probably already wiped out. A dark smirk twists his face as he takes it all in, a chilling whisper escaping him, good news. His crimson eyes ignite with a fierce, bloodthirsty glow, burning through the encroaching darkness of the forest. He charges forward with unwavering resolve, his cloak a dark blur as he dives headfirst into the heart of the danger. Steel screams as he carves through enemies, his warhorse thundering through the forest, sunlight glinting off his blade, a single, ruthless thought driving him, I don't like sharing loot after all. The forest canopy is a blur of green and light, but something is tearing through it at insane speeds, a force of nature unleashed. Leaves and branches are getting absolutely shredded, this thing is moving so fast, the forest can barely keep up. Then, bam. A massive impact shakes the very ground, sending leaves and dirt exploding everywhere. A leg comes down like a piston, just a blur of pure, unadulterated force. Another earth-shattering thud as the foot connects, sending more debris flying as the momentum just keeps building. The sun bursts through the trees above, lighting up the path for this unstoppable force. He bursts from the shadows, Eugene's red eyes burning with pure focus, his dark hair a wild storm around him as he gets ready to unleash hell. His arm is a lethal blur, that dark blade a whisper of death in his hand, ready to carve through anything in his way. Then he's in it, a full-blown, insane melee. One man against a literal army of green monsters, his moves so fast and savage, it's a blur of blood and fury. The field is a war zone, bodies dropping left and right as he tears through the enemy, heading straight for that epic red and gold banner. That banner, with its awesome sun and wool design, is waving like a challenge against the bright sky, a beacon of defiance in this insane battle. But then, surrounded by the monstrous horde, a blonde knight in shining armor is holding the line, her face a mask of pure rage as she screams, "You scoundrels! You shall not move forward unless you kill me." The green-skinned creatures were closing in, their glowing red eyes burning with hunger. Then, in a flash of terror, her white horse freaked out, bucking wildly and sending her flying. The horse booked it, leaving her totally exposed. Madrika, the Knight of Justice, was down. She tried to shout her name, but the pain was too much. Her eyes went wide with pure terror as the monster horde, all glowing red eyes, swarmed her. A giant green monster towered over her, its weapon ready to end her life. She let out a blood-curdling scream, a desperate plea for anyone to save her. The monster charged, moving with terrifying speed. Madrika was frozen, helpless, as the weapon came crashing down. But just before impact, a lightning-fast blur and a glint of steel, and the monster was sliced apart, blood exploding everywhere. Eugene materialized, his crimson eyes blazing with raw power, his sword a deadly extension of his will, radiating a menacing dark aura. And right there, his loyal black steed, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly white light, was poised for action. He moved with a blur of motion, his strike a crimson streak against the green-skinned creature, sending it absolutely reeling. Another monster fell before his relentless assault, as the female knight watched, her expression a mix of absolute shock and awe. With a powerful kick, he sent a third creature absolutely flying, its body tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. His movements were too fast to follow, a dark whirlwind of pure destruction tearing through the remaining horde. As the last of the creatures fell, the female knight, now standing, offered a grateful, if slightly breathless, acknowledgement. Then, she hit him with the big question, "What is your name, sir?" Still in the throes of battle, he continued to dispatch any stragglers, his expression grim and focused, showing no mercy. Another creature met its end, its body contorting from the sheer force of his blow. The impact was brutal, a spray of blood marking the final, gruesome moments of the monster. Finally, the last threat vanquished, he stood tall beside his loyal steed, the female knight now fully recovered and observing him with renewed, intense curiosity. When she repeated her question about his name, he simply countered, asking if such a detail was truly important in their current, dire predicament. His gaze unwavering, he added that her survival would have been utterly pointless had he not intervened. Acknowledging his valid point, the female knight agreed, her thoughts already turning to their eventual, much-needed return from this hell on earth. With a battle cry, the knight unleashed a devastating assault, her blade a blur against the relentless tide of goblins threatening to engulf the city. Amidst the carnage, her voice cut through the din, a powerful challenge, as she demanded, "I shall ask for your name once more." The scene flashed back to the terrifying onslaught, hundreds of goblins swarming Marin, a city under siege, like a plague of ants. Facing a captivated audience, the knight declared, "We fought until the very end." A testament to their unwavering resolve. She vividly recalled the turning point, a knight cutting down goblins without mercy, a brutal efficiency she'd matched. Ultimately, with a burst of shimmering power, they achieved victory, saving Marin from utter destruction. The crowd, clearly impatient, shouted, "We get it," before someone else demanded, "Seriously, who was that knight?" Hidden in the crowd, the protagonist absorbed every word, a villager's hand on his shoulder, as the question was thrown his way, "Curious, aren't you?" Then, the legendary hero appeared, a blonde knight with an undeniable aura, his name echoing through the crowd, Jan Eugene. The crowd erupted, one exclaiming, "He's the dungeon subjugator from Terwin," and another chiming in, "He ripped out a troll's spine alive." The adoration reached a fever pitch as they roared, "Sir Jan Eugene is our hero." The city is buzzing, a massive building towering over the excited crowd. Their voices erupting in a unified chant, screaming, "Jan Eugene," at the top of their lungs. But inside, a powerful figure with a fiery red beard watches the spectacle, a chilling calculation behind his stare. Louis Palin, the mayor of Marin, knows the score, declaring that the more famous Sir Eugene gets, the tougher he'll be to rein in. Back in their opulent lair, Louis Palin checks in with his cunning granddaughter, Priscilla, wondering if they should really let Sir Eugene run wild, but she's got it all handled, promising everything is perfectly under control. A wicked grin spreads across Priscilla's face as she lays out her real plan. She actually wants Sir Eugene to get even more famous. Twirling her necklace, she explains her twisted logic: the higher he climbs, the harder he'll crash when they pull the rug out from under him. Elsewhere, a young man asks Louis Palin if he's heard about Sir Eugene Squire, and Palin quickly connects the dots, asking if he means the kid who's been bringing in all those byproducts for the trading company. Priscilla confirms it, then drops a bombshell, revealing her investigation shows this child is way more than just a squire. With a chilling glint in her emerald eyes, she exposes the child's true identity, a secret illegitimate heir of the formidable Terwin family. Louis Palin's face lights up with a sudden, sinister understanding, the pieces of their grand scheme clicking into place. He finishes his thought, realizing they can now sponsor this secret Terwin heir, all while Eugene, hidden in the shadows, watches the young man, his red eyes burning with an unspoken intensity as the boy glows with a faint, golden aura. A wicked grin spreads across Priscilla's face as she calculates their next move, realizing that securing this hidden child could be their golden ticket to influencing the future leader of the powerful Terwin family. Her grandfather, Louis Palin, lets out a hearty laugh, completely impressed by her cunning, seeing right through her scheme to manipulate a knight sponsoring a secret heir, and declares he'll even send a gift to Sir Eugene for good measure. He then grandly proclaims it's only right for him, the mayor of Marin, to generously reward the hero who solved their little problem. Priscilla's grin stretches even wider as her grandfather throws in a bonus, promising to put her name down as a referral, telling her to seize this chance and make it count. With a demure nod, she acknowledges his words, a silent thank you to her grandfather for the power play. The opulent mansion looms under the twilight sky, a monument to the power plays unfolding inside. Later, taking a refined sip from her drink, Priscilla reveals her core philosophy, a chilling belief that the truly desperate will always come crawling for what they need. Her eyes glint with cold ambition as she continues, declaring that for a merchant like her, the path is clear. A quiet, calculated tap rings out, each step a move in her grand game. She clutches her cup, the crimson liquid swirling ominously, and repeats her chilling mantra, always dig the well before the right person gets thirsty. Her foot taps with barely contained impatience, as she vows to wait until her unsuspecting victims eagerly drink from the trap she's meticulously set. The soft click of a door announces her grand entrance, as Priscilla takes her throne, two servants at her beck and call, her intricate schemes already in full swing. She strides into the lavish chamber, radiating confidence, her master plan already in motion, without resistance or doubt. A sly, confident smirk spreads across her face, a clear sign of her cunning intellect. Elsewhere, the legendary hero of Marin, Sir Jan, strikes an imposing figure in his sleek, dark red and black armor, his long black hair flowing dramatically. Every piece of his new gear, from the gleaming pauldrons to the reinforced greaves, screams raw power and impenetrable defense, perfectly suited for Eugene. Stepping into the room, Eugene cuts straight to the chase, asking the woman before him, "I'm here to give my thanks. Are you Priscilla, the Marin branch owner of the Palin Trading Company?" Cool as a cucumber, she confirms her identity, "Yes, that is me. Please, take a seat," gesturing for him to relax in the opulent setting. Priscilla takes a delicate sip of tea, her mind already dissecting the man across from her, Jan Eugene, a stunning individual with monstrous power. She reflects on his fearsome reputation, a beautiful individual yet also a terrifying knight capable of decapitating a troll with his bare hands. Taking in the incredible detail of his armor, she makes a mental note, "He's different from the knights I've met so far." Then, she praises his impressive gear, "The armor that our mayor gifted you suits you well. It's a commission from the best workshop in Marin. This armor isn't just any gear, it's a masterpiece. It's made from a special steel forged by mixing Elsic iron with ogre bones. A combination that grants it insane durability, giving it a hardness even a dragon's fangs cannot easily pierce." Eugene, cool and collected, sizes up his new gear, declaring it battle-ready for the next dungeon raid. His mercenaries are now peak performance, and he's expecting nothing less than total domination. Priscilla, ever the schemer, plays coy, claiming she didn't do it for the rewards, but still soaking up the praise. Then, with a sly grin, she starts to pitch something, but suddenly pulls a fast one, declaring herself too busy and making a dramatic exit. Eugene is left absolutely flabbergasted, his jaw practically on the floor. He can't believe she's bailing so fast, but she just shrugs, saying she'll only drop by one more time after the Terwin dungeon is cleared. Talk about a cold shoulder. Then, a light bulb goes off in Eugene's head, and he's suddenly rethinking his entire deal. Priscilla, with a fierce look, drops the bomb. Her contract is only for dungeon scraps, and this could be goodbye because she's all about that mana crystal grind now. Eugene, done with the drama, just turns and walks off, leaving her hanging. But Priscilla isn't done yet, yelling for him to hold up, her face a mask of pure annoyance. He stops, giving her a quick look back, a silent challenge in his eyes. With Palin lurking behind her, Priscilla, now totally calm, drops one last, loaded line, leaving everyone wondering what her game is. But she wasn't done yet, her voice dripping with a challenge, daring him to continue this verbal sparring match. His crimson eyes blazing, Eugene shot back, demanding to know what she was even talking about. Priscilla's emerald eyes flashed, shutting him down instantly. No more playing dumb, she declared, there was a limit to his act. Meanwhile, Deputy Manager Palin, ever the businessman, cut in, pointing out all the top-tier services, the luxury hotel, the gourmet food, they'd lavished on Eugene. Palin didn't hold back, his voice sharp, demanding if Eugene was seriously going to pretend he didn't know his dungeon byproducts barely covered half their expenses. A wicked smirk played on Priscilla's lips, as she twisted the knife, reminding him of his humble beginnings as a squire. Her eyes burning with contempt, she laid into him, scoffing at his supposed ignorance of the world's harsh realities, that everything has a price, before branding him a shameless knight who knows no honor. Her words hit him like a physical blow, leaving Eugene, the hero of Marin, reeling from the brutal verbal assault. The tension is palpable as a fiery redhead confronts the mysterious dark-haired figure, accusing him of taking everything and daring Sir Jan Eugene to defend himself. His crimson eyes flash with a chilling intensity, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to respond. He lets out a dismissive scoff, his voice dripping with disdain as he utters, ridiculous. Priscilla, seething, presses her attack, reminding him of the unwanted gifts he forced upon her, now demanding payment for them. Eugene's eyes blaze with an ominous red glow, his voice dripping with icy disdain as he cuts her off, just a mere merchant. He finishes his chilling thought, his gaze like daggers, trying to threaten me. Priscilla's face contorts, her emerald eyes burning with fury. Behind Priscilla, her entire crew, Palin, Billmore, and even the knights, are absolutely stunned, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief at Eugene's sheer audacity. Priscilla tries to salvage the situation, claiming he's got it all wrong, and reveals she's already locked in a deal with Palin Trading Company, brokered by Billmore. Eugene, completely unbothered, taps his foot with a chilling indifference, stating flat out that as long as she keeps buying his stuff, he couldn't care less about Marin's gossip. Then, with a sinister edge, he reminds her, but like you said, everything has a price. With a final, terrifying grin, his eyes burning bright, he gives her the ultimate taunt, go ahead and run your mouth all you like. Eugene's crimson eyes blaze with an intense challenge, his voice dripping with a chilling promise that Priscilla is about to learn the real price of messing with him. And he's not holding back, directly calling out the deputy manager of the Palin Trading Company, his stare absolutely freezing the guy in his tracks. Priscilla, surrounded by her crew, is absolutely fuming as Eugene keeps going, dropping a bombshell accusation that Palin is teaming up with Marin to screw over the knight who literally saved their city. He lays down a chilling warning, if they keep pulling this kind of shady stuff, when the next big disaster hits, not a single knight will be crazy enough to help them. Eugene, with his back to the shocked group, just drops the mic, his words echoing with pure defiance, leaving Priscilla and her entire crew absolutely speechless. He's made his point loud and clear, and now he's out. One of Priscilla's knights, Rabin, tries to play it cool with a backhanded compliment, saying sorry for being blunt but really just rubbing in how unfortunate this all is. Priscilla, her emerald eyes practically spitting fire, snaps back, implying that if Eugene hadn't been such a jerk, they could have been besties. Her face twists into a furious mask of disbelief, while Billmore just watches, totally freaked out. The deputy manager, monocle practically popping off, shouts out, using Eugene's full, fancy title, Sir Jan Eugene, trying to stop him from just walking away. But Eugene just keeps on walking, his long dark hair flowing behind him, completely blowing off their desperate plea to wait. Priscilla's shoulders slump in total defeat and fury, her head bowed, while the deputy manager and Billmore just stare, utterly defeated, as Eugene walks out like a boss. After Eugene's epic mic drop, Priscilla, the deputy manager of the Marin branch, is forced to eat humble pie, offering her deepest apologies. She's totally backtracking now, confessing that her ambition to dominate their relationship completely messed with her judgment. To make amends for her epic blunder, she's practically begging to hit the reset button on their whole relationship, wanting to start fresh. She's even sweetening the deal, promising to keep the Billmore contract but with new clauses, swearing he'll have zero worries. But inside, Priscilla's mind is racing. She's seen countless knights grovel for patronage, convinced they're all just greedy fools chasing clout and cash. But then it hits her, this guy, he's totally different. Her eyes narrow, a chilling thought forming as she stares at him, he's just way too dangerous to mess with. She lets out a frustrated gasp, a sudden realization hitting her, maybe that's the secret. Her gut, her merchant's instincts, are screaming at full volume, telling her she absolutely cannot let him walk away. Then, Eugene finally breaks his silence, his voice cool and collected, giving her a chance to plead her case. His dark, armored form remains unyielding, a powerful statement of his absolute control. But hold up, a flash of crimson in his gaze hinted at the sheer calculation happening behind those eyes, as he weighed the true cost of this deal. Meanwhile, Priscilla, looking like she was hanging by a thread, was practically begging inside that this offer would be so good, so irresistible, he'd have no choice but to take it. Dropping her head in a deep bow, she kept up the desperate plea, thanking him for his mercy, trying everything to fix what she'd broken. Meanwhile, Miriam, all glowy and blue, was buzzing around Eugene as he rode his horse like a boss, totally digging the horse's fancy armor and thinking, yeah, it's just for show, but man, does it look awesome. The horse let out a powerful snort, its muscles rippling as it moved with pure grace, effortlessly carrying its master deeper into the woods. Miriam kept up her commentary, totally convinced that armor was the ultimate knight accessory, especially when you had a killer horse to go with it. Her excitement was practically overflowing as she shouted, "Whoa, watch out, world. Eugene is literally the coolest dude on the planet." Later, Billmore was all smiles, telling Eugene that he'd totally snagged an amazing contract, and Eugene, with that signature smirk, just had to ask if Billmore really thought so, getting a solid yes in return. Billmore then spilled the tea on the Palin Trading Company's massive power, explaining that their business was so huge and spread out, you literally couldn't ignore it, boasting hundreds of branches all over the Roman Empire, with Marin as their main HQ. The Palin Trading Company, a massive empire with its central hub in Marin, was a powerhouse, dealing directly with noble houses that controlled powerful magic domains, like the infamous House Terwin. Billmore, riding beside him, couldn't help but gush, this deal was insane. Unlimited mediation for dungeons and labyrinths across every single branch. That's a game changer. He kept gushing, practically bowing to Eugene's genius, this wasn't just good, it was better than a noble appointment. A masterclass in negotiation, a true power play. But Eugene, ever the pragmatist, just shrugged it off, admitting he only pushed so hard because he was annoyed. As they rode through the dense woods, Eugene couldn't help but scoff, just because someone's rocking some fancy armor, does that automatically make them a knight? His mind flashed back to a certain bald, bearded mercenary, who had clearly gotten under his skin. That mercenary leader, with his gruff, bearded face, had been utterly dismissive. He'd sneered, who even knows if you can hold a sword properly? Miriam, ever attuned to his thoughts, gasped in outrage, oh my. What did that rotten potato-face guy just say, as Eugene simply seated in silence. Just then, a dashing blonde noble, Lord Terwin, burst into the clearing, waving with a grin and announcing, "You're right on time." Eugene's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, as he recognized one of the figures. "Wait, Sir Kamara." Lord Terwin, flanked by Sir Kamara and his knights, smirked, delivering a loaded line, or, should I say Lord Terwin now? Call me whatever, but wow, you've changed a lot in a short time. The tension is palpable as someone demands to know the situation, revealing that a younger brother, far from being defeated, has just hired a whole new squad of mercenaries. But hold on, this time, something feels seriously off, and the question hangs in the air, off? The speaker then drops a bombshell, reminding everyone about the last mercenary crew hired to bring Felid, the ones who got absolutely annihilated by wolves, while a new group of rough-looking mercenaries just chills out. Lord Terwin, with a knowing smirk, chimes in, confirming that the previous crew was, in his expert opinion, a seriously nasty bunch. And here's the kicker, for some reason, this new batch of mercenaries is giving off the exact same vibe, with their bald, bearded leader soaking it all in. Eugene's intense crimson eyes lock onto something unseen, his face a mask of calculated thought as he absorbs the unsettling information. Then, Lord Terwin drops the bomb on Eugene, offering him a massive opportunity, the chance to command the entire dungeon subjugation party. Sir Kamara, ever the pragmatist, nudges Lord Terwin to get on with it, as a gleaming sword flashes into the frame. But the mercenary leader, with a sinister glint in his eye and his hand on his sword, is already plotting, thinking, if this new guy bites it in the dungeon, he could totally become the new commander, a greedy, ambitious smirk spreading across his face. His outrageous comment sends shockwaves through the mercenary ranks, leaving them all stunned and asking, "What did you just say?" Even Lord Terwin, his back to us, can't help but react to the mercenary leader's insane outburst, his body tensing up. A mercenary mutters, the harsh truth of their mission hanging heavy in the air, this isn't some joyride, it's a brutal fight for survival. Eugene, locking eyes with the mercenary leader, cut straight to the chase, declaring that in a dungeon, life is worthless, cheaper than a fly's. They have to be ready for the absolute worst. The air crackles with unspoken tension. And Eugene's eyes narrow, his voice cutting through the quiet as he puts the mercenary leader on notice. "I'm counting on you." The mercenary leader's face contorts into a chilling, predatory grin, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. Then, with a smirk, he addresses Eugene, a single, loaded word, "Commander." Then, with a chillingly casual tone, the mercenary leader drops a bombshell: if Eugene bites it, they'll just let Baldy Rabban step up and take over. Lord Terwin and Kamara are stunned by the audacity. Eugene's eyes snap wide, a surge of fury and disbelief washing over him, the mercenary leader's insolence hitting him hard. Miriam, absolutely fuming, zips forward, her tiny form practically vibrating with rage as she blasts the mercenary leader. Meanwhile, Eugene, ice in his veins, declares they've got backup plans and they're charging in now. A dark realization dawns on Eugene's face, he knows exactly what's going on. Meanwhile, the shadowy Vert Hell, a sinister smirk playing on his lips, unveils his master plan, confessing this whole setup is just one of his little tricks to use these mercenaries to take Eugene out in the dungeon. But what happens when things don't go according to his twisted plan? The mercenary squad pushes into the dungeon's depths, and Rabban can't help but question their leader, Partek, about the insane orders they've been given, asking why their boss would even want them to be here. But elsewhere, Eugene's face is a mask of stone, his crimson eyes burning with an unyielding resolve, ready for whatever hell awaits him. And the puppet master, Vert Hell Terwin, watches it all unfold with a chilling grin, his eyes blazing crimson as he whispers that this whole deadly game might just be exactly what he's been waiting for. A cold, blue energy crackles around his hand, a silent promise of destruction, as he declares with a wicked smirk that this is going to be rather fun. Back in the dungeon's dark heart, a massive burst of blue energy explodes around Eugene, kicking off an epic battle. That ethereal blue light twists and expands, morphing into a swirling vortex of power, ready to strike or defend. Eugene, with laser focus, channels that raw, potent magic right through his hand, a blazing testament to his absolute control. Then, a lightning-fast blur slices through the shadows, followed by a bone-jarring impact. Another brutal strike lands instantly, the sounds of battle exploding in the tight dungeon. Eugene, a whirlwind of fury, carves through a hideous, green-skinned beast with his sword, watching it explode into dark dust. The blue energy flares one last time, a devastating final blow in this lightning-fast fight. And as the echoes of battle die down, that lingering blue glow vanishes into the dungeon's suffocating blackness. He was a whirlwind of destruction, his blade a crimson streak, absolutely shredding through the monstrous horde. Another creature went down, impaled by a lightning-fast thrust, green blood exploding everywhere. His sword, still slick with monster guts, found its next victim, another creature dropping as its eyes flared a terrifying red. Then, bam! An invisible force sent another beast flying, its body twisting from the sheer, brutal impact. The mercenary leader watched, jaw practically on the floor, realizing this guy's reputation wasn't just hype, it was the real deal. The leader's mind raced, seeing him at the very front, doing the job of 100 guys all by himself. He couldn't help but compare, the mercenaries he brought were practically just standing around. Even Miriam, the water spirit, felt his insane power, like a massive, unshakable shield right in front of them. The mercenary leader's jaw tightened, a mix of awe and pure frustration on his face, this was way bigger than he thought. While Eugene kept tearing through monsters, Rabban, one of the other mercs, grumbled to himself, knowing he'd have to find the perfect opening to make his move. He just needed one shot, one chance to get his poison blade to even graze that infuriating face. Then, Eugene turned to the mercs and dropped a bombshell, they were heading into mid-rank monster territory, and from here on out, he couldn't guarantee anyone's life. Only the brave, or foolish, could follow. Eugene, with those chilling red eyes, lays down the law. He's not messing around, telling everyone that if they can't keep up, they're getting left behind. But the mercenaries aren't backing down. One shouts, if the boss is in, they're all in. The mercenary leader, with a wild grin, knows this is their big break, their chance to strike. Rabban is hyped, ready to charge in, but his buddy tells him to chill, to wait and see what happens next. That leader's grin. Still there, full of sinister intent, just waiting for the perfect moment. But then, Rabban's face drops in shock, as he realizes Eugene's got a whole other strategy brewing. The sound of footsteps echoes, a steady beat in the darkness. As the dungeon's oppressive darkness looms ahead. With only faint, scattered lights piercing the gloom. Footsteps pound on, and Eugene's mind flashes back, remembering the last time he was here, with Sir Galfredic by his side. He can't help but think it's way less fun without his old partner in crime. And just like that, a smirk from Galfredic flashes through his thoughts. Eugene plunges deeper into the dungeon, his mind racing back to a legendary figure, acknowledging that even from a brief encounter, this guy was an absolute boss. He remembered the sheer audacity, how this legend could rally spirits when all hope was lost, always charging headfirst into the most insane dangers. Seriously, with that kind of powerhouse backing him, they could have breezed through this dungeon, even with this motley crew of mercenaries. And now, he was genuinely intrigued by what was about to unfold. If Galfredic was here, he mused, what insane move would he pull off to deal with this mess? Meanwhile, the mercenaries behind him were practically vibrating with anxiety, their faces screaming, "We're in over our heads." The mercenary leader, trying to sound tough, snapped that he'd finally decided to stop messing around. Eugene just smirked, a chilling "good" escaping his lips, ready for whatever came next. Then, with a burst of crackling blue energy from his hand, he dropped the chilling line, "If you're really that desperate to die." His crimson eyes blazing, he finished with a terrifying promise, "I'll make it happen." The mercenaries, including their leader and Rabban, freaked out, one of them yelling, "Hold on," while a terrifying, blue-skinned monster with razor teeth and glowing yellow eyes screamed in pure terror, "What in the world is that?" Eugene's hand pulsed with raw, untamed blue magic, a supercharged orb of crackling energy ready to explode. Boom! Eugene unleashes an insane, swirling blue energy vortex, blasting outwards with a furious, "Get away." His raw power just swallows the mercenaries whole, their pathetic fire attacks getting absolutely crushed by his blue energy tsunami. One mercenary, totally losing it, tries to punch a fireball through the blue chaos, screaming, "AA fireball." The magic collision explodes into a blinding flash, then BAM. Total darkness, with only faint magical embers flickering in the void. Suddenly, the mercenaries are freaking out in the dark, one yelling, "Damn it. That bastard can use magic too," while another screams, "We can't see anything up front." Their leader, absolutely fuming, shouts over the pandemonium, "Fire. Calm down and relight the torches." But the chaos just gets worse as they shove each other, one mercenary yelling, "You idiot. Don't shove me," and another freaking out, "Careful, will you? I almost cut you just now." Then, out of nowhere, a pair of terrifying yellow eyes glow in the pitch black. Rabban, totally lost in the dark, roars in frustration, "Damn it. I can't see a thing." Out of nowhere, a mercenary lets out a blood-curdling scream as gore explodes in the dark, his eyes bugging out from a hidden attacker. More blood just gushes out, with a sickening GTH, as the hidden monster keeps tearing into them. Another mercenary gets absolutely wrecked, his body flying back as he screams, "WH, what was that? We're under attack." The leader, finally realizing they're in deep trouble, bellows, "We're being attacked. Let's attack too," just as another mercenary lets out a terrifying, final scream. Eugene's eyes widen, a jolt of realization hitting him hard, the monster isn't just attacking, it's tearing through his own allies. In the suffocating darkness, a mercenary screams as a brutal, unseen blow lands, the sickening crunch reverberating through the air. Another mercenary is sent flying, the sounds of their desperate struggle and agonizing pain piercing the suffocating silence. A blood-curdling scream of "My leg" erupts from a mercenary, collapsing in agony, brutally maimed by the unseen terror. Hidden in the inky blackness, Eugene's crimson eyes blaze, a silent, chilling witness to the absolute pandemonium his power has unleashed, the raw red energy still crackling around him. A brutal, tearing sound rips through the air, confirming another mercenary has just been torn apart by the relentless monster. The relentless barrage of impacts and piercing strikes rages on, the mercenaries' desperate fight for survival turning into a frantic, losing battle in the absolute blackness. The mercenary leader, blindsided and furious, recoils with a sharp clang, his face a mask of pure rage and disbelief at the unexpected assault. Blasted by the invisible assailant, he roars for help, brilliant sparks erupting from the impact as he desperately fights back against the monstrous threat. This isn't just darkness, it's a perfect hunting ground. The monster is absolutely unleashed, rampaging with terrifying, unstoppable ease. In a desperate, frantic scramble, the mercenary leader fumbles for a light source, his voice raw with panic as he screams for it to ignite, "Light up already, damn it." Just as he's about to ignite a spark, a sudden, bone-chilling presence makes him freeze, the unseen terror lunging in for the kill. Sweat pouring down his face, the mercenary leader was absolutely paralyzed in the suffocating darkness, a silent scream trapped in his throat. His heart was absolutely pounding, eyes blown wide, reflecting the pure, unadulterated horror of the unseen beast closing in. Then, a chilling thought hit him like a truck, why was it so quiet? The silence was even more terrifying than the monster's attacks. But that silence was just a trap, as a lightning-fast strike ripped through the air, splattering blood everywhere in the pitch black. Another brutal hit landed, this time on his leg, sending more blood flying as the mercenary leader went down. Then, a deep, menacing voice boomed from the shadows, taunting him with a chilling question, "Do you need fire?" Meanwhile, from his perch above, Eugene was just watching the whole thing go down, his red eyes burning in the dark, a silent, deadly spectator to the mercenary's nightmare. The mercenary leader could only let out a choked gasp, his face twisted in pure, primal terror as the unseen monster moved in for the kill. But then, a new voice, calm and deadly, sliced through the darkness, offering a chilling, "If you're having trouble breathing, allow me to help," as Eugene's hand ignited with a small, ominous orb of light. He kept going, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "Human eyes are totally useless in the dark, right? Then, with a chilling smirk, Eugene dropped the bomb. So how about now? Can you see more clearly? And as the light exploded, revealing the terrifying monster, it was still tearing into the mercenary leader, who was now screaming his head off, while the other mercenaries absolutely freaked out. The mercenary leader is absolutely reeling, battered and broken, when a chilling voice cuts through the darkness, taunting him, asking if he finally gets who the real hunter is. And who's actually the prey here? The monster's shadowy form just looms over him, those glowing red eyes burning through the darkness like twin infernos. But then, a blinding light rips through the suffocating darkness, exposing the mercenary leader's face, contorted in pure terror as he sees the monster, and then, Eugene, just standing there behind him, a single, desperate, shit, tearing from his throat. His face just snaps, a guttural, primal scream ripping from his very soul as he curses the thing, his fangs flashing in a horrifying display of pure, raw terror. The sheer, unholy terror of the moment, cranked up to 11 by that sudden light, just breaks him, leaving him a screaming, fanged wreck on the floor. The storm is absolutely wild outside this epic Gothic mansion, rain just pounding down as thunder cracks. But inside, a heavy boot is already hitting the stone stairs, its owner making a silent, powerful entrance. His arrival sends a ripple through the air, and suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, demanding answers. Vertel Terwin is absolutely stunned, his face a mask of disbelief as he shouts out, while Eugene, cool as ice, just keeps walking down, his dark cloak flowing like a shadow. Every step is calculated, his aura practically screaming dominance as he closes in on the others. Eugene's got this subtle, chilling smirk, his red eyes burning with an almost terrifying calm. Vertel Terwin, with his night buddy right there, gets straight to the point, his voice practically shaking as he asks if the crazy rumors about Eugene are actually real. The two knights stare down at something off-screen, and Vertel Terwin, clearly fed up, declares they're getting the truth straight from the source. And what they see is shocking, a man is totally sprawled out on the floor, blood pooling around him, clearly in a bad way. A hand reaches out, almost in disbelief, as someone gasps, finally grasping the horrifying scene before them. Vertel Terwin is absolutely floored, recognizing the injured man as Sir Maverick, who then, with a gut-wrenching groan, drops the bombshell, "I tried to kill him." Maverick, absolutely broken, screams out the truth, confessing he tried to assassinate Jan Eugene. And the bombshell drops, he wasn't alone, it was all on Vertel Terwin's direct command. But Vertel just laughs it off, completely dismissing the accusation, insisting Maverick's gone crazy and is just spewing nonsense. His face contorts in pure rage as he screams, absolutely refusing to take the blame. Then, Vertel turns to Kamara, practically yelling, "How far are you going to let this go? Snap out of it, Kamara." He doubles down, practically spitting, "Are you seriously going to believe a lunatic?" But Kamara isn't buying it, coolly asking Vertel, "Is that really how it is, Sir Maverick?" Eugene's eyes blaze crimson as he cuts through the noise, demanding Maverick cut the babbling and explain exactly what he tried to pull. Eugene's grip is absolute as Maverick wails in agony, cursing himself for ever daring to betray his lord. Maverick thrashes, screaming that he's worthless trash and deserves nothing but death. Verthel's eyes go wide with terror, realizing Eugene is about to make a shocking move. And just like that, Eugene brutally throws Maverick right out the window, sending him free-falling into the dark, stormy abyss. Vertel Terwin screams Maverick's name, his face contorted in pure shock as he leans over the railing, witnessing the horrific aftermath. Then, a sickening, bone-jarring crash. The sound of Maverick hitting the ground is absolutely brutal, leaving no doubt about his fate. Maverick's body lies broken, a chilling reminder of Eugene's power, and the onlookers can only gasp in horror. Vertel, trying to save face, quickly spins a tale to Kamara, claiming Maverick just lost his mind after seeing a monster's rampage. Kamara, however, isn't buying it for a second, calling out Verthel's flimsy excuse and questioning his sanity. Suddenly, Eugene's chilling voice slices through the air, his glowing red eyes locking onto Vertel as he drops a bombshell. "You're relieved someone died, Vertel." Vertel is absolutely floored by the accusation, sweating bullets and completely speechless under Eugene's intense stare. Eugene's voice drops, chilling to the bone, as he declares, "You're no different, Jan Eugene." Vertel absolutely loses it, exploding in a furious rage, screaming about his knightly pride and accusing Eugene of insane, paranoid lies. But Eugene doesn't even flinch, his eyes burning, as he throws down the ultimate challenge, "On your honor as a knight, Vertel, are you truly innocent?" Verthel's face is a mask of desperation, barely holding it together, as he forces out a shaky, "Of course." Then, with a terrifying surge of power, Eugene's hand ignites with a menacing red glow, and he delivers his final, chilling words, ready to unleash hell on Vertel Terwin. Vertel Terwin, with an unyielding gaze, throws down the gauntlet. He's demanding a trial by combat, putting everything on the line, his honor, and his opponents. But as the challenge echoes, a pair of blazing crimson eyes, radiating raw power, lock onto him, a silent, terrifying response. A chilling, almost imperceptible smile creeps across his face, a silent, deadly acceptance. Verthel's face twists into a furious snarl, teeth gritted in pure rage. He knows this is going to be a brutal fight. But the drama isn't just between them. The city is buzzing with rumors, everyone's talking about the second young master's trial by combat in the front yard. Everyone's asking, what has he done now? And then the bombshell drops, he ordered an assassination. The crowd is stunned. A maid, clearly fed up, grumbles that he always causes trouble, but this time he's crossed the line, as another person urgently asks, who was the target? Amidst the buzzing crowd, a dark, imposing figure strides away, and the shocking truth is revealed, the target was the Lord's newest hire. The name rings out, confirming the identity of the dark figure, it's Sir Jan Eugene. Meanwhile, Berthel's hand flashes, a blur of motion, his golden hair whipping around as he gets ready for the fight of his life. With a fierce glare, he unsheaths his gleaming sword, its polished blade glinting as he stands poised to clash with Eugene. With their claims clashing hard, Berthel Terwin lays down the gauntlet, demanding a duel to settle the score. He's not just talking smack, he's invoking divine judgment, proclaiming that the winner will be blessed by God's righteous will. Eugene, with his signature dark hair and those chilling red eyes, steps up to the plate, a quiet, almost mocking blessing for the victor escaping his lips. The crowd erupts, the name, Jan Eugene, screaming through the air, as the tension explodes and the fight is on. No hesitation from Berthel Terwin, he's already in motion, his blade flashing as he lunges into the fray. Meanwhile, Eugene just chills on a ledge, his dark cloak flowing as he calmly observes the incoming attack. Berthel Terwin is all out, screaming as he closes the distance, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. But Eugene? He's completely unfazed, those red eyes locked on Berthel, a chilling smirk hinting at what's to come. Berthel Terwin's blade comes down like a hammer, a devastating strike that rips into the very ground, but not his foe. But in a blink, Eugene's there, his bare hand glowing as it effortlessly swats away the heavy sword like it's nothing. Berthel Terwin's attack is completely nullified, his sword forced off course, leaving him wide open and reeling. Berthel Terwin's jaw drops, pure disbelief etched on his face, as Eugene's hand holds his sword in place, a raw burst of energy exploding from the impact point. The sheer power of the deflection left the air crackling, a silent scream of raw energy that hung in the space. While Eugene, completely unfazed, just watched, a chilling. The only sound from his lips, his eyes promising pure devastation. But Berthel Terwin? He was absolutely losing it, his face a mask of pure horror as he shrieked, the vampire. Informs Sir Young Dirt. A cold, hard sneer crossed Eugene's face, his thoughts dripping with contempt. To think I was chased by a mere wretch like this for over a decade. Berthel, completely stunned and disoriented, could only gasp, as the reality of his defeat slammed into him. Then, in a blur of motion, Eugene's bare hand slammed into Berthel's sword again, igniting an explosive clash of red energy and a thunderous cheng that shook the very ground. Shards of light and debris exploded outwards, a chaotic burst of power that screamed Eugene's total control. Berthel's face contorted in pure agony, a choked "Keuk" ripped from his throat as he was violently flung away. He hit the ground like a sack of bricks, the impact a sickening "dah" that reverberated through the arena. But before Berthel could even think about getting up, Eugene was already there, his hand glowing with sinister power, clamping down on the knight's face with brutal force. A massive surge of energy pulsed from Eugene's hand, sending shockwaves through Berthel's entire being, a silent scream of echoing the pain. And just like that, with one final, contemptuous kick, Eugene sent the utterly broken knight flying, ending the trial by combat in a brutal, one-sided victory. With eyes blazing crimson, Eugene stared down, a cold command ripping through the air. Berthel screamed, his face twisted in pure agony and fear, absolutely shattered by the brutal onslaught. Let's be clear, Berthel's swordsmanship was legendary, absolutely top tier, a master of the blade. But this time, he was up against a force of nature, an absolute anomaly. Even the clueless spectators could see it, plain as day, the absolute chasm of power between them. Eugene loomed over the fallen knight, a silent, terrifying monument of power, his aura screaming dominance. Berthel, staring up from the dirt, finally understood the horrifying reality. Eugene was a god among men, an unstoppable force. His crimson eyes blazed with an infernal fire, a terrifying beacon of raw power, utterly eclipsing Berthel. Then, in a flash of pure speed, Eugene's hand became a dark blur, a crimson explosion erupting in its wake. Boom! Another devastating hit landed, a sickening crimson spray painting the air as Berthel took the full force. But then, a thunderous voice ripped through the chaos, the mercenary leader, Captain Partek, charging in to shut down the massacre. Captain Partek stood over the absolutely demolished Berthel, who was sprawled out, broken on the ground, while Eugene just watched, his face a mask of cold indifference. His crimson eyes, burning with an otherworldly glow, silently demanded an answer as he surveyed the chaos, a single, chilling word escaping his lips. But the mercenary leader, a towering figure of authority, wasn't having it, his voice cutting like a blade, declaring that the fight was still on for Lord Terwin, despite the knight's obvious defeat. He dropped to one knee, a heavy hand pinning the knight to the blood-soaked ground, a stark image of control and the brutal end of the battle. With the knight utterly broken, the mercenary leader made the official call, crowning Sir Jan Eugene the undisputed victor, a declaration that sent a shockwave of denial through Verthel. But Verthel, fueled by pure, unadulterated fury, wasn't giving up, vowing to personally crush his tormentor, his scream echoing with raw, desperate rage. The mercenary leader, however, stood his ground, his gaze unwavering, insisting that the fight was over, done, and the knight needed to face reality. Verthel's face twisted into a mask of pure venom, spitting accusations at the mercenary leader, demanding he confess his sins and rot in a cell. His voice, raw with disbelief, cracked, as he desperately tried to understand what cosmic injustice had led to his utter downfall. Meanwhile, Eugene's fist tightened, crackling with raw, dark power, a silent, terrifying display of his might, even as Verthel's furious screams filled the air. Verthel, absolutely consumed by his fury, kept pointing the finger at Eugene, believing with every fiber of his being that this humiliation was all his fault. His face a twisted mess of despair and pure, unbridled fury, he unleashed a primal scream, unable to accept the bitter taste of defeat. As Verthel's desperate, broken screams echoed, Eugene's eye flared with an intense, electric blue, a silent, terrifying acknowledgement of the knight's utter and complete humiliation. Whoa! His eye just went electric blue, and a glowing blade of pure energy bursts forth. What in the world is going on with him? His eyes, now back to their fiery red, scan his body, and you can practically see the gears turning in his head as he processes this insane power-up. Suddenly, a wicked red and black armor starts cladding his leg, snapping into place with a menacing clink. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a full-blown transformation. Meanwhile, the poor knight on the ground is freaking out, his body completely locked up, screaming internally, "Why won't my body move? Talk about a bad day." The armor snaps into its final form around Eugene, a sharp, decisive sound marking its completion, and he's left standing there, utterly stunned, asking "Huh? What just happened?" He glances down at the poor soul he just wrecked, his new, intimidating armor making him look like an absolute boss. Then it hits him. He recognizes this insane gear, and a name flashes through his mind, "This is my armor. Kamara. What's Kamara got to do with this?" Verthel Terwin, still stuck on the ground, is having a major flashback, haunted by the words, "You should have grasped the last chance your brother gave you." Ouch, that's gotta sting. Eugene is the undisputed champ, standing tall over a completely wrecked Verthel Terwin, who sprawled out on the blood-soaked ground. This fight is over. The crowd, including Sir Galfredic and the blonde knight, is absolutely speechless, their jaws practically on the floor after witnessing that epic showdown. Eugene, looking like a total legend in his new gear, just turns and walks away, leaving the defeated knight and the stunned crowd in his dust. What a boss move. Sir Galfredic and the blonde knight can't take their eyes off him, watching him disappear through the massive gate, leaving everyone wondering what just happened and what he'll do next. Utterly crushed, Verthel Terwin could only manage a single, pathetic thought, a pity. But the world kept spinning, birds flying high above a lively street, a weapons shop beckoning below. The city hummed with life, the distant harbor a hive of activity, completely unaware of the epic showdown that just went down. But Eugene wasn't sticking around for the applause, striding away, his new red and black armor practically screaming power. A tiny, glowing familiar zipped up next to him, totally confused, demanding, "What is," then adding, "Seriously, he was your first familiar, and you just used him to get a confession before ditching him like trash." Eugene's face was stone cold, fangs glinting as he shot back, "Not really." With a chilling gaze, he laid out his brutal logic, honestly, his mind was so weak, he couldn't even handle being a familiar. If I'd just left him, everyone would have instantly known he was a vampire. And he kept going, completely unapologetic, honestly, using him as bait to force a duel. That was the best possible use for someone so useless. Then, with a cold stare, he dropped the mic, "And seriously, you think I'd let someone who dared to bare their fangs at me live?" The familiar just floated there, shaking its head, muttering, "Typical vampire. Absolutely no heart." Eugene kept strolling through the epic hall, but the familiar wasn't giving up, "But come on, a vampire needs a massive army of slaves. It's literally the ultimate power move." Eugene just brushed it off, "No need." The familiar, totally bewildered, shrieked, "You seriously have no sense of style, do you?" Eugene's mind races, dissecting the very essence of familiars. He's not about to waste his time on weaklings who just create more problems than they solve. He's thinking, maybe, just maybe, if I ever find someone truly worthy, when a shockwave of a voice rips through the air, "What? Sir Galfredic?" Another voice drops the bomb, confirming, "Yeah, things are a mess." Then, the first voice, clearly panicking, demands, "Hold up, when did he even go in?" The grim reply echoes, "It's already been 2 weeks. Eugene strides into the room, and instantly, a mustachioed man and a fiery redhead snap their attention to him, the woman practically shouting, "Sir Eugene." Sir Galfredic, the mustachioed man, beams, "Welcome, Sir Eugene." He's all smiles, adding, "We heard you crushed that dungeon subjugation." Eugene, ever cool, just nods, "Good to see you too." But then, Eugene's whole vibe changes, and he cuts straight to the chase. "Alright, what's this about Sir Galfredic?" Kamara, the redhead, just stares, her eyes screaming worry, a silent gasp escaping her. A heavy thud reverberates, and the scene shifts. Flashback, 2 weeks ago, Sir Galfredic was deep in the labyrinth, fighting in Count Evergrow's territory. The ominous thudding persists as the truth drops, he vanished, alone, inside that deadly labyrinth. They scoured the entire mid-rank monster zone, but found absolutely nothing, not a single trace of him. The chilling words hit him hard, a high-rank monster area claimed another, and they're not coming back. No time to waste. A horse charges through the forest, hooves thundering, a blur of speed and determination. The world streaks by as the powerful beast keeps up its insane speed, a desperate race against time. Stepping into a lavish mansion, Eugene is immediately met by a high-ranking noble, who formally welcomes him to the estate. Eugene makes his entrance, descending the grand staircase, his dark hair a striking contrast to the lavish surroundings. Jevon Evergrow, the noble host, can't help but comment, admitting that Eugene is way younger and even better looking than the whispers had led him to believe. Eugene, ever the professional, returns the pleasantries, but his tone quickly shifts, hinting that there's something more pressing at hand. Jevon, understanding the unspoken message, quickly agrees, confirming the situation is urgent and leading Eugene deeper into the estate. The eldest son of House Evergrow, Jevon, maintains a charming smile, even as serious business looms. Now in a lavish study, Jevon gets down to business, revealing that Galfredic's ambition got the best of him. He elaborates, admitting they were going to give Eugene a formal position if he crushed the raid, but they never expected him to just charge into the upper levels all by himself. Eugene, with a piercing gaze, cuts to the chase, confirming he absolutely went rogue. Jevon Evergrow drops a bombshell, revealing that the upper levels Eugene just breezed through are an ancient, forbidden zone, untouched by their house for over a century. A legendary, terrifying place where the Master of the Labyrinth supposedly holds court. Eugene, ever the pragmatist, immediately challenges the very concept of this Master of the Labyrinth. And then drops his own knowledge bomb, stating it's not just some inhabitant, but a powerful entity that rules the entire labyrinth. He continues, a smirk playing on his lips, noting that Sir Galfredic, blinded by the allure of glory, had charged in headfirst, causing a massive headache for everyone involved. Jevon, catching himself, quickly pivots, apologizing for the oversight and finally introducing the formidable territorial knight of their house, Sir Lugates. Lugates, stepping forward, reveals he was the leader of the subjugation party that went in with Galfredic back then. He then turns to Eugene, a glint in his eye, stating his pleasure to finally meet him and acknowledging the whispers that Eugene actually defeated Sir Galfredic in a duel. Lugates, with a triumphant smirk, declares himself the reigning Evergrow tournament champion, having also taken down Galfredic in the arena. Eugene, unimpressed by the boast, cuts straight to the chase, asking if this shared achievement is even relevant at this moment. Jevon quickly steps in, clarifying that it's only significant because it highlights Galfredic's undeniable talent, a talent they absolutely cannot afford to lose. With a solemn expression, Jevon, representing House Evergrow, offers a profound apology to Eugene for the chaotic mess they've found themselves in. Jevon Evergrow is still laying out the grim details, keeping his cool as he talks to the mysterious figure. But Eugene's mind flashes back to a wild memory, his mercenary friend loudly proclaiming their unbreakable bond, and Eugene can only grimly agree, remembering that bastard with a mix of nostalgia and resentment. Snapping back to reality, Jevon gets serious, promising Eugene full support for his friend's sake, but he makes it clear that there are some hard truths Eugene needs to hear. Jevon reveals the dark history. For a century, their house has tried to conquer the labyrinth's upper levels, but every single time, the entire team vanished without a trace. Due to this brutal track record, Jevon states the cold hard rule, if you're gone for over a month, you're declared dead, and Galfredic is already 3 weeks in, with only 1 week left before he's officially written off. Eugene's red eyes blaze with fierce determination, his expression tightening, as the chilling reality of no hope settles in, fueling his resolve. His dark armor practically hums with a subtle, internal energy, a visual testament to the sheer power and focus building within him. Eugene shoots up from his chair, no time to waste, announcing he's leaving right now, and Jevon has to jump in, trying to calm him down and admitting he gets the rush. Eugene, now back in his seat, fires back, reminding Jevon that a labyrinth isn't some casual shopping trip, then drops his non-negotiable ultimatum, 3 days. Jevon, taken aback but quickly recovering, agrees to assemble a subjugation party with Sir Lugates, vowing it'll be ready to roll within Eugene's tight 3-day deadline. Eugene turns his head, a deep thought crossing his features, as he mentally locks in the deal. He gives a soft, thank you, almost a whisper, then drops a bombshell, and one more thing, leaving everyone hanging. He's just standing there, taking it all in as some unseen voice drops a bombshell. They've hired a new mage, and this guy's gonna be his additional support. And the speakers all like, this mage? Oh, he's gonna be huge. Super useful. But hold up, another voice cuts in, totally annoyed, complaining about some spiky-haired jerk who's got a massive attitude, all while the city hums below. Eugene, ever the mysterious figure, just strolls through the busy town square, his dark cloak making him practically invisible as he watches the world go by. The unseen speaker keeps hyping up this new mage, who's literally glowing with power in front of them, but Eugene. He just rolls his eyes, thinking, yeah, right, total BS. But inside his head, he's connecting the dots, realizing that something is seriously off here. His mind flashes back to Sir Galfredic, remembering exactly what the knight told him right before they split up. Galfredic, with that ambitious glint in his eye, had made it clear, he wanted full credit for the dungeon raid and a sweet appointment from the Count of Evergrow. And with a cocky grin, Galfredic had even tried to rope Eugene in, saying, hey, why don't you come with me and make a name for yourself too? Eugene's mind races. Galfredic's promotion to Evergrow territory was practically guaranteed, so why the heck was he suddenly thrown into a labyrinth subjugation as some kind of test? He's totally baffled, wondering what could have possibly made them pull such a sudden U-turn. Eugene knows Galfredic better than anyone, he's not some impulsive, greedy fool, but his deep thoughts are abruptly shattered by a loud, urgent cry, huh? Over there. Even if he were to dive into that deadly labyrinth, he'd definitely roll with a top-tier squad, playing it smart and safe. While Eugene's mind races, a booming voice cuts through the tension, shouting that the Messiah is on the way. A mysterious hooded figure hypes up the crowd, dropping a dark prophecy. When the moon turns red, the goddess of victory is gonna rage and wipe out everything. The speaker doubles down, claiming the disaster is already here, pointing to constant quakes near the labyrinth that are wiping out mountain beasts left and right. Eugene, with his glowing blue buddy, remembers a top-tier knight who also disappeared in the labyrinth recently, and he's thinking, wait, are they talking about the green onion dude? Then, an old man with a massive white beard jumps in, adding to the wild sermon, demanding everyone splash fresh calves' blood at the gate and turn the rest into a ritual feast. The hooded figure, arms wide, promises that if they just follow orders, the Messiah will show up and rescue their blood-drenched land. The crowd freaks out, whispering nervously, with some people openly asking if this is some kind of cult. Eugene, watching the chaos with a scowl, brushes off the whole thing as total garbage, knowing this town is anything but normal. A worried young guy in the crowd screams that God is furious, but it's not too late to get on board. Amidst the uproar, Eugene's gaze falls to a paper in his hand, covered in a creepy eye symbol and weird writing. The cryptic writing spills the beans on the recent chaos, revealing that wild animals near the labyrinth are dropping dead from earthquakes. Eugene is still deep in thought, staring at that cryptic paper. He's piecing it together, a collapsed labyrinth, roamers breaking free. This is huge. But then, the big question hits him, if that's the case, where in the world is Galfredic? Elsewhere, two intense figures, one with purple hair and fiery red eyes, the other radiating a cool blue aura, are on the move. The blue-haired one is getting impatient, declaring 3 days is way too long to hold back. The purple-haired leader, clutching a sinister red crystal, flashes a chilling grin, ready to unleash chaos and wipe out anyone in their path. Eugene, watching from the shadows, can't help but think, what a surprise to see a vampire out in broad daylight, so bold. He stays hidden, his dark cloak making him practically invisible as he keeps an eye on them. Then, in a flash, the purple-haired hunter's head whips around, locking onto Eugene's hiding spot. His red eyes go wide, he sensed him. With a taunting smirk, the hunter calls out to Eugene, mocking the sheer audacity of a vampire showing their face in broad daylight, especially after the holy knights almost eradicated their kind. Eugene's red eyes sharpen, a clear sign he's not amused by the hunter's taunts. The purple-haired hunter tightens his armored fist, his playful smirk replaced by a dangerous determination. Back in the square, the preacher is still going strong, shouting about the Messiah's arrival and demanding everyone believe right now. The blue aura hunter watches the whole scene unfold, his face twisted in a mix of excitement and grim resolve. Eugene chokes, the purple-haired hunter's grip like a vice around his throat, barking for him to reveal his true identity. He's fighting back, but one question burns in his mind, how in the world did they spot him so fast? The hunter's voice slices through the air, a chilling promise to snap his neck if he doesn't spill the beans, forcing Eugene to beg for a chance to talk. His captor closes in, her face a mask of cold resolve, waiting for his answer. Eugene's eyes blaze crimson, a sudden, shocking realization hitting him, the words, blood shadow, tearing from his throat as he finally understands. The truth hits him like a truck, his face a twisted mess of agony and sudden understanding. Meanwhile, the blue-haired hunter watches, a tiny, glowing blue spirit floating next to her, both of them hearing shadow and feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. The spirit's eyes pop open, a shocked gasp ripping through its glowing body. Out of nowhere, the blue-haired hunter explodes into action, unleashing a torrent of electric blue energy to freeze her partner in place, shouting that Eugene is off-limits for now. Eugene's jaw drops in pure shock, as the blue-haired hunter drops a bombshell. That tiny spirit is a mage. Shadow, the spirit, then drops the ultimate truth bomb, revealing she's from the legendary Blood Shadow School, a secret society of mages who've been loyal to vampires for centuries. Still trapped, Eugene's eyes go wide, demanding to know, served what? Eugene stirs, a low groan escaping him as consciousness returns, with the ethereal shadow spirit floating protectively close. The purple-haired hunter, still looming, cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know why he'd launch an assault without a single warning. Her voice dripping with indignation, she blasts him for initiating combat without a word. But the blue-haired hunter quickly steps in, pointing out the obvious: you can't get answers if you're choking someone. This earns a grudging apology from her purple-haired partner, who then gets roasted for her own menacing opening line. Composing herself, the purple-haired hunter, Sirenor Ramari, finally drops the bombshell. She's a mage from the Blood Shadow School, a group infamous for serving vampires as retainers. She then reveals her school's secret, an innate ability to instantly pinpoint a vampire's presence, and surprisingly, she expresses an honor in finally meeting a member of the dark race face to face. Then comes the real kicker: Sirenor drops the bomb that young Master Jevon personally tasked her with finding Sir Eugene. Eugene's mind races, connecting the dots. This is the mage Jevon talked about, and he's trying to piece together everything he's heard. A chilling resolve hardens Eugene's expression as he makes a grim promise: when he catches Jevon, he's going to shut him up for good. Sirenor keeps talking, casually dropping another bombshell. She was also part of the subjugation party when Sir Galfredic vanished without a trace. Eugene, with Shadow still by his side, locks eyes with her, his gaze burning with intensity, and demands to know the full story of what went down back then. Sirenor then explains her motive: she needed monster byproducts, so she personally signed up for the labyrinth subjugation announced by the Count of Evergrow. The Evergrow labyrinth? Super tough, but after 100 years, everything but the top floors was basically a walk in the park. So, everyone was feeling pretty chill, just cruising through, but hey, even easy runs have their casualties, right? But as they pushed further in, bam! A massive roar, and the whole labyrinth started shaking like crazy. Earthquake. One knight yelled to wait, as the ground beneath them started to crack and crumble. Then, the ground beneath her just gave out, and she was falling. She was totally going down, but then, a hand grabbed her. It was Sir Galfredic, the guy watching their backs, who pulled off the heroic save. He shoved her to safety, and then, he plunged into the abyss instead of her. Because of him, she barely made it out, snapping back to reality with a jolt. Before everything went down, some knight was totally in Sir Galfredic's face, like, dude, why'd you open that super dangerous door? Everyone else was totally convinced that Sir Galfredic opening that door to the upper levels was what caused the whole earthquake. She survived because of Sir Galfredic, but the real story behind his disappearance? Still a total mystery. Sirenor, still dropping truth bombs, reveals she had to tell Eugene, Galfredic's best friend, the real story, which is why she tracked him down. But then, she drops a bombshell: she never saw him as a vampire, and Jevon's whole story? Totally off. Eugene, eyes blazing, fires back, demanding to know if she's lying or if someone's been messing with the truth. Sirenor takes a beat, then drops another hint: there's a whole other piece to the puzzle she saw way back when. A chilling, sinister grin rips across the shadowed face of a mysterious hooded figure, their eyes hidden in the depths of their cowl, as a dark chuckle rumbles from their throat, hinting at an earth-shattering awakening. The ominous words confirm it: a powerful entity is about to rise. The provisions are locked and loaded, and every mercenary and Templar is lined up, ready to roll out at a moment's notice. An army of warriors, a sea of steel and resolve, stood poised before massive, ancient gates, ready to storm whatever lay beyond. High above the assembled troops, a knight shot a glance at his dark-haired comrade, asking, "So, what's the word, Sir Eugene? Are we good to go?" Eugene's intense red eyes glinted, a dark humor playing on his lips as he mused about seeing an old friend again, hoping he wouldn't have to drag a body back. Galfredic, ever the boisterous one, burst into a loud, booming laugh, shaking his head at Eugene's dark wit. Then, with a grin, he commented to Eugene, "Looks like Sir Galfredic's got everyone's trust, huh?" But Eugene, with a serious glint in his eye, admitted he'd been itching to get into that labyrinth for ages, and now, it felt more important than ever. A sinister, glowing red symbol flared, mirroring the dark realization dawning on him: Galfredic's vanishing act wasn't some random mishap, he needed to keep a very close eye on him now. Unaware of the storm brewing in Eugene's mind, Galfredic just shrugged, muttering that if he'd lasted 3 weeks, a few more days wouldn't kill him. Eugene's eyes held a silent, piercing question, his thoughts swirling around the enigma that was Galfredic. Just then, a squad of cloaked figures marched up, cutting their conversation short, announcing they were Templars from House Evergrow, and Eugene's face was priceless. Sir Galfretic, with a charming grin, lays it on thick, proclaiming it an absolute honor to battle alongside a knight as devout as Eugene. He keeps the flattery coming, gushing about how touched they were by Eugene's selfless act for his friend, then, invoking God, proposes they fight as one. All while a cheeky thought bubble reveals his amusement at addressing a vampire this way, a quick mental flash of the blue-haired and purple-haired hunters he'd faced before. Eugene, ever the stoic, just offers a dry, well, let's do our best, while Galfretic can't help but point out how weird it is for Templars, who usually only obey divine commands, to suddenly care so much about a knight. Then, with a mischievous glint, he teases Eugene, suggesting he could totally become a holy knight later if he wanted, a ridiculous idea that makes Eugene internally snort, a vampire holy knight? Seriously? Galfredic's face twists into a knowing smirk, but Eugene just stares, his intense red eyes burning with unspoken thoughts. They reach the colossal, chained stone gates of the labyrinth, and Galfretic barks at Captain Partek, telling him to move it for a second. Partek snaps to attention, shouting, "Yes, sir," as the entire crew of knights and mercenaries, including Jevon Evergrow, Sir Lugates, Kamara, and the usual suspects, fall into formation. Galfretic then drops the order, telling everyone they're chilling here for a bit. He lays down the law, warning them not to drop their guard for a second, and to just grab water, then get right back to their posts. The knights and mercenaries spread out a bit in the massive hall, some catching a breather, others staying sharp, waiting for the next move. Deep within the labyrinth, a tiny, glowing spirit is absolutely blown away by the insane water energy radiating from the crystals, as Eugene takes it all in with a calculating stare. This isn't just any dungeon, it's an artificial setup, meticulously crafted, meaning you can at least survive here, a detail the spirit finds absolutely mind-blowing. But don't get it twisted, even with all that careful planning, monsters are still hiding in here, a chilling thought as Sir Galfretic casually dips his hand into a glowing pool. Eugene's mind is already running through worst-case scenarios, thinking, what if everything goes south? This labyrinth could be the ultimate hideout, a place to just survive. Yeah, he thinks, this place is practically tailor-made for sinister creatures to just chill and plot, and that's a chilling thought. Then, Sir Galfretic, with that signature smirk, turns to Eugene, practically daring him to disagree with his take on this whole labyrinth situation. He keeps going, laying on the praise thick about Eugene's insane skills, pointing out that literally no one died on their way here, thanks to him. Back with the main group, as they navigate the maze-like corridors, one knight is already getting antsy, demanding to know how much further to Galfredic's disappearance site, but gets shut down instantly. Galfretic, still rocking that smile, then throws a challenge at Eugene, bringing up that whole trust thing Eugene said earlier. He boldly declares that right now, he's the guy Eugene should be trusting above all else, doubling down on the fact that House Evergrow has completely figured out every single trap in this labyrinth. But then comes the chilling kicker, he casually drops that even with all their intel, people still die in here, every single time. Eugene's face goes stone cold, a dark, silent laugh bubbling up as he can only think of all the poor souls who didn't make it. A chilling grin spreads, a dark voice inside him whispering about offerings to hope, convinced they'll conquer this challenge. Then, a.m. The labyrinth itself goes wild, and Eugene's crimson eyes flare as he grasps the terrifying reality of this living maze. Giant gears start to screch and churn, the whole dungeon groaning as Sir Galfretic coolly watches the epic shift. His squad is on high alert, faces a blend of shock and readiness as the labyrinth keeps its insane, shifting dance. Someone yells, "Earthquake," and Sir Galfretic barks orders for everyone to brace themselves, confirming the labyrinth's layout is going full dynamic. He turns to Eugene, declaring this chaotic, shifting zone is precisely their target. He reveals this is the labyrinth's ultimate trick, a zone where walls constantly morph, turning navigation into a nightmare. But here's the kicker, this death trap is also the secret shortcut to the upper levels, talk about a gamble. The ground keeps shaking, and another knight shouts "Earthquake" to Eugene, but he's locked onto the chaos around them. Sir Galfretic stares up at the colossal gears, his eyes tracking the deadly, complex machinery of the labyrinth. Eugene, from behind, eyes the crumbling, shifting architecture, demanding to know where this shortcut is hiding in all this chaos. That dark, inner voice of Eugene just drops a chilling, right, sealing his grim understanding of the whole messed-up situation. The labyrinth was going absolutely wild, and Eugene, with his signature crimson gaze, was right in the thick of it, taking in all the insane changes around him. Suddenly, gigantic, menacing gears ripped through the walls, screaming as they spun. The mechanical chaos just kept going. Eugene stared up at the massive, Gothic structures now fused with the giant gears. Right next to him, Sir Galfretic looked just as stunned. A tiny blue spirit zipped around as Galfretic mumbled, totally lost about their location. Galfredic's face twisted in pure horror. Then, his eyes locked onto something in the distance. Eugene's eyes went wide with pure shock. And there it was, a bloodied, pink-haired figure, absolutely brutalized and tied to a giant stone cross. The other Galfretic hit the ground, his voice cracking with pure agony. No hesitation, no second thoughts, Eugene blasted off. He stares down at the horrific sight of Galfretic, crucified and broken, the air thick with an ominous silence. The very ground seems to tremble, dust and particles dancing in the eerie light. A close-up reveals the brutal reality, Galfredic's hand, bound by sinister, glowing chains, his life force draining away. Eugene's crimson eyes snap wide open, a jolt of pure shock and fury coursing through him. He reaches out, a desperate surge of hope as he realizes Galfretic is still clinging to life, knowing they need to act now, as Shadow urgently cries out his name. But Shadow's instincts are screaming, something is fundamentally, terrifyingly wrong here, a deep-seated unease she's felt for too long. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force rips through the labyrinth, a gale of pure, raw energy. Eugene and Shadow stand ready, a blue orb of magic illuminating the grim scene as they face the tortured night. He demands to know the source of this sudden, violent wind, while two shadowy figures loom menacingly over the crucified Galfretic on the platform above. The true origin of the disturbance reveals itself, a terrifying, pulsating red core of pure, swirling darkness. The malevolent energy surges, growing brighter, more intense, more dangerous. And then, from the depths of the abyss, two blazing red eyes erupt, crackling with an infernal, destructive power. Out of the void, a colossal, horned beast began to take shape, its body absolutely crackling with raw, purple energy. Its scaled, serpentine body coiled into view, showing off a monstrous size that absolutely dwarfed the entire labyrinth. Then, the monstrous minotaur fully materialized, its horned head and powerful body absolutely radiating an intense violet glow, pulsing with pure, malevolent power. It loomed over Eugene and Shadow, its massive form completely filling the cavern, ready to unleash pure destruction. Eugene gasped, recognizing the beast, his mind racing, a minotaur. How is it even here? Ramari, protect Sir Galfretic. Before he could even think, the minotaur's massive arm, absolutely crackling with purple energy, came swinging down with devastating force. Its powerful blow slammed into the ground, just barely missing them and sending shockwaves ripping through the stone. The ground absolutely shattered and erupted from the sheer force of that impact, sending jagged debris flying everywhere. But Eugene was not backing down. He lunged forward, his blade arcing towards the minotaur, leaving a vibrant trail of purple energy in its wake. The minotaur's arm, still wreathed in violet energy, deflected his attack, causing a blinding burst of light and sending even more debris flying. His eyes blazed with an intense crimson glow, his expression hardening with grim resolve as he powered up for a more potent strike. With a surge of power, he unleashed a powerful, orange-glowing attack, absolutely blasting the minotaur with explosive force. Even after his last move, Eugene gets absolutely rocked, a guttural cry tearing from his throat as the minotaur's sheer force sends him flying. He's sent careening through the crumbling ruins, the impact shaking the very ground as he fights to stay conscious. But before he can even think about getting up, the colossal minotaur goes for the kill, unleashing a torrent of dark, crackling purple and pink energy that rips through the air. The malevolent aura explodes outwards, swallowing everything in its path as the beast goes for the finishing blow. A blinding, cataclysmic explosion of purple and pink energy absolutely decimates the area, shattering the ground and sending shrapnel flying everywhere. As the dust clears, Shadow screams in panic, but Eugene, somehow, is still standing, his eyes blazing with an unyielding, furious determination. He's not just standing, he's charging up, a brilliant, volatile core of red-orange energy igniting in his palm, pulsing with raw, destructive power. With a primal roar, Eugene unleashes that concentrated blast, and the minotaur gets absolutely vaporized in a fiery, red-orange explosion. The sheer power of that hit absolutely shreds the monster, ripping apart the ground in a blinding, earth-shattering flash of yellow and orange. When the explosive energy finally fades, nothing but dust and pulverized rock is left where that monster used to be. But hold up, cut to a completely different scene, a red-haired knight is totally tied up and beaten, his body cinched tight with ropes in some forgotten, crumbling ruin. Back in the labyrinth, Eugene's eyes are absolutely blazing with crimson power, his face locked in a terrifying mask of fierce determination after that insane attack. The sheer, unadulterated power of that last attack just kept going, tearing through everything, sending debris flying like shrapnel. Leaving behind a path of pure devastation, with crimson energy still crackling in the air. Even Sir Galfretic, watching from afar, was absolutely floored by the display, as the protagonist himself was momentarily knocked off his feet by the sheer kickback. He hit the ground with a bone-jarring impact, a faint red aura still pulsing around him. The very earth beneath him continued to crack and splinter, a swirling vortex of pure destructive energy marking the exact spot where that minotaur once stood. His eyes, burning with an infernal crimson glow, screamed pure, unyielding, feral determination. Meanwhile, Maverick was absolutely losing it, screaming, "What the hell are you doing?" as Verthel Terwin, barely holding it together behind a shimmering purple barrier, gasped, "Sir Eugene, that's a minotaur." It's considered strong even among high-rank monsters. Ramari, his face a mask of pure terror, shrieked, even a vampire could die to it. But the protagonist's resolve? Absolutely unshaken, his fangs bared in a silent, menacing snarl. Then, a blade, held by the protagonist, flashed into view, its reflection splitting Romari's shocked face, a brutal reminder of who was truly in control. His voice, a low, dangerous growl, sliced through the tension as he declared, "You've overstepped your boundaries." Romari, now completely broken and humbled, could only stammer out a desperate apology to Sir Eugene. He couldn't just let a vampire rush headfirst into a minotaur's jaws, not when he knew the odds were stacked against them. To save Sir Galfredic, they needed to chill out and think, a point the blue-haired hunter totally agreed with, freaking out about the labyrinth's massive scale and the minotaur, when he thought a cyclops was the worst they'd see. His red eyes burned, radiating the sheer power that still hung heavy in the atmosphere. The chain on his dark cloak glinted, a tiny hint of the power he held. Still shook from everything, the blue-haired hunter confessed he totally misjudged the mage, shocked he could even use earth magic. Eugene, with that smug look, threw it back, reminding him he only survived thanks to Sir Galfredic, and that he used to be written off as just some weirdo who could only make chimeras. Elsewhere, a knight in shining armor flashed a confident grin, totally owning the room. His eyes, now blazing with an intense golden glow, revealed a fierce determination as he spoke one name, Lugates. Eugene lets out a dismissive scoff, clearly annoyed by the turn of events, admitting he totally underestimated his opponent's earth magic skills. But then, surrounded by armored figures and the purple-haired hunter, he throws down the gauntlet, demanding to know if she really wanted to save Galfredic, and she can only manage a choked ugh. The hunter flashes back, remembering how fast it all went down, and Eugene's eyes snap open, the shocking truth hitting him like a truck. His crimson eyes blaze with pure fury as he points the finger, shouting that she was the one behind it all, his voice dripping with accusation. He presses on, revealing she's the one who twisted Galfredic into that mess, and the purple-haired hunter just shrugs it off with a chilling "oh dear." She then drops the bombshell, casually admitting she only dragged him to Galfredic because he was so desperate, just so he could see his dear friend again. Talk about twisted. Eugene's face hardens, firing back that she's way more savage than the rumors let on, his words hitting like a cold, hard truth. The purple-haired hunter, with a chilling smirk, finally names him, Sir Eugene, and her hand, crackling with dark purple energy, shoots out to grab his arm. Eugene's eyes ignite with a furious red glow, his face contorting into a mask of pure resolve, ready to unleash hell. He explodes into action, launching a brutal punch, his fist blazing with a wicked crimson aura, the sheer power making the air scream. But the purple-haired hunter is lightning fast, throwing up a shimmering purple magic shield to block his attack, the clash sending energy particles exploding everywhere. Both Eugene and the blonde knight, Jevon Evergrow, are absolutely stunned, their eyes glued to the insane magical showdown, a look of pure disbelief plastered across their faces. He's channeling pure power, purple energy exploding around his hand, as the hunter's words hit him like a shockwave, challenging the very source of his strength. Calling him out, she drops a bombshell, his power isn't his own, it's a magic formula to steal someone else's strength. She's spilling the tea on this forbidden power, revealing it was once for humans, but got totally outlawed when people started jacking non-human abilities. Her eyes narrow, delivering the final verdict, it's a forbidden spell, plain and simple. Eugene isn't having it, firing back with a scathing comeback, calling her whole argument a pathetic excuse from power-hungry control freaks. But she's not backing down, doubling down on her belief, proclaiming her group as the chosen ones, divinely selected to survive the coming apocalypse. His crimson eyes are practically burning, as her taunts keep coming, hitting him where it hurts. You only beat Galfredic because you borrowed power. Red lightning sparks around her as she goes for the jugular, calling him out for bragging about power that isn't even his. With a furious snarl, she lays down the gauntlet, promising to show him exactly where he stands. Eugene's had enough. He explodes with a torrent of crimson energy, his entire body radiating raw power, ready to unleash hell. The red energy absolutely erupts, a devastating wave of pure power rocketing straight at her. Then, in a blinding, earth-shattering flash, his crimson attack slams into a wall of purple energy, igniting a cataclysmic explosion of light and raw power. The purple-haired hunter is absolutely floored, her mind blown by the insane power blasting off her opponent, questioning if any regular vampire could even dream of unleashing that kind of energy. But Eugene's crimson eyes are practically burning with fierce determination, and he's about to drop even more of his secret power. He absolutely explodes forward, a massive burst of red energy blasting from his fist, shouting that he's not the only one with hidden power, as his attack smashes into the mercenary leader. The purple-haired hunter is totally stunned by the sudden interference, her face a complete picture of shock and alarm. Eugene blazes across the ground, purple energy swirling around his feet, his voice dropping a chilling promise that he's not holding back a single thing. Before she can even blink, the mercenary leader, already shrugging off Eugene's hit, slashes at the purple-haired hunter with his sword, making her scream in pain. But just as fast, the mercenary leader gets absolutely blasted back by a surge of purple energy, sent flying through the air like a ragdoll. He's back on his feet in a flash, a smug grin spreading across his face, bragging that he's already cracked every single trap in this whole labyrinth. Meanwhile, the purple-haired hunter gets absolutely launched again, her body spinning through the air from another brutal hit. The mercenary leader's eyes are blazing yellow with some crazy new power, as he totally taunts Eugene, telling him to just give up and die already. From the ground, the purple-haired hunter screams her own name, a desperate battle cry or a plea for some serious power-up. But Eugene just ignores the trash talk and unleashes a devastating blue energy slash, the insane blade ripping through the air straight for the mercenary leader. Eugene, ever the predator, stood ready on a precarious ledge, his eyes locked onto his target. Then, in a flash of crimson and black, he launched himself forward with blinding speed, a true force of nature. His piercing red eyes locked on, meeting the mercenary leader's sinister, glowing yellow stare. The mercenary leader's eyes blazed with an eerie, unnatural glow, a silent challenge mirroring the protagonist's own fierce resolve. Suddenly, his blade ignited, a blinding blue energy slash tearing through the very air. The mercenary leader, caught off guard, could only watch as the attack closed in, a rare moment of shock on his face. But the protagonist's resolve was absolute, his gaze locked, his attack relentless. Then, with a chilling calm, the mercenary leader spoke his name, a clear sign he recognized the sheer power he was up against. He confessed that the protagonist's power blew his mind, admitting a head-on fight would have been a gamble, and that using Sir Galfredic as bait was a stroke of genius. A chilling, predatory grin stretched across his face, his eyes burning with a dark, powerful glow as he geared up for the ultimate counterattack. Then, with a terrifying declaration, he roared that the final sacrifice was about to be made. Sir Galfredic lets out a desperate grunt, his purple magic circle flickering and failing around him. The strain overwhelming him as he shouts, he can't hold it. He's sorry, Sir Eugene, but his magic circle is completely broken. But then, a terrifying roar rips through the air, as some colossal, shadowy force unleashes an earth-shattering blast, tearing everything apart. Amidst the destruction, a figure in dark armor streaks across the scene, a crimson-eyed blur cutting through the debris. A new player, with flowing dark hair and intense red eyes, spots him and shouts, "Wait, Sir Eugene. Where are you even going?" Meanwhile, Galfredic is in absolute agony, clutching his chest, a gut-wrenching "Ugh" tearing from his throat. The red-eyed observer glares at the unfolding disaster, a frustrated snarl on his face, muttering about the damned ordeal and how he really should have just pretended to be oblivious and ran. His face twists in pure shock and concern, as the gravity of the situation truly hits him. Then, just like that, Eugene is there, effortlessly scooping up the fallen Galfredic, his dark figure a beacon of grim determination. The red-eyed bystander immediately confronts Eugene, cutting straight to the chase. "Hey, you. Can you save him?" Eugene brushes him off, coolly stating, "Healing magic isn't really my specialty." But the bystander isn't having it, firing back, "That's not an answer to my question." The blue-haired hunter lets out a heavy sigh, but there's no backing out now. While the entire cavern throbs with a malevolent red light, Eugene's still standing guard over the fallen Sir Galfredic, who's practically swimming in a sea of crimson. After a quick scout, the blue-haired hunter confirms their worst fears, they're completely boxed in. Romari, the red-eyed hunter, cuts in, demanding to know if there's literally nowhere they can even dig their way out, his intensity palpable. Mirian, the tiny blue spirit, chimes in, describing the place as the absolute end of the labyrinth, a sealed boss room, and she's got some seriously vital intel to drop. She drops a bombshell, even with all the water energy swirling around, which she totally thought she could harness. She, a literal water spirit, can't touch a single drop of the weird liquid here. Romari stares down at the utterly bizarre pool of blood, a sight that just feels wrong, the crimson depths mirroring the cavern's ominous light. The blood itself is practically alive, writhing with a dark, sickening energy, a truly messed up sight in this sealed-off nightmare. Romari's eyes snap to the glowing red orbs embedded in the walls, and it all clicks, the entire cavern is watching their every move. He puts it together, this has to be the same messed up underground zone Romari saw before, the epicenter of all this weirdness. He whips around to the little spirit, demanding to know why Miriam can't control this stuff, and she drops another bomb. By her very nature, she can only control the blood of the dead. Which means the owner of this blood is still alive, somehow, a truly terrifying thought that just cranks up the mystery to 11. Suddenly, a massive, explosive burst of crimson energy just absolutely detonates from the ground, ripping through the air with an insane, guttural roar. The monstrous entity, absolutely caught off guard by the blast, recoils violently, its dark form thrashing wildly amidst the churning, blood-red liquid. Standing absolutely resolute above the writhing beast, Eugene surveys the chaotic scene, the monster now completely enveloped in a pulsating, vibrant pink aura. The creature struggles, its form barely visible through the dark, viscous fluid, emitting desperate, echoing cries as it fights against the unseen force binding it, but it's no use. With a quick glance towards the small, glowing spirit, Eugene barks an order at Mirian, "Find us a way out, and do your best." Mirian, her blue aura flaring brightly, agrees instantly, shouting, "Oh okay," as Eugene readies his sword, the monster's horned head still pulsing with that ominous pink energy. He stands poised, his dark cloak billowing dramatically, observing the monster's relentless struggle against the magical restraint, ready for his next move. Meanwhile, Sir Galfredic is still absolutely frozen, trapped by that green energy, as Eugene spares a quick, concerned glance back at his incapacitated ally. With a determined glint in his crimson eyes, Eugene makes a crucial decision. "First, I have to make sure that thing can't move freely." The monster's body still writhing with pink energy, he knows what he has to do. He plunges his sword deep into the monster's form, the blade sinking deep amidst a surge of pink energy and a sharp, impactful, "ta" sound. From the point of impact, razor-sharp blades of red energy just explode outwards, further pinning the creature down. One of these crimson blades absolutely smashes into the monster's massive horn, a clear sign of the insane precision and raw power behind Eugene's attack. Eugene was not holding back. A crimson storm exploded from him, his cloak a blur as he unleashed pure power. Blades of pure energy, slammed into the beast, each hit a devastating explosion of power. But the assault just kept coming, those red shards ripping through its defenses, a non-stop barrage to keep it locked down. His eyes, burning with raw power, were locked on the monster, his will unbreakable as he cranked up the attack. The sheer power of those hits made the air itself warp, a massive tremor rocking the cavern as the monster fought back. The monster let out a furious roar, but Eugene's voice sliced through the chaos, a sharp command, "Right now." Then, a razor-sharp energy blade shot through the monster, a blinding flash as it tore right in. The hit echoed, driving even deeper, locking down the massive beast even more. With the monster pinned down, he gripped his sword tight, ready to land the finishing blow. But the beast wasn't done yet, its mouth ripped open, letting out a primal roar and a blast of raw, orange power. He didn't even flinch at the counterattack. Eugene plunged his sword right into the monster, a massive burst of red energy exploding with the hit. The blade went deep, glowing with crimson power as it hit home, sealing the monster's fate. He unleashes a devastating crimson wave of energy, tearing through the air with explosive force. The powerful blast absolutely obliterates the monstrous form, shredding its dark mass with a thunderous impact. With deadly precision and unmatched grace, his body is a crimson blur, striking again with incredible speed. The monster's form contorts and distorts under the relentless impact, its dark flesh ripping apart from the sheer power. Crimson energy absolutely devours the creature, a torrent of destructive force tearing it to shreds. He lands with a crushing impact on the monster's writhing mass, ready to deliver another blow as purple energy still pulses from its wounds. His attack connects with a deafening impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the monster's entire form. Standing victorious atop the wounded beast, he takes in the lingering purple energy, a chilling testament to its insane resilience. He realizes the horrifying truth, even a normal sword can't leave a scratch on this monstrosity. No choice but to adapt. He begins to channel his power, his arm transforming into a wicked, crimson blade. The transformation is complete. His arm is now a glowing, serrated weapon of pure crimson energy, a temporary solution for an impossible foe. With a determined gaze, he grips the newly formed blade, ready to unleash its devastating power and end this fight. The crimson blade slammed into its target with explosive power, unleashing a shockwave that ripped through the monster. Red energy swirled and shredded the beast, every hit a brutal declaration of his power. The blade sliced deep, spraying monster blood everywhere. He kept up the relentless assault, his crimson blade a whirlwind of pure destruction. Even with all that damage, he knew it wasn't enough. The monster was still standing, and his attack was too shallow. Then, with an explosive burst of power, his blade transformed from crimson to a blinding, glowing purple, slamming into the monster and making it roar in agony. Guh! The purple energy blade tore through the air, leaving a devastating path of light and destruction. The monster's body just exploded into a million pieces, its very essence obliterated by the sheer power of that attack. Amidst the collapsing ruins, he stood victorious, surveying the absolute chaos he had unleashed. As the monster's remains finally hit the ground, his purple energy blade vanished, leaving behind only the chilling silence of total annihilation. But elsewhere, from a concealed spot, a purple-haired hunter with piercing red eyes observed the chaos, a look of deep concern etched on his features. Another hunter, with fiery red hair and intense blue eyes, snapped at him, demanding he, "Come on, snap out of it. Because, your dear friend is in danger, you know." The truth hits him like a truck. Romari wasn't just talking, her warnings about these monsters were spot on. He's bleeding, he's beaten, and he knows it. These high-rank monsters are just built different, on a whole other level of power. And just like that, the monster's form shifts, glowing with an insane purple energy that screams pure, unadulterated power. He can only gasp, staring at the beast in a pool of blood, completely floored by this sudden, terrifying power-up. He lets out a frustrated, ah, then a defeated, damn, as those glowing yellow eyes lock onto him, sealing his fate. Screaming, hit, he unleashes a furious storm of red energy, trying to fight back against the impossible. His red energy keeps slamming into the monster, making it scream in pain, but it's still standing, still too powerful. But the monster just glows even brighter red, shrugging off the attack like it's nothing, showing him who's really in charge. Meanwhile, high above, Sirenor Romari is watching the whole brutal fight, her face a mask of worry for the guy getting pummeled. He's huffing and puffing, blood all over his face, fangs out, totally spent and barely able to breathe. And the monster, now glowing with a terrifying purple aura, just towers over him, its very presence screaming powerlessness at him. He's beaten, looking up at the monster, and he thinks, this feeling of powerlessness? Yeah, I've known it for over 10 years. His hand clenches, red energy exploding around him, but even as the familiar agony rips through his senses, he can't help but wonder why it still hits him so hard. Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous claw, glowing with a wicked purple aura, slams into him, sending razor-sharp red energy spikes ripping through the very fabric of reality. His bloodied face twists in a silent scream, as he's forced to confront the agonizing question, why does this pain keep coming back? His entire body is slammed by the impact, red lines of pure force exploding from the hit, and the sheer agony forces a desperate, internal cry. He's sent flying backward, a violent red explosion engulfing him, the impact feeling even more brutal than anything he's ever faced. Trapped in a swirling vortex of crimson energy, he thrashes on the ground, his body racked with unbearable pain. His body finally gives out, crashing heavily onto the blood-soaked ground, his consciousness flickering as he lies utterly defeated. Broken and bleeding in a pool of crimson, he's left to wonder why, as Sirenor Romari looms over him, a silent, chilling observer. His bloodied face, eyes momentarily shut in defeat, suddenly snaps open, revealing the raw confusion and agonizing pain burning in his crimson gaze. His single glowing eye stares out, wide with a desperate, unspoken question. Eugene's face contorts in absolute horror, his crimson eyes blown wide with pure shock. As he's instantly swallowed by a vortex of vibrant red energy, a chilling voice reverberating through the depths, I told you this would happen, Sir Eugene. The chilling voice presses on, a stark reminder of his very essence, even if you're a vampire, you're still no match. Then, without warning, shadowy, razor-sharp tendrils explode from the red abyss, slamming into him with devastating power and locking him down, the sheer force of the attack echoing like thunder. He fights back, but it's useless. Purple energy explodes around the tendrils as the voice booms, you can't possibly beat this thing. The tendrils squeeze tighter, crushing him mercilessly, and the voice delivers the ultimate blow, and there's absolutely nowhere to escape. A monstrous, red-eyed maw, crackling with dark purple energy, lunges from the abyss to devour him whole, and he can only scream internally, is this really how it ends for me? Blinding purple and yellow energy erupts, twisting and tearing at him with unimaginable force, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated pain. His eyes squeeze shut in utter defeat, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek as he chokes out a desperate apology, Master, I'm so sorry. I failed you. I wasn't strong enough. The monstrous entity delivers a final, crushing blow, violently squeezing him as he screams in agony, spitting blood into the churning red vortex. Eugene is absolutely wrecked, bloodied and screaming, barely able to utter a single word. With the red energy of the attack swirling like a vortex, Eugene is kicking himself for dragging Sirenor Romari into this mess, but the hunter is just yelling at him to run. But there's no way out. Eugene remembers the ultimate betrayal, Sir Lugates, that absolute snake, used him as bait. Lugate's evil grin flashes in his mind, and Eugene realizes his big talk about friendship just made him a liability. Absolutely crushed by the sheer power, Eugene can only let out a bitter laugh, knowing this whole mess is on him. His weakness, he thinks, is the real problem, remembering how fast some connections just fizzled out. But then he remembers a time when his raw power and strength just captivated everyone, even charming Sir Lugates and Jevon Evergrow in an instant. Sirenor Romari, masked and determined, also flashes in his mind, desperate to get strong enough to fight alongside him, refusing to let that chance slip away. But now, with the magic attack going absolutely wild, Eugene knows it's game over, a blinding pink energy blast sealing his fate. Dark tendrils whip out, slamming into him with insane power, while Sirenor Romari screams, begging for the attack to stop. The pain is absolutely insane, and Eugene lets out a primal scream, with Sir Galfredic's terrified yell echoing in the background. With the red energy still tearing him apart, Eugene makes one last, desperate apology to his master. Trapped in a crimson nightmare, his body screaming in agony, he's drowning in a sea of glowing red eyes, a desperate plea tearing through his mind, if I were to reincarnate. A memory flashes, a loyal voice cutting through the chaos, I hope I'm reborn as a knight that serves you. Sirenor Romari's earnest smile piercing through the darkness, my friend. But the brutal reality of the present still slams into him with a heavy thud. His crimson eye, burning with agony, mirrors the relentless onslaught, the crushing power hammering down with a furious, rhythmic pulse. Each blow lands with a gut-wrenching crack. Blood gushes from his mouth, painting his face in a gruesome mask, as the unseen attacker relentlessly tears into him. His hand clenches, knuckles screaming, as a bone-jarring crack rips through the air, a testament to the sheer, overwhelming force. The assault escalates, each impact a thunderous thump, followed by a violent whoosh of displaced air, signaling the relentless, brutal barrage. Amidst the brutal chaos, the memory of Sirenor Romari burns bright, standing defiant against a backdrop of crimson energy, his voice a powerful beacon of loyalty, my friend. But the present is inescapable, as another crushing thump rattles his very soul, the malevolent red energy coiling tighter around him. He's hit again, the force shattering his defenses with a brutal crack, sending shards of light and agony exploding through the air. Finally, he's completely swallowed, overwhelmed by a torrent of crimson energy that whooshes around him, threatening to consume him whole. The relentless assault pushed him to the brink, and then, a terrifying power ignited within him, his crimson eye blazing with an ominous, destructive glow. Then, with a primal roar, he unleashed a torrent of raw, red energy, manifesting as a monstrous, shadowy form that violently lashed out at Mirian's ethereal purple essence. The sheer, unbridled force of his uncontrolled power continued to batter her, crimson tendrils of his aura ripping through her defenses like they were nothing. His form solidified even more, a dark, hulking silhouette emerging from the swirling red energy, radiating immense, destructive power that promised utter annihilation. Mirian's very essence struggled against the overwhelming tide, while deep within the chaos, a hooded figure with glowing red eyes, the true source of this terrifying surge, remained intensely focused. The pressure on her was absolutely immense, her form twisting and contorting under the relentless, crushing magical assault. The monstrous red energy continued its relentless advance, a swirling vortex of pure destruction threatening to consume everything in its path. Then, with a final, terrifying surge, he fully transformed, his eyes burning with an infernal red light, fangs bared as a powerful, blood-red aura exploded around him. The monstrous form, now undeniably his, pressed its attack with renewed, savage ferocity, the very air crackling with destructive power. From a distance, a shocked voice cried out, utterly unable to comprehend the sudden, terrifying shift in power. Sirenor Romari watched, utterly horrified, as Eugene's body underwent a profound and alarming transformation, a change far beyond anything she had ever witnessed. Despite the overwhelming force against her, Mirian, with a surge of her own purple energy, began to manifest a deadly scythe-like weapon, preparing to fight back with everything she had. The transformation is complete. Eugene unleashes a monstrous roar, fangs bared, eyes blazing with an infernal red light. And with a primal scream, he strikes. A clawed hand erupts with crimson energy and dark, thorny tendrils, ready to tear through anything in its path. As the chaos erupts, Sirenor Romari can only watch in disbelief. Even the blood puddles are reacting to Eugene's power, confirming he's no ordinary vampire. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes she's witnessing something truly historical, a power beyond anything she's ever seen. But Eugene isn't done. His monstrous form fully manifests, black tendrils wrapping around him as a terrifying red sun-like orb pulses behind his head, his eyes now burning with a malevolent yellow-orange glow. The tendrils writhe and expand, engulfing everything in their path, a terrifying display of raw, untamed power. But just as his power threatens to consume all, Mirian strikes back. She manifests a colossal, ethereal scythe of blue-white energy, bringing it down with a devastating blow. The blade slices through the crimson energy, smashing into the pools of red liquid with a thunderous roar, sending dark power exploding everywhere. Her resolve is unbreakable, Mirian's eye burns with a fierce red glow, her face a mask of grim determination. And with a massive surge of power, her eye flares even brighter, radiating an overwhelming red light as she unleashes her full might. Sirenor Romari can only stare, realizing that the blood puddles, once raging with Eugene's power, have suddenly gotten a lot shallower, a clear sign Mirian's attack is working. The sheer force of Mirian's counterattack sends Eugene crashing to the ground. His monstrous form is still there, but he's been momentarily subdued amidst the dissipating red energy and tendrils. Eugene's monstrous transformation was complete, unleashing an insane, destructive red energy that pulsed across the blood-soaked ground. Sirenor Romari watched, horrified, as the monster's wounds healed at an impossible speed, like some insane magic was actively stitching it back together. His eyes snapped open, connecting the dots, the monster's rapid healing, the labyrinth's eye opening, and the blood puddles shrinking, it all clicked into place. A terrifying question screamed in his head, was the labyrinth actually using blood to heal this monster? Meanwhile, Eugene, fully unleashed in his vampiric form, locked onto his target with glowing crimson eyes, fangs ready to tear. He exploded into action, tendrils of dark red energy lashing out, striking with devastating force at whatever stood in his way. Sirenor Romari's jaw dropped as he spotted something new and horrifying, blood was actually pouring from one of the labyrinth's eyes. But just as Eugene was about to go wild, Mirian's epic counterattack smashed into him, a blinding burst of purple-blue energy sending him reeling as his red aura shattered. The hit was massive, a concentrated blast of blue-white energy ripping through his defenses, sending shockwaves of red power exploding everywhere. Eugene was blasted backward, his monstrous form momentarily stunned, as fragments of his dark energy scattered into the air. As he shook off the hit, a shocking realization hit him, his eyes widening. He knew the real owner of this labyrinth wasn't the Minotaur, not by a long shot. But elsewhere, the mystery of the hundreds of missing people was finally revealed. This labyrinth wasn't just a maze, it was a massive, intricate environment, designed for humans to survive long-term. Forget what you thought you knew. This labyrinth isn't just a maze, it's a ravenous, living entity, literally consuming everyone caught inside. And get this whole labyrinth is actually a god. This wasn't just some random place, it was the actual deity that those cultists were bowing down to and making sacrifices for. With the labyrinth's power going wild, a voice boomed, announcing that the god was absolutely furious. And with a sinister goodbye, he was ready to unleash hell. He wasn't holding back, decreeing that this entire land needed to be wiped out, and the only shot at stopping it was a messiah. With his eyes blazing red and a terrifying grin, Eugene roared, "Messiah, come forth." He marched his hooded cultists straight to a massive, glowing gate, ordering them, "Bring us the salvation and mercy this land desperately needs." But then, a truly terrifying voice, the labyrinth's actual master, echoed back with a dark promise, "Oh yes, my dear God. Get even angrier. Unleash your fury. I've opened your eye, and now you're going to listen to what I want." Meanwhile, the labyrinth's floors, drenched in blood, were practically vibrating with dark power, as all that crimson liquid mysteriously vanished into the very stone itself. Watching this bizarre event unfold, Cyrano Ramari gasped in shock, "Wait, all the blood puddles are gone. Absorbed." And as the blood disappeared, a massive, lightning-charged purple orb burst into existence, with that golden ring structure swirling ominously inside. The orb pulsed, revealing a terrifying, all-seeing eye at its very center, its complex designs radiating an insane, otherworldly power. The labyrinth's core pulsed with raw, malevolent power, and then, a cataclysmic surge of dark purple light exploded, revealing the ancient, crumbling structures within. Then, from the very depths, a shadowy, demonic entity began to rip its way free, absolutely demolishing the labyrinth's foundations with raw, destructive power. Its form solidified into a truly monstrous shape, a single, terrifying eye burning with intense purple light as it violently burst forth. The labyrinth god's destructive ascent was unstoppable, shattering everything around it into a storm of raining debris. And then, it was free. Its massive, winged form, like a true demon, radiated dark energy as it burst into the open. Cyrano Ramari was absolutely stunned, a desperate cry tearing from his throat as he tried to process the escaping monstrosity. The demonic entity unleashed a guttural roar, its glowing red eye locked on its escape route, completely ignoring the hunter's desperate pleas. Its powerful escape left nothing but destruction, a trail of shattered ruins and debris marking its path as it disappeared. Cyrano Ramari, still shaking from the chaos, couldn't wrap his head around a high-ranking monster escaping the dungeon. It was unheard of. His mind raced, a chilling realization hitting him as he spotted a town nearby, now directly in the monster's path, forcing him to make a critical decision. But elsewhere in the labyrinth, Eugene got a sudden alert from an unseen ally, who excitedly shouted about finding an exit, a glowing orb pulsing right in front of him. He reacted with pure shock, staring at the glowing orb and the shattered ground, utterly bewildered by the sudden, unexpected revelation of an exit that was already there. The very earth shatters, debris raining down like a cataclysm, showcasing the raw, destructive power unleashed by the labyrinth god's escape, leaving the entire area in utter ruin. But amidst the cataclysm, a tiny, glowing blue fairy screams a frantic warning, pleading for everyone to flee from the monstrous, dark god whose red eyes promise only destruction. Too late for some. A pink-haired hunter, her face already a canvas of blood and agony, fights to stay on her feet, barely clinging to consciousness. The dark god closes in, but the wounded hunter, with a final surge of defiance, calls out a name, a desperate cry for Sir Eugene. The labyrinth god, a terrifying silhouette of shadow and crimson light, sneers down at her, mocking the very idea of a vampire mourning a human. Those terrifying red eyes lock onto the injured hunter, who, despite her wounds, refuses to break eye contact. She can't help but wonder about the bizarre vampire who would hide his true self as a knight, and even more shockingly, forge alliances with mere mortals. The labyrinth god's gaze burns into her, its dark power crackling with sinister intent, fixated on something deep inside her. A chilling, predatory grin spreads across its face, fangs glinting, as it declares her blood to be of a rare quality, utterly noble. A gruesome, fresh bite mark now mars the hunter's neck, a stark testament to the labyrinth god's savage assault. A terrifying purple light just slams down over a dark, ancient forest, and you can practically feel the evil radiating from it. The ground literally shakes with a massive, bone-rattling thud, as something huge just smashes into the earth, kicking up a storm of dust. Dark, swirling energy, all crimson and violet, starts to gather, giving us a terrifying glimpse of the monster lurking inside. Out of that shadowy aura, a monstrous figure bursts forth, its single, glowing red eye locked onto the terrifying blood-red moon in the sky. Down below, a town is absolutely drenched in that same crimson light, and everyone's just staring up, totally freaked out by what's happening. Then, a voice just cuts through the air, hitting us with a direct question. Sir Eugene, have you ever even heard of the origin vampires? The speaker keeps going, dropping some serious lore. These origins are the absolute highest ranked and most noble vampires out there, and their words just hang over this ruined city. Facing Eugene, a purple-haired vampire hunter and a blue-haired one drop a bombshell. I didn't know it when we first met, but it's crystal clear now. You've got the blood of an origin vampire running through your veins. But the blue-haired hunter wasn't done yet, dropping another bombshell. One more thing. Eugene, with his intense crimson gaze, laid out the chilling truth. An origin vampire could literally bring back the dead and turn them into their loyal minions. Then, with a knowing look, he challenged the hunter. I'm sure you know how this works, right? And with a terrifying flash of fangs, he confirmed, oh, I know. I just bite their neck, then pump them full of my own blood. The mere thought of that process sent shivers down Sir Galfredic's spine, his face contorting in horror, as Eugene casually added, but if I do that. I've actually done it once before. The blue-haired hunter cut in, clarifying that the previous subject's mind just couldn't take it, a pretty standard reaction for most humans, apparently. But then, the blue-haired hunter got thoughtful, suggesting, it might be a whole different story for Sir Galfredic. He'd heard from his master that if someone with serious mental fortitude takes an origin's blood, they wouldn't just keep their sanity, they'd also hold on to all their human abilities. Eugene, seeing the incredible potential, made his decision. I believe it's worth a try. But the blue-haired hunter quickly pointed out a major snag. Sir Galfredic was an honorable knight, and he might see being turned into a vampire as a total insult. He grimly warned that if that happened, they could be facing a full-blown attack from the resurrected knight. With the heavy implications hanging in the air, the purple-haired hunter turned to Eugene, putting the ultimate decision on him. So, what's your call, Sir Eugene? He stares down at the injured hunter, a cold realization dawning. He'd never actually told them what he truly was. How could the hunter ever grasp his complex feelings about vampires? But still, a hand reached out, a desperate, last-ditch effort for a solution. A whirlwind of memories flashes by, the purple-haired hunter, the blue-haired hunter, the noble Sir Galfredic, all the faces, all the moments, swirling in his mind. Blood streaks his face, his crimson eyes burning with silent contemplation, the sheer gravity of the choice crushing him. A heavy sigh escapes him as he finally looks down, resigned to his fate. There's just no other option left. The moment he decides, glowing red patterns erupt across his body, his vampiric power surging to the surface. The purple-haired hunter, fangs bared, sinks his teeth into the subject, starting the blood transfer, a sickening crunch as the ritual kicks off. Instantly, the subject's body is swallowed by swirling, crimson energy, their very form consumed by the terrifying power of the ritual. His crimson eye flares with an intense, almost frantic light, a silent scream tearing from him as he feels the raw, unexpected power surge. The purple-haired hunter screams in pure panic, realizing his blood is draining into the subject way too fast. This ritual is going completely off the rails. He fights, but can't pull his fangs out, as a chilling voice booms, commencing the inheritance ritual. Red energy explodes around his glowing eyes. A horrifying truth slams into them. The subject isn't just being resurrected, they're being claimed. Under this blood ritual, their soul now belongs to the Lord, a terrifying skull-like image manifesting from the crimson power. The ritual's dark truth is revealed. All the subject's power will be claimed by the Lord, because this isn't just a ritual, it's the inheritance. And just as that chilling declaration hits, a massive thump shakes everything as a hooded figure gets absolutely swallowed by a torrent of crimson energy, his eyes blazing with an unnatural, furious light. The power surge goes absolutely wild, his red aura exploding as a terrifying, skull-like face of the labyrinth god manifests right there in the swirling energy, making its claim known. Completely overwhelmed by the sheer, raw power, he lets out a guttural, UGH, clutching his head as the energy threatens to rip him to shreds. His body is racked with the agony of absorbing that power, the crimson light pulsing around him with every single, torturous beat. That insane energy, now totally unleashed, explodes from the ground in a colossal red beam, ripping a massive crater into the very earth itself. The beam absolutely obliterates the night sky, a terrifying beacon of destructive power lighting up the distant forest and showering the entire landscape with glowing, deadly particles. Meanwhile, far from the ritual's epicenter, a village is absolutely engulfed in flames, burning to the ground with embers raining down. In the middle of this absolute chaos, a man is frantically dragging another through the inferno, screaming at everyone to get away from here. Then, a monstrous shadow appears, and the villagers are hit with the terrifying truth. That's a roamer, they scream, realizing the labyrinth broke down. The creature lunges, its razor-sharp claws ripping into the fleeing man as he lets out a desperate run to the others. Standing triumphantly over its bloodied victim, the monster's jaws are absolutely dripping with gore, leaving a woman and child to watch in helpless horror, their desperate help echoing through the burning village. The village is engulfed in an inferno, and from the heavens, a monstrous, shadowy demon with a single, pulsating red eye in its core plunges down, radiating pure, destructive energy, sending a villager into a primal scream of terror. This beast of pure nightmare continues its devastating plunge, leaving streaks of crimson energy in its wake as desperate pleas of "help me" rip through the burning village, now a maelstrom of destruction. But far above the carnage, a shadowy figure in dark armor stands, his back to us, watching the entire world burn below, a sinister smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "Finally, it's here." His piercing, glowing yellow eyes burn with pure, unadulterated malice, as the Labyrinth god unveils his master plan. "The moment I receive my reward for the sacrifices I've offered to the Labyrinth has come. This is it." From a different rooftop, our protagonist, Eugene, silently observes the raging inferno below, the ghostly, skull-like image of the Labyrinth god haunting the background as the villain's chilling voice whispers, "The humans here will never know." A villager's face twists in pure, unadulterated terror, as the Labyrinth god's twisted scheme is revealed, that the Labyrinth and I planned all of this. The Labyrinth god's glowing eye and a hand emblazoned with a mystical purple symbol punctuate his chilling monologue, as he details his twisted strategy. "Once the village's despair level is at an all-time high because of the Minotaur's attack, I will appear and take the Minotaur down. That is my reward for having given up all those offerings to the Labyrinth until now." He's playing them all. Eugene stands, alone, silent witness, as shadowy specters of the Labyrinth god swirl around him, the villain's voice dripping with venom, detailing his manipulative scheme. "By using the human nature to seek salvation, the deeper the despair one is in, I will become a messiah who saves everyone. Die. Despair more. Pure evil." The Labyrinth god's face dominates the panel, his terrifying, wide grin and blazing yellow eyes screaming his ultimate, self-serving ambition, "So that I am worshipped as a messiah." He wants to be a god. Deep within the burning village, a colossal, red-scaled dragon-like roamer unleashes a deafening roar, its blazing red eyes locked onto the destruction it's actively fueling. More grotesque monsters, their eyes burning crimson, flood the streets, savagely attacking the terrified villagers who scramble in a desperate, futile attempt to escape the massacre. A woman in a simple white dress lets out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately reaching for a fallen man as the inferno devours their world, her voice tearing through the chaos with a desperate, agonizing cry of "Eutychus." From a vantage point, Eugene witnessed pure pandemonium. A monstrous, wolf-like roamer, a true nightmare, was about to devour a helpless woman and child, their desperate screams for "mom," piercing the fiery devastation. The beast's colossal, fanged maw gaped open, a terrifying abyss ready to swallow them whole, as the woman desperately clung to her child, their faces frozen in absolute terror. Then, with a sickening crack, the monster's claw came crashing down, a terrifying blur of dark power, targeting the defenseless mother and child. The relentless assault continued, the woman bravely shielding her child, preparing for the devastating blow that seemed unavoidable. A primal, guttural roar ripped through the air, the beast's terrifying fangs gleaming menacingly in the hellish glow of the burning village. Its massive, talon-tipped claw was ready for another devastating strike, a blur of raw, brutal power. The attack landed with bone-shattering force, the very ground beneath them splintering from the sheer, overwhelming impact. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the chaos, as the woman's face twisted in a mask of pure agony and terror. But just as doom seemed certain, a crimson blur exploded into action. Eugene, a whirlwind of power, materialized between the beast and its prey, unleashing a devastating counterattack. His entire being pulsed with an ominous, crimson energy, moving with blinding speed and lethal precision, his eyes blazing with an infernal resolve. Meanwhile, a knight, utterly stunned, could only stare in disbelief, his jaw practically on the floor as he recognized Jan Eugene, shouting, "Jan Eugene! What is he doing here?" The knight's confusion spiraled, his mind racing to make sense of the impossible. "I thought the Minotaur absorbed his blood and became stronger." Yet, here Eugene was, more powerful than ever. Lugates is absolutely floored, his brain short-circuiting. He swore he sacrificed Jan Eugene, that he was gone. But wait, he's here, he's alive, and he's stronger than ever. How did he power up at death's door? The knight's mind is blown, he can't even process what this guy is anymore. In the middle of the burning village, some shadowy figure pops up and starts talking smack, calling out Lugates' shocked face and asking if Sir Jevon knows about this whole mess he's made. Eugene's face twists into a terrifying smirk, his red eyes practically burning as he promises Lugates is about to get what's coming to him, right here, right now. Suddenly, Eugene explodes forward, a dark, terrifying blur of power heading straight for the shocked knight. The hit is brutal, sending Lugates flying and absolutely demolishing the ground where he stood. A wild, insane laugh rips through the air, as Eugene just bathes in the destruction he's unleashed. But just when you think it's over, a new challenger appears. Wild red hair, glowing red eyes, and a smug, "Hey, did you miss me?" for Lugates. This red-haired hunter is not messing around, straight up saying it's payback time for getting humiliated in that tournament. Those glowing red eyes lock onto Lugates, demanding if he's ready to pay up for all his past screw-ups, calling him out as Heretic Lugates. Boom. A crimson explosion tears through the air, announcing the arrival of none other than Jan Eugene, whose profile just dropped like a bombshell. Civilians are screaming, "Run," as a colossal monster, radiating pure pink power, unleashes havoc and sends them flying. Then, the beast unleashes a earth-shattering, primal roar, a sound that screams pure, unadulterated terror. The shadowy behemoth just keeps on tearing through everything, a relentless engine of destruction. But then, bam! A massive, explosive burst of red energy slams into the monster, a counterattack from the mysterious dark-haired warrior. He doesn't let up, delivering another lightning-fast, red-hot strike. With the world burning around them, the Dark Knight goes head-to-head with the colossal monster, a true hero in the making. The terrified crowd can barely believe their eyes. One guy shouts, "Hold on, someone's actually fighting that thing." A knight in dark armor and... Then, the knight's face is revealed, those crimson eyes burning with pure resolve, and someone screams, "Isn't that Sir Eugene?" The crowd goes wild, shouting. Even with the hater, the crowd's hope is through the roof. Someone else yells, "Messiah." The whole crowd is buzzing, declaring, "The heavens sent him to save us." Crimson power explodes, ripping through reality itself. And just like that, the ancient prophecy. It's all coming true. He lets out a primal scream, and the raw power unleashed is absolutely insane, ready to obliterate anything in its way. Caught in the heart of the crimson storm, he's a whirlwind of pure destruction, moving with a terrifying, almost beautiful, ferocity. His hand is practically overflowing with raw power, and those red eyes. They're practically screaming, "Danger," as he locks onto his target. Then, a cataclysmic energy blast rips through everything, leaving nothing but devastation and a crater where the ground used to be. He's completely swallowed by a maelstrom of red and black energy, transforming into a terrifying, unstoppable force of nature. He's sent flying through the air, surrounded by debris and a fiery explosion, taking the full brunt of his own incredible power. But even after that insane hit, he's still got that look of pure determination, his hair flying as red energy streaks behind him. He slams down with a bone-jarring impact, and the entire place shakes as a terrified crowd watches the spectacle unfold. His face is a mess of blood and raw power, but those eyes. They're burning with an insane, terrifying red glow. But wait, there's a new player in town. Elsewhere, a mysterious power ignites, as hands begin to glow with an otherworldly pink and purple aura. Unleashing an insane torrent of pink and purple energy, the figure is absolutely overwhelmed, the sheer power threatening to rip him apart. But he pushes through, slamming to his knees as the ground cracks, a chilling voice booming, "I am the god." The very earth shatters around him, as he ominously declares, "There will be disaster." He gasps, addressing his believers, and drops the bombshell, "I have inherited God's powers." His face a mask of pure, unadulterated ambition, he roars, "I will be the god of the new era." Suddenly, a red-haired hunter appears, eyes blazing yellow, sword in hand, absolutely ready for anything. He extends a hand, eyes now glowing purple, a single word escaping his lips, "What?" With his eyes now burning crimson, the hunter stares down, demanding to know, "What happened to your monstrous strength from earlier?" Meanwhile, Sir Lugates is absolutely floored, his mind racing, wondering, "This bastard, has he always been this strong?" The red-haired hunter now looms over the kneeling figure, a silent, powerful presence in a devastated scene. With his red eyes still burning, he respectfully addresses the figure as "Master," ready for the next command. Then, with his eyes now a terrifying crimson, the figure finally speaks, a dark, menacing aura erupting as he gives the chilling command, "Kill every single one of them." As the village burns around him, Sir Lugates lets out a desperate cry, his face contorted in pure terror. And the red-haired hunter, eyes blazing with pure malice, lets out a savage growl. A primal scream rips from Sir Lugates, his face a picture of absolute agony and defeat. He lets out a defiant roar, the sheer impossibility of the moment hitting him like a truck, utterly rejecting the nightmare before his eyes. His thoughts spiral, cursing the cruel twist of fate that saw his ultimate goal, his entire reason for being, right there, only for it to vanish in a flash. But there's no escape. As Sir Lugates tries to bolt through the fiery wreckage, the red-haired hunter is right on his heels, a menacing voice cutting through the inferno, taunting him about his hurried flight. With a primal snarl, the hunter clamps down, his grip like a vice, making it clear that the time for reckoning has come, and he'll pay for every single betrayal. A sinister chuckle escapes the hunter, confirming Sir Lugates' worst fears, "They're not human. Neither this monster nor Jan Eugene." The entire village is engulfed in flames, and Sir Lugates can only gape, a single, choked accusation escaping him, swallowed by the roaring inferno. The ominous forest stands in silent witness, a chilling backdrop to the devastation. After the absolute nightmare, the shocking truth of Lugates' actions exploded across the land, rocking the entire Evergrow estate to its core. The charred remains of the village still smolder, a grim monument to the recent, brutal destruction. But in a shocking twist, or perhaps a glimpse into the past, Eugene was celebrated as a hero, the savior of the people, standing coolly with the red-haired hunter as a shower of rose petals rained down. Back in the day, he was a total legend. People were literally throwing flower petals at him, hailing him as a hero everywhere he went. But honestly, all that praise? Eugene couldn't care less. What really mattered was that Galfredic was back from the dead, and that alone was a massive win for him. Yeah, that's all he needed to know. Suddenly, a tiny, annoying whimper just wouldn't quit. It kept going, this tiny, almost invisible cry. Seriously, what was that sound? The red-haired hunter, looking totally fed up but also kinda worried, laid into him, asking how stressed she was, especially after he almost got turned into orc barbecue. But then she spotted this weird, blue, glowy thing floating around, totally confused why it was crying, and asked Eugene about it, who just gave it a look like, yeah, it's here. Then it clicked. She pointed, shouting, that he could actually see it now. Eugene, looking totally over it, just sighed and said, it just follows him everywhere. Then he shot a look at the hunter, a bit annoyed, asking if that was seriously her entire intro for him, like, come on, there's way more to his story. The little glowy spirit, totally miffed, snapped back that she wasn't an hit, and then, with a flourish, introduced herself as Mirian, a super awesome water spirit. So there they were, the three of them at a table, Mirian just chilling mid-air, and Eugene was totally processing her words, a whole new vibe kicking off between them, while the hunter just watched, a little smirk on her face. Hold up. A tiny, glowing voice just dropped a bombshell, claiming to be Eugene's first contractor, making everyone else a junior. Mirian, the little water spirit, is literally being held in someone's hand, glowing with power as she lays down the law. Eugene, watching the red-haired hunter's stunned face as he sees Mirian, casually drops that normal humans can't even see spirits, implying the hunter's time with him is unlocking new senses. The red-haired hunter's mind is already blown, but then Mirian doubles down, rubbing in the fact that he's now Eugene's subordinate, and therefore, her junior. Eugene, ever the pragmatist, moves on to the nitty-gritty of vampire life, telling the hunter he'll need to start drinking animal blood, while Eugene needs monster blood twice a month. The red-haired hunter's face is a picture of pure shock, his eyes screaming as the reality of being a vampire finally hits him. Check out those fangs. A close-up on his hand confirms it, this is the real deal, a full-blown vampire's life is officially underway. He immediately asks the classic vampire question, do I have to avoid sunlight now? And Eugene's response is a savage, duh. You're a vampire. Mirian, completely fed up with his cluelessness, screams at him, pointing out that even Eugene, the big boss, struggles to avoid the sun. But the red-haired hunter, being the rebel he is, ignores all warnings and decides to test his new vampire limits, striding right into the sun, making Mirian freak out. And get this, to his own shock, and everyone else's, he's totally fine in the sun, leaving him wondering what kind of vampire he even is. Eugene finally spills the beans, explaining that the red-haired hunter's sun immunity is all thanks to Eugene being an origin vampire, a super rare type. He drops a bombshell, revealing that only basic vampires get torched by the sun. Origins, the absolute peak of vampire royalty, can strut around in broad daylight like it's nothing. And just like that, it all clicks. The red-haired hunter is chilling in the sun, totally fine, with a tiny water spirit ghosting around him. They keep moving, and you can just barely catch it, a dark, shimmering energy flickering around his hand, a silent flex of his power. He glances up, a mix of shock and pure relief washing over his face, finally grasping that he's totally fine. The red-haired hunter lets out a frustrated groan, totally kicking himself for all the sun-dodging he's done for nothing. Flashing a wild grin, the hunter gets right up in his face, demanding to know what he just said. He dropped a hint about being part elf, and now, with this new info, the hunter's mind is blown. He gets it, letting out a knowing ha of realization. Then he calls him out on his past antics, demanding to know why he always rocked a hat in the sun and kept dodging his duel challenges. His companion, with a dead serious look, explains it was his only move back then, basically saying the hunter has no more excuses to turn him down. The red-haired hunter, absolutely hyped, shouts his excitement for their upcoming duels, even using a casual nickname. His companion just stares, totally confused, like, did you just call me that? The water spirit hovers as his companion drops the bomb, he can't use that name anymore. From now on, it's Master, and the hunter's jaw hits the floor, screaming, what? Why? Still reeling from the bombshell, the red-haired hunter's mind races, rejecting the notion of subservience and screaming internally about their unbreakable friendship. But Eugene? He's totally unfazed, coolly brushing off the hunter's emotional outburst like it's nothing. With chilling certainty, he drops the ultimate truth, the hunter isn't human anymore. The hunter's jaw drops, his entire world just shattered by that single, brutal statement. Eugene keeps going, laying out the cold hard facts, he saved him, yes, but now the hunter's life is going to be a minefield of restrictions and dangers. He even drops a bombshell, casually suggesting death might have been a better option if the hunter feels betrayed. Then, in a shocking twist, Eugene offers an out. The hunter can walk away, because, let's be real, bringing him back was Eugene's call, not his. The hunter's face twists, those words hitting him hard, totally messing with his head. Even after all that, he still looks at Eugene and calls him friend. Then, with a sudden surge of defiance, the hunter shouts that his humanity is totally irrelevant now. What really counts, he passionately states, is that he likes Eugene and was saved by him. Eugene just takes it all in, a tiny, almost invisible flicker of something crossing his face, as the hunter's heartfelt confession echoes around them. Still rocking that wild grin, the red-haired hunter throws down a challenge, practically daring anyone to suggest he'd forget the insane favor his savior just pulled off. With those chilling crimson eyes locked on, Eugene just coolly takes it all in, totally unfazed, accepting his new subordinate like it's just another Tuesday. But the hunter just couldn't help himself, launching into a hilarious rant, whining that he couldn't even call his buddy by his name anymore. Meanwhile, Eugene, with a barely there smirk, was probably thinking, dude, why are you complaining to me like I control the universe? A dark thought flickered through Eugene's mind, a quick, almost casual consideration of just shutting the hunter up for good, while the other guy just gave a resigned, oh, right. Suddenly, switching gears and calling him master, the hunter popped the question, what about that blondie and Partek? Eugene, ever the strategist, just casually dropped the bomb, revealing he'd sent them off on some top-secret, down-low operation. He then pondered aloud, a hint of curiosity in his voice, wondering if his agents had actually pulled off the mission. A formal letter, sealed with the mark of St. Lagrand Abbey, just dropped, and it's all thanks. The blonde-haired man, scroll in hand, reveals that the Abbey is giving him all the props for wiping out the heretics from their own crew. He drops another bombshell, exposing that the Templars have been secretly using illegal antimana stones. That's a huge no-no. And get this, these stones were for raiding labyrinths and blowing up their cult, with a dark ritual going down, glowing red crystals, and a super creepy figure leading the charge. The blonde man then spills the beans on how he was the one who saw the threat and sent in the mercenaries to shut them down, all while a tense standoff plays out with a shouted, "Don't move." Eugene, totally locked in, points out that the Templars are supposed to be God's personal squad, not some shady cultists doing illegal stuff. He found it super sketchy that they were helping raid labyrinths, especially with all the doomsday rumors flying around, making him seriously question what kind of divine message they got to pull off these raids. The blonde man just gives a deep, silent stare back at Eugene's intense questions. He then clears things up, stating that House Evergrow backs St. Lagrand Abbey, and they've always been super reliable. He's worried that if they hadn't found out about this crazy heretical group, his family's reputation could have been totally trashed. With a huge, relieved grin, he adds that everyone there now has massive respect for Eugene. Eugene, cool as ever, just replies, "Go ahead and soak up all that praise, and..." With the mission accomplished, the blonde noble makes his exit, a smooth, almost too easy departure. Just as Eugene, cloaked in shadow, steps forward to greet the legendary Sir Galfredic, a powerful, welcome back, echoing through the hall. Back in his private chambers, the blonde noble lets out a sigh of relief, glad his ally made it through. His piercing blue eyes reflecting a deeper, unspoken thought. The scene shifts to a raucous tavern, where tankards are raised high in a thunderous cheer for Sir Galfredic's epic comeback. Everyone's buzzing about the wild, terrifying rumors that had been flying around. And he's out there, cool as ever, soaking it all in, giving a shout-out to everyone for helping him make it back alive. But wait, there's a twist. He drops a bombshell, revealing his master was the real MVP behind his survival. The crowd goes wild, jaws dropping. "You're serving a master now," they exclaim, utterly shocked. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, other patrons, clearly impressed, try to pledge their loyalty to Eugene, who's just chilling at a feast-laden table, but he shuts them down with a swift, "No thanks." And just when you thought it couldn't get any wilder, Sir Galfredic, with a smirk, declares the beer absolutely disgusting, confirming his vampire taste buds are officially next level. Galfredic, with his newly vibrant green eyes, confronts his companion, demanding to know if the labyrinth was the cause of this shocking transformation. With a sly grin, his companion drops a bombshell, calling Galfredic a little bullcut and revealing he knows about the Abbey raid with Partek, leaving Galfredic stunned. A look of pure shock on his face, Galfredic can barely get out the words, questioning if Partek's kindness was just a facade. A mocking laugh escapes his companion, who then sarcastically calls Galfredic a proper mercenary before admitting how impressed he was by his skill in exposing the Abbey's secrets. A shift in appearance, Eugene, now with long, dark hair, coolly notes that even Lord Jevon was caught off guard by the shocking truth. Eugene's expression turns contemplative, wondering what exactly caused such a profound reaction in the Lord. A worried Sir Lugates presses Eugene, asking if he honestly thinks the Abbey's "thank you" was sincere, then directly challenges him, asking if he was just a pawn, a scapegoat. Eugene coolly corrects him, revealing his true intentions. He merely allowed them to believe what they wanted, having only given orders to apprehend the Templars, explicitly not the abbess. Lugates is left utterly stunned, unable to utter a word as Eugene calmly lays out his manipulative scheme, explaining that a direct assault on the abbey and a blatant dishonoring of House Evergrow would have brought the full wrath of the powerful down on his head, but by subtly creating an opportunity, he could achieve his objectives without direct confrontation. His crimson eyes burning with cold calculation, Eugene delivers the final, chilling truth. In the end, there's only one person to hold responsible for everything that transpired. Eugene, ever the strategist, coolly deduces that Lord Jevon is pulling the strings, as Sir Galfredic hangs on his every word. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman with piercing red eyes gives a firm yes, insisting they need to vanish from this place tonight. Under the watchful eye of a full moon, casting long shadows over the ancient town, the urgency for a stealthy exit is palpable. Suddenly, a cloaked rider on a dark steed bursts onto the scene with a chilling HAH, a clear sign of impending chaos. The horse's hooves pound the earth, a blur of motion as the rider charges ahead. An overhead shot reveals the grim reality: a lone carriage is completely swarmed by riders, ambushed deep within the forest. Panic erupts inside the carriage as two men, one clutching a crossbow, scream, "We're surrounded. What do we do?" The mysterious man in the black leather robe, astride his black horse, barks an order, "Get it together, Rabban," confirming his leadership in this brutal ambush. A chilling grin spreads across Eugene's face as his identity is revealed, while the narrator drops a bombshell: Sir Lugates, a known criminal, was actually Lord Jevon's top knight. A stern red-haired man faces a furious Lord Jevon, who's absolutely livid that he couldn't personally punish Lugates because Galfredic beat him to it. Eugene, crossbow in hand, rides on, a cold calculation in his eyes, realizing that Galfredic's move was a direct slap in Lord Jevon's face. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Galfredic, cloaked and determined, makes a chilling vow, promising to make Eugene pay dearly and leave an unforgettable scar on his very honor. Sir Galfredic's eyes were locked on Eugene, a chilling thought crossing his mind about that innocent face. He scoffed, thinking, "Pretty. Seriously?" as Eugene's dark aura flared. Meanwhile, Eugene, a blur of dark cloak and crimson eyes, unleashed a devastating sword strike, blood erupting as he cut down his target. His warhorse screamed and reared, but he just yelled, "Now," pushing his attack with relentless fury. A defender from the carriage screamed, "Stop," but it was already too late. The poor guard was sent flying, crashing down with a brutal quack, as Eugene's assault continued. On the carriage, a guard snapped into action, knocking an arrow, ready to fight back against the surprise attack. A voice yelled, "Damn it. Get back together," as their formation crumbled under the assault. Horses thundered through the mud, splashing water everywhere as the pursuit heated up. Then, a new threat emerged. The red-haired leader roared, "You're not getting away from us," as his squad closed in. From a bird's-eye view, the trap was sprung. The carriage was completely surrounded, and the red-haired leader let out a chilling of victory. No escape. The red-haired man's voice boomed, "You guys are the ones that have been surrounded." The carriage was trapped. With the red-haired man's crew locking down the perimeter, a guard's sharp command sliced through the air, demanding absolute stillness from anyone left standing. But unbeknownst to them, Eugene was still lurking, a silent shadow high in the trees, his piercing eyes locked onto the chaos beneath him. Before long, he dropped down to confront the red-haired man head-on, who, with a sly grin, couldn't help but notice how much his fighting skills had leveled up. Still grinning, the red-haired man casually mentioned how awesome sabers are on horseback, then hit him with the million-dollar question, "Who taught you that move?" Eugene's intense red eyes sharpened, a deep thought clearly consuming him. He shot back with a skeptical, "Really?" but the red-haired man swore he wasn't lying, leaving Eugene totally baffled, thinking, when the heck did that happen? Then, a sudden, vivid memory hit him, a moment from long ago, when he had literally given the red-haired man his blood. That's when it happened. All of Sir Galfredic's insane techniques and experience downloaded straight into the red-haired man's brain, a mysterious voice ringing in his ears, the very same one he was hearing right now. Eugene's eye flared crimson as the narration dropped a bombshell, announcing that the target was the Lord's possession, making him furiously wonder, whose voice is that? Facing the red-haired man, Eugene's mind raced. Was it just a trick, or was he hearing a literal voice from the heavens? Elsewhere, Sir Galfredic, fuming, let out a disgusted humph, blasting someone for having the audacity to show up after disrespecting Lord Jevon. Flanked by his guards, he kept up his enraged rant, dropping the bombshell that Lord Jevon was actually going to make this person a knight on his estate, before his words cut off, hinting at a brutal, near-death experience. Eugene's mind is a storm of fury, remembering how his dungeon failures were pinned on Sir Lugates, and honestly, all this constant chatter about it is just getting on his last nerve. But as he looms over his terrified captives, a voice cuts through the air, cool and collected, asking, "Oh, Sir Macaulay. How are you?" Eugene, with his blade pressed against a knight's neck, makes his chilling promise, "Hope you're ready to die. Only one of you gets out alive." But Sir Macaulay, ever the pragmatist, steps in, calmly suggesting, "Hold up, master. Why not take them hostage instead?" Eugene hesitates, his gaze sweeping over the trembling knights, while Macaulay lays out the logic. It's all about respecting a brave opponent's honor, even if they're the enemy. A swift, brutal strike lands, and Macaulay drives home his point, and hey, if we take them hostage, he concludes, we can get paid. Eugene's red eyes gleam, a flicker of interest in a new plan, the thought of a payout clearly catching his attention. After a beat, he just blinks and says, "Huh." The two knights are now just crumpled heaps on the ground, groaning, utterly defeated by Eugene's lightning-fast moves. Eugene's chilling promise echoes, "Don't worry, I'll keep their limbs intact," while one of the guards screams, I am sorry." Then, a final, blood-curdling scream tears through the silence, confirming their total, agonizing defeat. An old man with a white beard and an eye patch is absolutely stunned by the sheer luxury of the hall, questioning if they, as hostages, are even allowed to be there. He's never seen captives treated so incredibly well. Sir Macaulay, ever the smooth talker, calms the old man down, promising they can totally afford this level of luxury, and Eugene just gives a cool, one-word approval, "Good." Heading up a massive staircase, Sir Macaulay lays out the master plan. They're gonna get a huge ransom for these knights from none other than Lord Jevon, the big shot from House Evergrow, totally confirming these guys are his personal knights. Eugene, looking intense, reminds his subordinate that he's part of his crew now and needs to act with some class, and Sir Macaulay is absolutely hyped, shouting that he knew he made the right call by joining forces. Later, Eugene checks out his gauntlet, thinking about how much those knights are gonna be worth in ransom, then casually mentions he needs his armor repaired too. A shocking close-up shows a massive hole in his armor, making him gasp in disbelief, muttering that even Dragon Fangs shouldn't have done this, but somehow, just one skewer did the trick. Eugene then tells Sir Macaulay to hook up Sir Galfredic with some new armor while he's at it, making Sir Macaulay excitedly ask if he's getting new gear too, master. Eugene wonders aloud who would have guessed he'd managed to recruit the legendary Sir Galfredic into his ranks, then decides it's totally fine to get him some new armor since he's bringing in so much treasure. A red-haired woman with a super confident smirk declares she's got an amazing eye for talent. She then smoothly explains that her sharp insights are just top-tier customer service. Her gaze stays intense as she ponders the skill levels of everyone around her. From behind, she keeps thinking hard about what their power levels really mean. Sir Macaulay gets straight to the point, asking Eugene if he's locked in their next epic destination. Eugene, ever the pragmatist, declares that they're just hitting the advanced dungeon regions for now, no big deal. But a sharp-eyed, red-haired artisan cuts in with a sly grin, dropping a truth bomb, "If you want bigger dreams, you're gonna need bigger money." Eugene then locks eyes with his crew, a silent question hanging in the air, are they truly ready for what's next? A fist slams down with brutal force, shattering the ground beneath it. Back in a luxurious room, a man is on his knees, absolutely losing it, screaming that no one is helping him. He can't believe it. All his elite knights from House Evergrow got taken down by just one night, and now they're all hostages. Then, a chilling vision of Eugene's glowing red eyes flashes through his mind, his name a whisper of dread. Lord Jevon struggles to his feet, Eugene's menacing shadow haunting him, confessing he knew Eugene was tough, but this is next level. Lord Jevon stands tall in his fancy room, staring intently at a massive map on the ground, deep in thought. He stops dead, a light bulb going off in his head as his hands hover over a glowing spot on the map, a new plan forming. Holding the map, Lord Jevon puts it all together. Eugene came recommended by the Palin Trading Company, so his next stop has to be a demon realm linked to them. A chilling determination washes over his face, as he locks onto his final, desperate move. The next target? Carlsbagen Peninsula's Philia, no doubt. The map laid it all out, a clear path across the waves. Cruising under a brilliant sky, the vampire hunter hit his master with a question, "Did you hear the latest?" Turns out, Carlsbagen Peninsula was practically off the Kaler Central Church's radar. Diving deep into the region's drama, the vampire hunter spilled the tea. Marquis Archibald, the peninsula's former boss, was a cultist who got too power-hungry and crashed hard. And get this, the Bishop of Carlsbagen bailed when the Marquisdom imploded, leaving everyone totally disillusioned and the whole place in chaos. Eugene, chilling by the railing, thought this was great news, letting out a sly chuckle at the whole mess. Then, out of nowhere, Miriam, a tiny, glowing blue spirit, popped up, and Eugene immediately started feeling off. With Miriam just chilling there, Eugene let out a massive UWEGH. He was seriously struggling. He doubled over, clutching his gut, and the vampire hunter just let out an oof, watching his boss get absolutely wrecked by seasickness. Eugene was practically screaming in agony, making the vampire hunter wonder, seriously, if you get this seasick, why even come along? The vampire hunter, with his signature purple locks, lays it all out, thinking his magic could totally boost Eugene's noble quest. But then he gets real, demanding Eugene's actual purpose, even calling him a creepy raccoon. Eugene, ever the pragmatist, drops the bombshell, he needs monster parts to craft a chimera. And he's not done yet, spilling the beans that his whole faction's ultimate mission is to research and create their own chimera. Mirian's face is priceless. But wait, there's more. The vampire hunter totally swears on his faction and magic that he's not lying about wanting to help, while Sir Macaulay, the red-haired man, steps in to translate. Basically, Master, he's telling you not to throw him out. Eugene's still giving him the side-eye, though. Suddenly, Mirian, surrounded by a shower of gold coins, drops a truth bomb. She says the spirit should be the one revealing its purpose, totally calling out the weirdness of a spirit even making a deal with a vampire. Eugene's like, eh. Then he's all, why wouldn't I want to travel and rake in the gold? His eyes are practically glued to Mirian's golden aura. Sir Macaulay can't help but crack a joke about a spirit being into cash, which Mirian immediately shuts down, telling him to pay up if he's gonna talk smack. The vampire hunter just watches, thinking, yeah, everyone's got their own thing going on. He keeps going, hinting that everyone just sees how awesome Eugene is, even their mercenary buddies totally picked up on his greatness. The ship's deck is buzzing with energy as Sir Macaulay gets into an epic arm wrestling showdown, with the whole crew hyped up and cheering him on. Eugene and the vampire hunter are just chilling, watching the spectacle. The arm wrestling battle rages on, and Sir Macaulay, being the showman he is, taunts his opponent, asking if he should just use one finger. The poor guy just lets out a defeated groan. After the fun, Sir Macaulay gets serious, turning to Eugene and demanding to know his real purpose, pointing out that Eugene's never actually spilled the beans. Eugene stands solo, staring into the distance, totally lost in thought, wrestling with the big question, my purpose. And then it hits him, well, I have two goals, he declares, a powerful sense of remembering washing over him. He's gotta get his memories back, figure out his past, and then. It's all about that sweet, sweet revenge. And to make sure he never gets taken out again, he's powering up with scarlet mana crystals, getting stronger so he won't repeat his past mistakes. His hit list is locked and loaded, the Kalar Kingdom's central church and the paladin who ended him. But even with all that on his plate, he can't forget that vampires are always targets, so he's gotta stay sharp, always. While he's deep in thought, his red-haired companion chimes in with a chill remark. Telling him there's no pressure to spill his secrets, because honestly, he doesn't even care what they are. He's just stoked to be living a whole new life, all thanks to Eugene. And is hyped for all the fun they'll have, already buzzing with excitement, then he teases, didn't you want bigger things in life? The mercenary then drops some wisdom, saying the real deal for a knight is chasing honor and glory in battle. Then he's like, seriously, isn't chilling in the sun and traveling awesome? He adds, if I was dead, I'd be stuck floating in some dark, gloomy rivers. With a huge grin, he thanks his master again. Straight up declaring that Eugene's goals are his goals, and all he needs is an order. A fierce red-haired woman steps up, her smile radiating pure determination, pledging to do absolutely anything for the cause. And just as she speaks, Eugene's name rings out, grabbing his full attention. It's Mirian, the glowing water spirit, who calls out, playfully confessing she likes being with him way more than gold, even giving him his proper title. Then, with a mischievous glint, she pushes him, demanding he confirm his plans for a legendary golden castle. And it's not just Mirian. A whole crowd of eager allies steps forward, offering their help, some even shouting they don't need a single coin for their loyalty. Eugene, seeing his new army, lays down the law, their worth depends on their fight contribution, and Sir Macaulay, ever loyal, vows to give it his absolute all. Eugene lets out a weary sigh, a silent admission of his new, heavy burden, as he grasps just how many lives now depend on him. But even with the annoyance of all this new responsibility, something deeper starts to stir within him. His crimson eyes blaze with an eerie glow, as he grapples with the bizarre nature of his own feelings. He's shocked to discover that, against all odds, the burden of these new connections isn't crushing him. No, he actually feels good, a shocking realization that even catches him off guard. With his new crew and a whole new mindset, the adventure charges on, as a massive ship docks in a vibrant port, signaling the start of their next epic quest. The journey continues as he arrives at the vibrant port city of Mofern in the Karlsbaben Peninsula, where a representative from the Palin Trading Company is already there to welcome Sir Eugene. But wait, who's this? It's Byrne, the captain of the Mercenary Guild, stepping forward to announce he'll be their guide to the Beoglan barony. Byrne wastes no time, stating they need to leave immediately due to a tight schedule, and after a quick Eugene gives his full approval. No time to waste. The crew is already on the move, their caravan pushing deep into a vibrant, sun-kissed forest. On horseback, Byrne fills them in on their destination, the Beoglan barony, a rare, well-managed gem in the Karlsbaben Peninsula. But the good news ends there, as Byrne reveals a major problem: they haven't been able to take down even one intermediate rank monster lately. Eugene, ever sharp, immediately asks if the wyverns are the problem, and Byrne's yes confirms his suspicions. These colossal winged terrors, Byrne explains, are constantly sabotaging their every raid. And it gets worse. The wyverns, often with harpies in tow, only strike when their targets are already worn out. Eugene, with Miriam perched on his shoulder, realizes these are no ordinary foes, they're advanced monsters. And a brilliant idea hits him, this could be his golden opportunity for scarlet mana crystals. Then, with a sly grin, he turns to Burn and drops a bombshell suggestion: why not charge fees for taking care of bandits instead? Burn, utterly bewildered, can only stammer, what do wyverns have to do with bandits? Burn gets a serious earful from manager Pricella, who's laying down the law: do not mess with that knight I sent. Burn's mind races, thinking about this spoiled noble knight, and how he absolutely can't let him get taken out by some random bandits before they even get to the real mission. Elsewhere, the red-haired man sizes up Sir Galfredic, thinking he looks tough, but he's convinced Sir Eugene is just another one of those nobles who rides on the coattails of others' talent. Then, Lord Jevon gets right in Eugene's face, dropping a harsh reminder: your mission is the demon realm, not these petty bandits. He makes it crystal clear he's not a fan of Eugene either. Out of nowhere, a chilling sound rips through the quiet, making Eugene's horse freak out and rear up as he instantly locks onto danger. Deep in the forest, Eugene and Burn push onward, with leaves swirling around them, a silent sign of their relentless trek through the wild. Eugene's red eyes burn with an almost terrifying intensity, his face a mask of cold determination as he gets ready for the inevitable showdown. In a flash, the red-haired man shoves a spear into Eugene's hand, and Eugene snatches it up, leaving his companion utterly bewildered. With his red eyes blazing, Eugene coils back, ready to launch that spear with bone-shattering power. The spear rips through the very air, leaving a violent whirlwind of destruction as it rockets towards its mark. Then, with a crushing impact, the spear slams into its target, sending shockwaves through the entire forest. One bandit screams in agony as the spear pins him to a tree, while his buddy can only curse in pure terror as their ambush gets absolutely annihilated. Out of nowhere, a hooded bandit explodes from the trees, spear flashing, screaming for his comrades to attack. This is it, the ambush is on. But before that bandit can even think about landing a hit, bam. An invisible force slams into him, shutting him down instantly. The path ahead is swarming with armed bandits, horses and foot soldiers alike, all closing in, their weapons gleaming, ready to strike. Galfredic's jaw drops, totally blindsided. He can't believe they were ambushed, and even more, how did Eugene, of all people, sense them when he felt nothing? But Eugene. He's cool as ice, just turns to Burn and says, protect the carriage. No panic, just pure command. The bandits are like, hold up, what just happened? Then they snap back, screaming for their fees like they're owed something. Galfredic still stressing, trying to talk some sense into Eugene, telling him he's gonna get hurt if he picks a fight right now. But Eugene. He just smirks, those red eyes glowing, and brushes off Galfredic's concern with a chill, you worry too much. Then, out of nowhere, Eugene's like, alright, Galfredic, let's do this. And Galfredic, pumped, screams back, hell yeah. Even with the hype, Galfredic's still grumbling, UGH. I knew this was gonna happen, as he gets ready to ride. Leaving those bandits totally dumbfounded, Eugene blasts off on his horse, a dark blur against the trees, ready for whatever's next. A dark, ornate weapon, clearly of superior craftsmanship, lies on the ground. Eugene picks it up, his crimson eyes narrowing as he questions, why do you guys have this? The weapon itself is a striking piece, its dark metal gleaming with a subtle red hue, its sharp edges hinting at its deadly potential. Before him, a group of kneeling figures, clearly bandits, quickly explain, we took it from the guy who was saying he stole it from House Parchildon. You can have it, so please spare us. One of them pleads further, if you do, we'll even become your slaves. Eugene simply hums in thought. Considering their offer, he muses, but there are too many of you. That'll take a lot of our resources. His companion, Burn, suggests a compromise, completely okay with starving. All we need is water. Eugene, however, dismisses the idea with a silent thought. A memory flashes through his mind, recalling the red-haired man's efficiency. He took care of 4 bandit groups that have been a pain in the ass in just 2 days. His expression thoughtful, Eugene concludes, I guess it makes sense the vice leader of the Palin Trading Company was the one who sent them. Meanwhile, a villager expresses his relief, watching the defeated bandits, they were so horrible to everyone in the village, but now they're kneeling and sobbing. With the situation resolved, a voice announces, oh, well. Let's get moving right away. We're behind schedule. Eugene, now standing beside the red-haired man, simply acknowledges the command with a quiet, A worried villager confronts Eugene, demanding to know what he'll do with the captured bandits. Totally bewildered, the villager can't believe it, asking if Eugene isn't their protector. The entire village is in shock, their faces a picture of utter disbelief as the villager barely manages to get out, I thought you were. Eugene's eyes, burning crimson, remain locked in a silent, intense stare, his thoughts a mystery. Eugene's got a question mark over his head, but then the red-haired man bursts out laughing, announcing that the bandits actually want to make his master the new village lord. Still cracking up, the red-haired man gets right up in Eugene's face, who can only manage a stunned "what?" Eugene just stares at the kneeling bandit, a tense silence filling the air, while the red-haired man watches the whole thing unfold with a smirk. Burn, ever the pragmatist, eyes Eugene, muttering to himself, wait, didn't we already take care of all the bandits on the road? A sudden realization hits Burn, his eyes flashing with resolve. This is his chance to become the right-hand man to an incredible knight. He steps up to Eugene, getting his attention, and asks if he can speak his mind. Burn lays it out, yeah, those bandits were bad news, but you either wiped them out, or you enslaved the rest. He hits Eugene with a "so," then drops a bombshell. There's a cave nearby with no trolls, and a mountain with no monsters, hinting at a new adventure. The brown-haired man lays it all out, become lord, right here, right now. No waiting, just power. And who's there, glowing blue on his shoulder? Miriam, soaking it all in. She's practically vibrating with energy, shouting for him to go for it. Let's do this, sir. Miriam's already thinking 3 steps ahead, realizing this power play could be huge against the Central Church. But hold up, his red eyes tell a different story, his mind already miles away from mere politics. Because for him, there's only one real treasure, the legendary scarlet mana crystals, glowing with insane power. He's asking the big question, is this Lord gig even worth it? Is it worth splitting his focus and resources from the real mission? His eyes narrow, the gears turning as he makes a critical decision. But just as he's about to decide, bam. The brown-haired man crashes in, screaming about a major problem. The news hits hard, those bandits he took in as slaves. They just stole the horses and bolted. Turns out, these guys were smarter than they looked, hiding weapons in their mouths to cut loose and make a break for it. And to top it all off, they went full ambush mode, even hurting Rabin when he was just trying to feed them. A fallen mercenary, bloodied and broken, gasps out a desperate plea for revenge, as a comrade questions if they should even bother chasing down the culprits. But Eugene, ever the strategist, is already calculating, his mind a whirlwind of possibilities. He drops to Rabin's side, who tries to brush off his wounds like they're nothing, but the sheer amount of blood, undeniably Rabin's, sends a surge of pure rage through Eugene, making him roar in defiance. Crimson energy flares in his eyes, as he burns with fury, unable to believe that common bandits dared to lay a hand on his people. Miriam, sensing the raw emotion, can't help but wonder about his sudden bias, as Eugene's resolve hardens, vowing swift and brutal retribution. He pivots, locking eyes with his loyal red-haired mercenary, and the new directives begin to flow. He commands him to hold the line and protect the village, then drops a bombshell. He'll take the chief's lordship offer, but only if their wounded are given top-tier care. A wide grin spreads across the mercenary's face, as he snaps a confident, copy that, master, ready to execute the new plan. With Eugene striding off, Miriam's ghostly presence trails behind, her mind racing with the weight of his new status, a playful thought crossing her mind, should I start calling you, my lord? But the calm shatters in an instant, as desperate shouts of fire. There's fire, ripped through the air, painting the darkness with the terrifying orange of an inferno. The world explodes into chaos, as a village burns, its inhabitants screaming for water, fighting a losing battle against the raging inferno. The village is burning, a fiery hellscape, and right in the middle, a smug bandit leader on horseback is just chilling, casually talking about being held captive like it's no big deal. And get this, he's spilling the tea on his captors, revealing they're off to Philia to hunt down some wyverns. He's guessing they're from Marin, figuring they'll either bail after this raid, or get absolutely wrecked by those wyverns, leaving a villager completely stunned. That twisted grin on his face says it all, they're planning a hostile takeover of the village the second its nightly protector is gone. Out of nowhere, a villager screams, "Who are you?" accusing them of torching the church, his voice shaking with pure desperation. Then, another villager, with a look of pure disdain, drops some serious shade, sarcastically pointing out how easy it must have been for these new bandits after the knight already did all the dirty work. But the bandit leader just shrugs off their pleas, straight up declaring, with zero chill, that they're the new bosses in town. Then he drops the ultimate threat, "Cross me, and I'll take your head," and in a flash, he brutally smashes a villager, who screams in agony. His face is a twisted mess of pure fury, practically glowing with evil energy, as he screams about taking over the silver mines too. Just as the bandit leader is losing his mind, a mysterious cloaked figure with glowing red eyes pops up from the shadows, casually asking about silver mines and noting how messed up Carlsbegen must be to churn out so many bandits. Before the bandit leader can even blink, the cloaked figure unleashes a lightning-fast attack, sending him flying off his horse in a bloody explosion. The bandit leader, now a bloody mess, screams, "It's the knight," as Eugene stands over him, delivering the ultimate burn. "Is this really all you've got?" After taking down the boss, Eugene just looks at the remaining bandits, his red eyes burning with pure menace. It's like he's asking, is that all you got, and instantly dismissing their entire existence as utterly pathetic. One bandit just loses it, letting out a primal scream, completely freaking out about how this monster even got here. Total chaos erupts. One guy's trying to bolt on a horse, screaming for his buddy to wait, while another is on his knees, practically sobbing, begging for forgiveness just this one last time. The terrified bandit, hands practically glued together, swears up and down that this time they'll actually surrender, hoping to somehow stop the inevitable. But Eugene. He's not having any of it. His sword flashes, a red streak of death, slamming into a bandit with bone-shattering impact, making him scream out. Another bandit gets absolutely wrecked, blood flying, his terrified scream ripping through the night, "You monster." He's moving like a blur, pure, terrifying grace, his body engulfed in dark red power as his sword becomes a literal storm of destruction, wiping out everything in its path. The last bandit's face just shatters in agony, a desperate, choked sound escaping him as his eyes go dead, blood exploding into the dark. And just like that, it's over. Eugene leaves the final bandit skewered, a brutal monument to his lightning-fast justice, as the last horse of a fleeing coward disappears into the night. Taking slow, deliberate steps, he just walks away from the bloodbath, sword still gripped tight, his dark cloak flowing like a shadow. His face is a stone mask, a silent, intense gaze as he takes in everything that just happened. He turns his back on the dead, and just stares at the burning village, the inferno painting the night sky orange, a brutal monument to the destruction these thugs caused. As the village burns and panic grips the fleeing crowd, a lone, dark figure steps out of the shadows, a beacon of calm amidst the chaos, telling them to fear nothing. Standing victorious over a defeated enemy, he makes his grand introduction, proclaiming, "I am Jan Eugene, a knight." His powerful voice cuts through the night, a chilling promise to the terrified villagers, the invaders are gone, utterly annihilated, and they have absolutely nothing to fear now. His imposing, armored figure stands tall, a dark silhouette against the inferno, a powerful declaration that he is here, and he means business. His crimson eyes burn with fierce determination as he makes a solemn vow, "I will protect this village." But just as he makes his promise, his senses flare, detecting a new, unseen danger closing in from the dark depths of the forest. He snaps his head up, a single word escaping him as a deadly bolt rockets towards him, moving with terrifying speed. But Eugene is faster. With a blur of motion, his gloved hand and spear snap up, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attack. Miriam, his ethereal companion, hovers nearby, her glowing form radiating alarm, urgently telling Eugene that something is seriously wrong. Eugene spins around, his senses confirming the chilling truth, "I can feel the aura of an advanced monster from there." Miriam, ever vigilant, reinforces the danger, shouting, "Be careful." The dark forest stretches endlessly, its depths hiding a terrifying, unseen foe, the very air crackling with raw, monstrous power. Meanwhile, high in the canopy, a mysterious cloaked figure observes the entire confrontation, grumbling with irritation that someone else dared to trespass on their hunting grounds. A white-haired, red-eyed figure, crossbow locked and loaded, unleashes a verbal assault, calling his target stupid and uncultured. Before letting loose a barrage of bolts and even harsher insults, branding him a swine of a roamer. But in a flash of impossible speed, the black-haired figure unleashes a blue energy burst, deflecting the attack and slamming into his foe, sending him flying back. Stunned, the white-haired figure shakes off the blow, only to lock eyes with the black-haired man's glowing crimson gaze and razor-sharp fangs, a shocking revelation, he's fighting another vampire. The black-haired figure, now fully unleashed, unleashes a devastating red energy slash, forcing his opponent to scramble for defense. But the white-haired figure is no pushover, swiftly turning the tables and standing victorious over his defeated foe, who's now sprawled on the ground. He gazes down, a smirk playing on his lips, finding humor in his opponent's surprise, because, as an unaffiliated roamer, his vampiric look is totally expected. He continues to stare down at the defeated man with utter disdain, chalking up his messy look to his life as a wandering outcast. Then, with an air of absolute authority, the white-haired figure declares himself Del Mondo of the Nafers clan, and barks a powerful command. His crimson eye, reflecting the image of the defeated black-haired man, blazes with pure contempt, as he spits out the insult, "You roamer mutt." Del Mondo is absolutely wrecked, kneeling in the forest, bloodied and broken, as he desperately apologizes for not recognizing who he was up against. His eyes are bugging out, realizing that silver sword Eugene's holding is a total game-changer, something he's never seen a roamer use, and he's pretty sure Eugene knew he was clueless. It hits Del Mondo like a truck, Eugene's an origin, a super powerful being who could totally wreck his entire family, and he's freaking out, desperate to stop their destruction. Eugene, looking totally dominant, asks if Del Mondo's dad taught him to fight his own people, but the defeated vampire quickly shouts back, "No way." Del Mondo spills the beans, saying he acted completely on his own, and now he's calling himself a total idiot. Miriam's just watching from behind Eugene as Del Mondo keeps on groveling, begging for mercy and practically asking for a quick death. Miriam sees this whole pathetic display and just can't believe Del Mondo's got zero shame, her blue aura shimmering as she takes it all in. Eugene's holding this old book about vampire family trees, explaining that vampires see their creators as their actual parents, which is apparently a huge deal in their world. He thinks back to what Romari said, realizing that vampire society is all about family and who's on top, and Del Mondo's pathetic begging just proves it. Eugene's weighing his options, wondering if he should push Del Mondo even harder, because honestly, why should he trust this guy after everything he's done? Del Mondo's face is twisted in absolute horror, letting out a terrified gasp, his red eyes bugging out as he waits for Eugene to decide his end. Still groveling, the broken vampire desperately cried out, "I swear on the Nofris bloodline and the name of my father, Violent Nofris." With his head practically in the dirt, he kept begging, "I will do anything. I beg of you to forgive me. Yui." Intense crimson eyes, burning with power, stared down, weighing every word, every desperate plea. Footsteps crunched, and a curious voice piped up, "Seriously, why would you want that vampire spreading rumors about you?" Miriam hovered, her glowing form a beacon in the quiet, as the subtle sounds of travel continued, her expression unreadable but clearly pondering the implications. He coolly replied, "It's good for people to know their new lord," but Miriam wasn't buying it, firing back, "But do you honestly think he'll obey you?" Riding through the sun-drenched woods, he confidently stated, "He swore on his family and his father's name. That's a bond one can trust." Miriam, watching the fish dart through the crystal-clear water, pointed out, "But still, everyone knows the people of the dark are arrogant and cruel." Floating right next to him, he just deadpanned, "I'm one of them too, you know," and she immediately shot back, "Exactly." Miriam let out a worried sigh, her blue aura flickering, "Man, I've got a really bad feeling about this whole thing." With a chillingly calm demeanor, Eugene finished, "Still, he'll do exactly as I say. Unless he's got a death wish, of course." Miriam, the spirit companion, isn't holding back, calling him out for his cruelty. But Eugene. He just takes it all in, completely unfazed. With her eyes locked on him, she calls out to Sir Eugene, clearly not letting him off the hook. Before long, the journey's almost over, and a knight riding with Eugene points out their destination, a massive castle looming in the distance. Eugene, with his signature long dark hair and intense red eyes, looks absolutely stoic, his face giving nothing away. Getting closer now, the knight reveals they're at Baron Biogalen's castle, asking if the trip was rough. This castle is seriously epic, with its massive spires and detailed design, it just screams power. Meanwhile, someone's holding a mysterious envelope, and Eugene is already wondering why the third raid unit isn't getting backup. Meet Baron Biogalen, a distinguished, gray-haired lord, who looks totally stressed out at his desk, practically begging for an explanation. He totally gets it, but then confesses he's in a super complicated mess. Standing before Eugene, Miriam, and the red-haired warrior, Baron Biogalen spills the beans. Their visit is sudden, and being a lord is no joke, from balancing the books to leading armies. He's sure Eugene, being a top-tier knight, gets it, basically saying he and his crew are on their own for defense. Eugene, with that intense stare, just calmly says he understands the Baron's whole situation. The Baron, ever the opportunist, dared to demand more pay, a move that earned a stunned "what?" from Eugene, who quickly shot back, reminding him of his 2 failed attempts at the raid. Despite the need for more manpower on a third try, the Baron brazenly declared they wouldn't even bother unless they got a hefty pay raise. And with a smug grin, the Baron declared his outrageous demand was totally reasonable. But Eugene wasn't fooled for a second, a chilling smirk spreading across his face, his red eyes burning with a dangerous intelligence. Locking eyes with the Baron, Eugene coolly confirmed that his reputation for boldness was well earned. With a sigh of resignation, the Baron finally caved, barking for his butler, who instantly snapped to attention with a crisp, "Yes, sir." Then, with a flourish, Eugene laid down the terms, half the mana crystals, half the monster loot, and a challenge, "Will this do?" A sly grin spread across Eugene's face, mirroring the Baron's earlier words, declaring him likewise generous and kind, with a hint of sarcasm. A hearty laugh escaped the Baron, as he eagerly asked if Eugene could kick off the mission tomorrow. Sealing the deal, the Baron vowed to hook him up with a guide and a sweet annex by tomorrow, earning a rare thanks from Eugene. Deal done, mic drop. Eugene spun on his heel and strode out, his presence commanding the very air around him. And just like that, Eugene, the red-haired warrior, and Byrne were out the door, leaving the Baron to ponder their departure with a complex, unreadable expression. The tension is palpable as the red-haired man confronts Eugene, demanding to know the outcome, only for Eugene to reveal the shocking truth: no extra reinforcements are coming. Stunned, his eyes practically bugging out, the red-haired man can only repeat, "No additional reinforcements." But Eugene, cool as ever, just shrugs it off, promising a bigger payday instead. The red-haired man starts to fume, calling it unfair treatment. Eugene cuts him short, a smirk playing on his lips, "Didn't I tell you not to worry? You're here because you trust my master's skills, right?" Then, with a dazzling, confident grin, he drops the mic, "We're here too. What's there to be anxious about?" A relieved "geez" escapes the red-haired man, a smile finally breaking through as he confesses, "I never doubted him." Then, with renewed determination, "Let's go. The mission is clear, the target locked, Philia." Eugene, Byrne, and their crew arrive at a massive fortress, and one of the onlookers exclaims, "That's gotta be the third raid unit." Another person eyes Eugene, impressed by his reliable look, while a third whispers, "That knight in black armor? Definitely from Marin." Eugene's eyes, sharp and calculating, take in every whispered word. A companion pipes up, "He's an outsider, so he probably knows nothing about wyverns. Plus, we've got the same numbers as the last raid unit." Another voice chimes in, "Seriously, wouldn't we have a better shot if we just had more people?" The massive castle gates creak open, and Eugene's squad rolls out, leaving the fortress in their dust. But wait, a young attendant, looking totally stressed, hesitates, sword still sheathed, a crucial message burning a hole in his pocket. He drops to a knee, maybe to grab something, maybe to psych himself up, but he's definitely got a plan. Too late. Eugene's already on his horse, blazing a trail, while a frantic voice screams, "Sir. Sir, please wait." Eugene, ever the cool one, just barely glances back, while Miriam, his tiny, glowing sidekick, casually drops the bomb, "Eugene, someone's calling you." The persistent attendant finally catches up to Eugene's crew, including the red-haired man and Byrne, and drops the bombshell, "I have something to tell you." He's practically begging, face etched with urgency, "It'll only take a minute," he insists. The pressure is on, his voice practically screaming, "Can you please make time for me?" Meanwhile, back at the castle, bathed in that epic sunset glow, the drama is just getting started inside. Inside one of those grand castle halls, our persistent attendant is now knee-deep in action, pulling out some seriously gnarly loot from a blood-soaked bag. An armored knight, looking totally unimpressed, demands, "What is that?" while the attendant proudly shows off a shiny trinket, "It's loot from a roamer we snagged near the castle. We even picked out the best bit for you." The lord, looking all regal with his pipe, takes it all in, then drops the ultimate praise, "You, my friend, are the most loyal knight I could ever ask for." Back at the castle, the lord is absolutely hyped, practically bursting with pride that his knight is out there slaying trolls. He's beyond proud. He lets out a little hee-hee, then gets serious, calling out Sir Oleg and dropping the bomb that there's something way more urgent they need to talk about. Baron Bjogolin, looking sharp and serious, locks eyes with Oleg, who's just waiting for the next order. No beating around the bush, the Baron just lays it out, he needs someone taken out. The target, he clarifies, is someone who seriously disrespected him, a knight in black armor, Jan Eugene, who's also leading the third raid unit that just left. Oleg's eyes practically pop out, totally blindsided by the news that Eugene is the target. The Baron keeps going, figuring Eugene's probably toast in a demonic realm anyway, but just to be safe, Oleg's job is to wait outside and make sure he doesn't make it out alive. Oleg's hands ball up, hard, his fury practically radiating at the sheer audacity of someone insulting his boss. His face turns to stone, vowing he can't let this insult stand, and he's totally ready to do the deed. The Baron grins, a sly look in his eyes, telling his loyal knight he's super dependable. Then, he pops open a treasure chest, revealing a dazzling pile of gold coins, letting out a little hoo-hoo-hoo as he secretly thinks about the sweet bonus of 100 extra gold coins if Jan Eugene bites the dust. The Baron's inner monologue keeps going, revealing that even though the letter was super snobby, Jevon Evergrow, the guy who wrote it, can't escape his fury. The Baron's resentment. Oh, it was boiling, a deep-seated fury that went far beyond a mere insult. And as he watched the pieces fall into place, a wicked smirk spread across his face, this was going to benefit him big time. But far away from the Baron's scheming, Jan Eugene was riding like a boss, leading his crew, totally unfazed, thinking, seriously, who even cares if some random knight from another country bites the dust? Alright, buckle up. The ancient site of Philia is under new management, and these rulers are no joke. We're talking about the terrifying wyverns, with eyes that burn through the shadows. And get this, their territory is a wide-open, aerial playground, perfect for those massive, leathery wings to rule the skies. This is a huge advantage for anything that can fly, and as if that wasn't enough, they've got harpies on standby to absolutely wreck raid units before the main attack even begins. Without proper prep, this is a recipe for disaster and massive resource loss, but there's always a way to fight back, even against these monsters. As his dark cloak billows, Eugene strides through a massive, ruined archway, already calculating the moves needed to crush this aerial menace. He watches his crew, fully aware that these wyverns are smart, and they're not just gonna leave the raid unit hanging. His crimson eyes gleam in the fading light as someone calls out, a simple, powerful, master, echoing through the ruins. The red-haired warrior strides up, a confident smirk on his face, announcing that they're done, with a solid 40 fighters ready to throw down. Elsewhere, a tough-looking fighter lays out his plan for the captives, picking the best for battle and tossing the weaker ones into porter duty, even telling one to, "Hold my stuff, weakling." Across the camp, Jevon Evergrow, with Byrne and Oleg by his side, lays down the law to Partek, telling him that his and Byrne's mercs are gonna form a tight defense around Ramari and all the gear, and Partek's like, of course. Back at the main base, the red-haired guy flashes a confident grin, declaring that their entire defensive setup is officially finished. He takes in the red-haired man's assessment, a nod of approval for their quick-build defenses, surprisingly solid for a rush job. Preps locked and loaded, Eugene makes the call, they're camping right here, right now. The real push into the site, he announces, kicks off at sunrise. Back at the walls, the red-haired man lets out a pained groan, wrestling with a nasty thorn while Partek tries to help him out. Partek, close by, can't help but wonder why they even bothered with these walls, grumbling that they're just going to ditch them soon enough. Mounted and lost in thought, the red-haired man's true feelings surface, he only pledged loyalty to escape slavery, and he's got zero intention of actually following some foreign knight's orders. Defiance flashes in his eyes, his blue gaze burning with raw determination. Later, facing Eugene, the red-haired man cuts straight to the point, Master. Eugene, radiating pure command, drops the order, prepare for battle. Suddenly, an ominous, echoing sound rips through the forest, setting the stage for an epic showdown. But the soldiers are ready, a disciplined line of shields forming an impenetrable wall. Partek, bow locked and loaded, scans the trees, but the enemy is still hidden. Sweat drips as the creepy chittering gets louder, and Partek's getting seriously annoyed by this invisible foe. The flapping and screeching explode into a deafening roar, it's clear something fast is coming from above. Then, huge shadows engulf the battlefield, and the aerial ambush is on. Out of the sky, a terrifying harpy-like monster dives, its massive red wings a horrifying sight. And it's not just one. More harpies swarm the air, a full-blown aerial invasion. But Eugene, his red eyes burning with determination, coolly barks orders, AIM. Fire, to his archers. Arrows rain down, striking a harpy mid-flight with deadly precision. The harpy screams in pain, its huge body spiraling out of control and plummeting to the ground. Its face twisted in a monstrous, agonizing roar, the harpy crashes down, a clear victory for the archers. The harpy swooped down, a screech tearing through the air as its razor-sharp talons targeted Eugene and his steed, sending the horse into a panicked neigh. Feathers exploded as the beast's talons struck, and Eugene couldn't help but let out a shocked gasp. A bone-jarring impact followed, the harpy's talons slamming down with a deafening crash. Then, with a smug retreat, the winged terror let loose a mocking cackle, thinking it had won. But Eugene's crimson eyes burned with pure resolve, his face a mask of grim determination as he geared up for a brutal counterattack. A crimson explosion of power erupted, a clear sign of his furious retaliation against the airborne menace. Eugene barked at a nearby purple-haired mage, get ready, and with a confident slam of his staff, the mage shot back, understood. Leave it to me. The mage's staff crashed into the ground, and a pulsating pink magic circle exploded outwards, intricate runes blazing to life. Incantations of Yura, Kira, lightning, and thunder ripped through the air, as the mage unleashed a devastating pink lightning storm straight at the harpy. The harpy let out a blood-curdling kyagh. Its body convulsing under the relentless magical onslaught as the mage's spell kept tearing into it. And just as the chaos peaked, a knight with an eye patch, his blade already flashing from its sheath, surged forward, ready to plunge into the fray. The harpy kept getting absolutely pummeled, more crimson energy and blood erupting as the magical onslaught refused to let up. The fight is on. A cloaked warrior unleashes a brutal strike, his sword tearing through a harpy with a sickening spray of blood. But the beast isn't down. It snarls back, its terrifying face a mask of pure rage. But the real power play is happening elsewhere. The purple-haired mage is channeling serious magic, and the eye-patch knight has her back, shouting, I'll cover you. Focus on your casting. The red-haired commander isn't holding back either, his battle cry echoing across the field, wield your swords. And just like that, the knights are in full battle mode, the narrator confirming, we're switching to combat. It's a full-on brawl. Knights are going all out, one of them smashing a harpy with a brutal hit. The red-haired leader is loving it, a confident grin spreading across his face as he exclaims, ah. Nice one. They're all. But don't count the harpies out. They're still fighting hard, one of them getting clipped mid-flight. Hold up. A knight's caught off guard, looking up in shock as more harpies dive in, screaming, what? The sky is raining harpies. They're diving straight into the fray, taking the fight to the knights. Here comes another one. A harpy drops like a stone, claws out, ready to tear into its prey. It's a full-blown swarm. The harpies are everywhere, overwhelming the knights with sheer numbers. Eugene's eyes blaze open, a primal surge of power coursing through him as he locks onto his next target, ready to unleash hell. Moving like a phantom, he strikes with such force that a harpy screams in agony, barely able to register the attack before it lands. Dark energy explodes around him, his silhouette a terrifying blend of red and black as he absolutely dominates the battlefield. Then, a brutal impact. Feathers and blood explode outwards, a testament to the sheer power of his assault. He absolutely shreds through the monstrous creatures, leaving nothing but chaos and destruction in his path. Amidst the carnage, he stands triumphant, a terrifying silhouette of power, his dark armor dripping with the blood of his enemies, a crimson aura still pulsing around him. But the fight isn't over. A mysterious pink glow pulses from the ground, pulling his gaze towards a distant figure, signaling a new phase of the battle. Meanwhile, the purple-haired mage unleashes his ultimate spell, his hands crackling with vibrant pink energy, a desperate question hanging in the air: will this be enough to restrain them? His eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow, as he pours every ounce of his power into the glowing crystal, screaming the command, restrain. Then, a colossal surge of power. A massive wave of pink energy explodes outwards, unleashing a terrifying swarm of shadowy, bat-like entities across the entire battlefield. Eugene, a picture of calm amidst the storm, stands completely unfazed within the mage's expanding magical aura, his eyes locked on the incredible display of power. The harpies shriek in pure terror, their bodies contorting in agony as the pink tendrils of magic ensnare them, locking them down. The harpy goes absolutely wild, caught in the mage's insane pink energy, screaming its head off. Then, boom! More of those monsters get sucked in, their bodies contorting in a wild, pink energy tornado, their screams just piercing the sky. And just like that, Romari drops the mic, announcing that he's locked down every single monster in the area. The final harpy gets totally locked down by those glowing pink ropes, and someone's already shouting out props to the mage for a job well done. Eugene, with those intense red eyes, lays it down, saying it's time to wrap this up because the real raid is just getting started. He's there with his crew, Partek, the red-haired guy, Burn, and Oleg, all just watching the monsters they've got locked down. With a commanding tone, he tells them to take out the harpies and grab only the good stuff. Partek, the eye-patch knight, is totally baffled, like, wait, that's it? It's really over. He's muttering under his breath, thinking Eugene just did the whole job by himself. Suddenly, Eugene whips around, eyes locked on, calling out Partek, the guy who was just whining. He calls Partek out, asking if he's had a change of heart, and then drops the truth bomb: if you're loyal, you don't question the boss. Partek winces as Eugene keeps going, laying out the cold hard facts: loyalty is literally how you stay alive out here. Partek, with a look of intense sincerity, declares his words are born purely from concern. Then, a quick thought crosses his mind, remembering this guy's Carlsbagen origins. He can't help but grin, thinking this gig beats banditry and could be his forever job. Eugene, blood still on his face, coolly announces, they're pulling back after the harpies, completely unfazed by Partek's background shouts for wyverns. With his back to them, Eugene lays down the law, declaring they'll be mounting harpy heads on the walls. Partek, Burn, and Oleg exchange bewildered glances, wondering aloud why they're retreating when morale is through the roof. Eugene just gives a sly look, hinting that all will be revealed in due time. Someone's yelling, falling back already. What's going on? The path is littered with makeshift barricades, a clear sign of the chaos that just went down. Oleg, looking sharp in his full plate armor, is laying down some serious strategy to the scarred soldier, telling him it's all about timing and they need to press their advantage. But the scarred soldier is just like, I'm not really getting it, Chief. He clenches his fist, a moment of doubt, but then he's like, alright, I'm gonna give this guy a shot. Oleg, totally caught off guard, demands to know what made him flip his decision. The scarred soldier lays it out plain and simple: not a single one of them bit the dust. Oleg, looking deep in thought, drops the bomb: they wiped out over 100 foes without a scratch. As they stand side by side, the scarred soldier keeps going, pointing out that even as bandits, they weren't thrown away like cannon fodder. He's convinced this new leader is way better than the old one, because while there are tons of strong knights, smart ones are a rare breed. Two figures are just casually strolling away in the distance, leaving the soldiers to chew on their thoughts. The scarred soldier's mind drifts to the epic knight with the flowing black hair and those intense red eyes, who seriously has everything going for him. He pivots, locking eyes with Galfredik, a single question cutting through the tension: are these the reinforcements they've been waiting for? But his companion's face twists in disbelief, a sharp escaping him before he dismisses the idea entirely with a firm no way. He quickly clarifies his stance, asserting that the Baron's stinginess would never allow for such a grand gesture. With a focused gaze, he shifts his attention back to the approaching shadows, a determined, let's see, echoing his intent to uncover their true nature. The figures solidify into view, confirming their mercenary status, yet their true allegiance remains shrouded in enigma. Down below, the mercenary vanguard halts their advance, a gruff HM, from one of them confirming their hostile intentions. A younger mercenary, backpack slung over his shoulder, leans in, whispering to his master, didn't that guy talk to you in the Baron's castle? High above, the knight's crimson eyes meet Galfredik's, a knowing, right, passing between them, acknowledging the mercenary's observation. His piercing crimson eye, a beacon of unwavering focus, absorbs every detail, betraying no hint of fear or hesitation. Amidst the tranquil embrace of nature, a solitary soul rests by the river's edge, a silent testament to the undeniable wisdom that true knights possess, an understanding that transcends mere knowledge. Dive into the past as a young man devours the epic tales of King Aiden, the legendary hero who brought Valencia together. With a wistful smile, he thinks, King Aiden, a bastard son, yet born into knighthood, was the ultimate role model. He knew he might never hit Aiden's level, but he desperately wanted to be just like him, his dreams flying high like a bird gazing at the sky. He stares up, lost in thought, as sunlight dances through the trees. But then, everything changed. A tear escapes, signaling the end of his peaceful dream. His face twists in pure despair, eyes haunted and looking away. His life took a brutal turn, from dreams to despair, as he was forced into slavery in a foreign land. From that moment on, his life became a relentless fight for survival, trudging down a bleak road. His dreams were utterly crushed, leaving him on his knees, trapped by the unfeeling armor of his captors. He was barely hanging on through all the suffering, his face a mask of exhaustion and grief. But the worst was still ahead, as a chilling voice orders, "Get ready at the entrance when we arrive." 3 armored figures loom before a shadowy cave, one of them barking orders with deadly intent. The moment the Black Knight shows his face, we take him down. Oleg is absolutely furious, his voice booming as he demands answers. Why are they ambushing this raid unit? Do they even grasp what's at stake? His intense words hang in the air, as Partak and a fellow soldier absorb the pressure, their faces etched with worry and anticipation. He thinks to himself, the Night King would never stoop to such cowardly tactics. But here they are, just trying to get over this hill and finish the job. Taking the lead, Oleg charges into the cave's dark mouth, his armor vanishing into the gloom, with Partak and another soldier right on his heels. Bursting out of the cave, Partak's eyes snap to a massive wooden fence. What is that? He exclaims, quickly deducing that the raid unit built it. But Oleg's mind is racing, demanding to know why this is outside the demon realm. Partak tries to cut in, sensing something even more critical. A cold dread washes over Partak's face, as the terrifying realization hits him, they know we're here. And just as he feared, behind the imposing wooden palisade, Eugene and the Red Knight stand ready, their dark cloaks billowing, perfectly aware of the approaching threat. Back on the other side, Oleg, completely unfazed, barks, "Charge in, then." Partak can only manage a stunned, "Huh." Partak tries to argue, "That's too rash," but Oleg's glare silences him, a chilling threat in his voice, "Anyone who doesn't attack will be killed." On the other side, the Red Knight is practically vibrating with excitement, grinning as he asks Eugene, "What a perfect challenge. Shall we all charge in together?" Eugene watches the Red Knight's enthusiasm, thinking, he's stupid, but his skill makes up for it. Meanwhile, Partak can only stare, a silent question mark hanging over his head. He lets out a shocked cry, completely blindsided by a brutal hit that sends him flying. He tumbles down the stone steps, crashing hard with a grunt, this ambush hitting way harder than expected. But Oleg, his face twisted in pure battle rage, screams a promise of insane rewards to his troops, hyping them up for the charge. With their commander at the front, the armored soldiers explode through the archway, their battle cry shaking the ground as they rush into the fray. From the front lines, the Red Knight's voice cuts through the chaos, loud and clear, a brutal order to his own crew, wipe them out. The enemy soldiers, a relentless tide of steel and fury, smash into the palisade, their numbers just insane. In the middle of this madness, Eugene, back on his feet, charges in, his sword ablur as he slams right into the enemy. His eyes narrow as he battles, a thought burning in his mind, if the Night King were here, he'd never stoop to these cheap tricks. The Red Knight, eyes blazing red, stands ready, watching the battle with savage intensity, as Eugene keeps thinking about the Night King. He can't help but compare, knowing that the legendary Night King would never, ever approve of this cheap shot ambush. The idea hardens in his mind as he stares down the charging enemy, the Night King would never, ever use a tactic this cowardly. With a surge of determination, he clenches his hand around his sword, fully prepared to fight back against this cheap attack. The Red Knight barks orders, telling his soldiers to get into formation behind the fence, while Eugene stands ready. Oleg, completely blindsided, shouts, demanding to know who the hell is ambushing them. He can't believe the sheer arrogance of these attackers, scoffing at their nerve. Then, with a thunderous war cry, he unleashes his fury, commanding his troops to kill every single one of them as they charge. But a chilling, unfamiliar sound cuts through the chaos, making Eugene snap his head up. Suddenly, a colossal, leathery wing rips through the sky, beating with incredible force. A monstrous harpy, all sharp teeth and glowing, malevolent eyes, unleashes a terrifying, earth-shattering roar. And then, the sky darkens as a whole swarm of these winged terrors descends, their screeching cries filling the air. The wyverns are tearing through the castle walls, their monstrous roars confirming their devastating breach. One of the beasts opens its massive maw, and you can see raw, crackling energy starting to build inside. It lets out another ear-splitting krrgh, the power surging around its head, growing more intense. Its mouth is now a blinding vortex of concentrated, destructive energy, ready to obliterate everything in its path. Chaos erupts as a colossal harpy-like beast unleashes a devastating firestorm, incinerating the ground forces. The wyverns are here, and they mean business. In the heart of the firestorm, Eugene lets out a guttural cry, gasping for air as he takes in the absolute destruction around him. Just a few feet away, engulfed in the raging flames, Oleg can only curse the heavens, furious at the absolutely terrible timing of this air raid. High above the war-torn lands, the monstrous harpy and its swarm dominate the skies, their dark forms looming over the desperate battle, and Eugene, ever the strategist, locks his sharp gaze onto the airborne menace. The Red Knight, grim-faced, takes in the fiery devastation, and Eugene's glowing red eyes narrow, a silent acknowledgement of the brutal truth. But then, a chilling, predatory smirk twists his lips, flashing his sharp fangs, and he's ready, a dark, hungry aura radiating from him. The Red Knight, ever the tactician, instantly grasps the enemy's move. They wouldn't just let a raid unit invade the demon realm without a counterattack, as the harpy and its terrifying swarm press their relentless assault, a dark, living storm in the heavens. Eugene's eyes are locked on the sky, a silent, deadly challenge in his stare, and then, a terrifying, glowing orange eye with a slitted pupil snaps into focus, burning with raw, destructive energy. The beast unleashes a deafening, earth-shattering roar, its gaping maw blazing with destructive energy, ready to obliterate everything in its path. The ruined city below is about to get a whole lot worse as a massive swarm of red-winged harpies dive bombs from the sky. This is not good. Meanwhile, on a rocky hillside, a squad of armored soldiers is already on high alert, their leader shouting for them to retreat, knowing these wyverns are just too much. One soldier tries to argue, saying they were only hired for cleanup, but Byrne, the no-nonsense leader, isn't having it. He barks at the man to shut up and hand over his bow, ready to take matters into his own hands. And with a mighty UGH, the bowman pulls back the string, the weapon practically vibrating with stored energy as he takes aim. Bullseye. The arrow slams into a harpy, sending it reeling with a furious shriek and a burst of feathers. Take that, monster. But hold on, that's not all. The bowman's face drops as he sees even more harpies swarming down, their terrifying cries signaling a much bigger problem than he thought. Too late. A harpy snatches the bowman right off his feet, slamming him to the ground with its vicious talons. Byrne can only watch, furious. That's it. Byrne's had enough. He rips his sword from its sheath, a blazing blue aura erupting around him as he roars, "You damn harpies," ready to tear them apart. He charges in, his sword a deadly blur as he and the other soldiers clash with the harpies in an all-out brawl. The harpies just keep coming, forcing the soldiers, including the red-haired warrior and the purple-haired mage, to form a desperate shield wall, screaming, "Move," as they fight for their lives. This wasn't going according to Eugene's plan, but hey, at least these wyverns were doing a killer job distracting the harpies. But the red-haired archer, Galfredic, was locked on, realizing these wyverns weren't coming down without a fight. He pulled his bowstring back, knowing deep down that even the smartest wyverns were still just wyverns, and he was about to prove it. Then, with a burst of blue power, he let loose a barrage of arrows, lighting up the sky. A wyvern screamed in pain, hit dead on by his incredible aim. It plummeted, crashing down, and more followed as the archer kept raining down arrows. Its terrified eye reflected the ground rushing up to meet it. But just as the wyverns dropped, a new nightmare appeared. A harpy dive-bombed a soldier, talons out, ready to strike. The soldiers screamed, realizing the wyverns were just bait. A whole new swarm of harpies was incoming, and they had to keep fighting. Byrne, completely swamped, yelled to his commander, telling Sir Eugene they were totally outnumbered. Eugene's red eyes blazed with determination as he heard the desperate cry, knowing they were at their limit. He barked a sharp command to Galfredic. Galfredic's eyes ignited with a purple light, his face set in a fierce, determined snarl as he got ready to unleash hell. Whoosh! A spear of pure energy just absolutely rips through the sky, leaving a glowing trail that screams incoming destruction. Boom! It connects with a crash, smashing into a wyvern mid-air and sending it into a wild, uncontrolled spin as a burst of blue energy explodes. Down below, Galfredic, with that signature smirk, just watches the wyvern plummet, coolly stating, "Got you." Absolute legend. Eugene, spear in hand, gives a quick nod of approval, "Good job," he says, eyes locked on the chaos above. Then, he calls out to his partner, his voice sharp and clear, "Galfredic." And just like that, another spear, this time from Eugene, comes screaming down from the sky, a blazing streak of light heading straight for the earth. It slams into the ground with a blinding flash, the impact sending a massive shockwave tearing through everything. A wyvern, caught right in that explosion, just tumbles out of the sky, a broken mess of scales and debris. But these beasts aren't going down without a fight. A wyvern's eye flares with pure rage, ready to unleash hell. With a primal KRRGH, it unleashes a concentrated blast of pure energy, a glowing orb of destruction erupting from its mouth. The blast absolutely decimates the ground, creating a violent explosion that rips apart the earth and sends debris flying everywhere. As dust and smoke absolutely choke the sky, Eugene and Galfretic stand there, side by side, just taking in the insane aftermath of that wyvern's counterattack. The wyvern's jaws began to glow, charging up a devastating attack, and a voice nervously asked, did he actually take it down? The answer was a swift no. The beast wasn't done yet, its fiery breath building, as a frantic shout urged everyone to get out of the way. Panic erupted as the full scope of the threat became clear, a raw, desperate shit tearing through the air. Just as the wyvern unleashed its hellish torrent of fire, making another figure gasp, WHOA. The beast was going all out. The breath attack detonated, erupting into a colossal, earth-shattering explosion of pure, unadulterated fire. A massive eruption of fire and debris blasted outwards, sending Eugene and Galfretic scrambling for their lives, a frantic blur against the raging inferno. Above the devastation, the wyvern let loose a primal, earth-shaking roar, its massive jaws agape, a terrifying declaration of victory. Galfretic, desperate, spun to Ramari, his voice laced with urgency, demanding if she could somehow restrain the beast, just like she did with those harpies. The wyvern's eye burned with pure malice, but Ramari, against all odds, declared, yes. I'll try. She was going to face it. But as she braced herself, a chilling thought seemed to hit her, making her freeze with a stunned, wait. The wyvern, as if reading her mind, let out a deafening, wail, directly at her, its monstrous jaws filling her entire view, eliciting a terrified shriek and the chilling thought, UAAGH. Did it understand US? Completely overwhelmed by the beast's terrifying roar and apparent intelligence, Ramari recoiled in pure, unadulterated fear, a tiny, choked HIEK, escaping her throat. But the chaos wasn't over. Eugene let out a pained KUK, as blood bloomed on his shoulder, a delayed consequence of the wyvern's assault, with Galfretic immediately rushing to him, shouting, SIR Eugene. Your shoulder. He's not backing down. Eugene, a dark silhouette against the monstrous wyvern, stands his ground as it lunges, claws ripping through the air, and he just shouts, wait. You should get out of the way too. Galfretic screams, pure panic in his voice as the wyvern's massive, tooth-filled mouth snaps shut with a terrifying crunch, barely missing Eugene. But the beast isn't done. It rears its head back, a crimson line of pure energy building in its mouth, ready to unleash a devastating breath attack. And it explodes with raw power. No. Sir Eugene. Galfretic screams, absolutely horrified, you were supposed to move out of the way too. Ramari, face frozen in pure shock, can only stammer, we were just gonna leave you here and go. KRRGH, GRRGH. Wait. Look. The wyvern lets out a triumphant, guttural KUEH, its eye practically burning with malevolent satisfaction. But then, out of the smoke and debris, a figure slams down with impossible speed directly onto the beast's lower jaw, his form now radiating a faint red glow. With a powerful thrust, he jams his leg deep into the wyvern's open maw, making the beast let out a pained KUAAGH. Then, a brilliant golden aura explodes from inside the wyvern's throat, its light absolutely blinding as it expands. Engulfing Eugene in its radiant power, his hair practically dancing with the surge of energy. He unleashes a concentrated blast of golden energy, ripping upwards through the wyvern's head with insane force. The wyvern's head recoils, visibly damaged, as Galfretic just stares in stunned disbelief, muttering, Master. Damn it. The wyvern's mouth explodes in a blinding flash of golden energy and fire, its insides absolutely shredded as blood and guts just spray everywhere, letting out a horrifying shriek. That massive eye, once full of pure malice, is now just gushing blood, the light in its depths completely dying out. And across its entire scaled body, dark, blood-red veins just spiderweb and pulse, showing off the absolutely devastating internal assault it just took. The colossal creature, its life force completely gone, just plummets from the sky, a broken, bleeding mess crashing straight to the earth. Up above, the remaining harpies just scatter in a panicked frenzy, their terrified cries echoing as they bolt from the scene of their leader's death, and down below, the hunters watch them vanish into the distance. The red-haired man, watching them bolt, just states the obvious, confirming that the harpies are totally running away. From the dissipating dust and smoke where that wyvern crashed, Eugene just emerges, his dark form looking almost ghostly, making the purple-haired mage gasp his name in total disbelief and concern. His companions rush in, the red-haired man urgently asking if he's okay, while the mage, still totally shocked, demands to know what the heck just happened. Holding a blood-soaked sword, Eugene calmly explains he just chucked it right into the wyvern's throat, then casually adds he wasn't even that hurt, all thanks to the monster's own blood. He clarifies that he actually protected himself with the wyvern's black scales when it blasted him with its breath, and then, like a boss, he just chucked the sword he got from those bandits. Checking out the weapon, Eugene casually remarks that this sword is totally fine even after being thrown into a fiery monster mouth, his face still covered in blood from that insane battle. He stares at this extraordinary weapon, already thinking about how much stronger he could get if he just found more like it. The battle was over, but the hype was just beginning. Cheers exploded from the crowd, screaming Eugene's name, calling him amazing, the absolute best. The crowd went wild, shouting, "Hooray, Eugene," and declaring him a knight blessed by the gods. What a legend. And get this, even the former bandits, now part of his crew with Galfretic and Romari. With the crowd still roaring, Eugene, bloodied but unbowed, soaked in the glory, the shouts of, "Hooray, Sir Eugene," fueling his triumphant presence. But not everyone was celebrating. Oleg, a knight in dark armor, seated in the shadows, fuming over his botched ambush. Damn it, I gotta bail and find another chance, he thought, his face a mask of fury. But just as he was about to bolt, a sword flashed, pinning him down. Got you, you suspicious ambusher, a voice coolly stated. Busted. Oleg gasped in shock, as the voice taunted, "Whoa there, where's the fire? Let's have a little chat, shall we?" A vice-like grip clamped onto his shoulder, wrenching a scream from him, his escape plan utterly demolished. After a brutal interrogation, Oleg finally spilled the beans. Baron Byagelin was the mastermind behind the ambush. Leaving the Baron looking absolutely terrified. The choice was stark, keep denying and face utter destruction, or admit guilt and negotiate a way out. Eugene, with an intense stare, laid down his terms. He'd wipe the slate clean as if nothing ever happened, but only if a round-robin letter was sent out. In the end, Baron Byagelin cracked, confessing he'd been manipulated by the greedy noble Jevon. He admitted his colossal screw-up, all because of his insatiable greed. Normally, the Baron would have just crushed any opposition with his army, but what could he do against a knight who'd taken down wyverns? Sir Eugene's first offer was a certificate in A. The terms were being officially written down. Since Sir Eugene had already seized control of multiple villages bordering the Byagelin barony, Byagelin had to sign a certificate making Eugene the official lord of these villages and then send out letters to all the nearby nobles, broadcasting the news. The territorial shift was already in motion. And the next big demand in the negotiation was a hefty compensation for all the damages caused. The caravan rolls on, but the echoes of the negotiation are still ringing. Oleg's compensation is locked in, and a massive 80% of the mana crystals and loot from the ambush are secured. He's got a new companion, a young man practically glued to his every move, but his focus is laser-sharp on the road ahead. Wyvern loot and mana crystals. We're talking astronomical value here, folks. And let's be real, Eugene isn't just a combat beast, his mind is a tactical weapon, and he's about to prove it. He finally turns to the guy walking next to him, dropping the question, "Wait, your name is Luke, right?" Luke, caught off guard but quick on his feet, snaps back, "Yes, sir." Eugene, ever the interrogator, presses on, saying, "So, you were a knight's disciple? For how long?" Luke, without missing a beat, replies, "Over 3 years." After a moment of thought, Eugene lays down the law, "All right, you're on armor and barn duty. And then, the kicker, half a silver coin a week, 2 a month. Deal?" Luke, practically beaming, stammers, Thank you, master." But wait, Luke's got a question, a nervous tremor in his voice, Master, can I ask something?" Staring up at Eugene, he finally spills it, "Seriously, why did you even bring me here?" Eugene, cool as ever, drops the bomb, "Because you spilled the beans on those wyverns back at the Baron's castle." Luke's mind races, realizing, "Oh, so that's how you cooked up that killer strategy." Then, a sheepish confession, "Honestly, I thought I was walking into a trap when you rolled up with the Baron's knights." After the intense revelation, Luke, visibly shaken, can only muster a sincere apology, his past doubts weighing heavily. But he quickly clarifies, his eyes darting, that his initial distrust was only for the harpies, not his new master. Eugene, ever the leader, simply turns and commands, "Follow me from now on." No room for argument, just a new path. And the perks? Eugene, with a steely gaze, promises, not just a job, but gear. Armor and weapons for the countless fights to come. This is it. Luke, eyes wide with awe and gratitude, makes the ultimate pledge, "I will serve you until the day I die, Master Eugene." Walking alongside his new comrades, Luke can't help but marvel, realizing that the legend of a knight arming his slaves is actually real. One of the knights, ever the skeptic, wonders if Eugene's generosity extends to them if they do good, just as Luke, with renewed vigor, calls out to his master. But elsewhere, in Roven village, a grim-faced bandit with a wicked scar reports, his inspection complete, and the news isn't good for the locals. The bandit continues, a sneer on his face. Back with Eugene, the red-haired knight, and a scar-faced soldier, a new mission is clear: prepare for battle. They'll protect the innocent and take down every last bandit. And just like that, the knights are off. Charging ahead with a battle cry, they're ready to kill them all and protect the Lord's people. The red-haired knight, watching the charge, can't help but admire their passion, as Eugene, ever the strategist, begins to reflect on the true meaning of leadership. He's fuming. Del Mondo, the guy he trusted to watch the village, just bailed. The knight in red armor, sensing the tension, cautiously asks if he's okay. But there's no time to dwell. He snaps back to reality, barking a command to his crew, and they charge through the forest, hooves pounding the ground, ready for whatever comes next. These horses are beasts. They're absolutely flying, leaving a trail of dust and debris in their wake. Hours fly by as they travel, the sun dipping low, painting the sky in fiery colors. They've made it. The epic city of Mofran appears on the horizon, and a voice booms out, welcoming Sir Eugene. The Baron, a man with a killer mustache, rolls out the red carpet, insisting that an inn just won't cut it for someone as important as Eugene. No way is Eugene staying at some dusty inn. The Baron is taking him straight to his own mansion. Inside his opulent mansion, the Baron gets real, admitting that 40+ armed men rolling into town is a bit much, and he needs Eugene to get it. Eugene, cool as ever, tells the Baron to chill, promising no trouble and making it clear he doesn't want to mess up his standing with Mofran either. But the Baron isn't done. He pivots, saying, Wyvern Slayer sounds cool, but it also screams danger. And to top it off, he drops the bomb, Eugene's got ex-bandits in his crew. That's not exactly helping the city's nerves, is it? Meet Gardage, the Moflan merchant guildmaster, living his best life amidst a mountain of food. Gardage, ever the diplomat, was already dropping hints about Eugene's crew, especially the ex-bandits, worried they'd cause a scene, and you could feel the tension rising at the table. Eugene's knight, with those intense red eyes, was ready to throw down, thinking Gardage was talking trash, but Luke, cool as ever, just wanted to keep the party going with a hearty cheers. But Eugene, the ultimate boss, smoothly shut it down, promising no drama, and Gardage, surprisingly, was like, alright, I'll take your word for it. Then, Gardage pivoted, bragging about his pad being way better than any hotel in town, and swore he'd roll out the red carpet for them. He even threw in a little warning, pointing his finger and saying he'd keep them out of trouble, a classic power move from the guildmaster. Meanwhile, the scar-faced soldier was about to snap, totally fed up with Gardage's jabs, but his comrades quickly reminded him to chill out for Eugene's sake. Gardage then dropped a loaded question, asking if Eugene knew his situation from the Palin Trading Company manager, and Eugene, cool as ice, just said yes, adding he needed to know who Arne was making him serve. Eugene's red eyes were practically glowing with a secret, he was about to drop a bombshell. Then, with a mic drop moment, Eugene calmly stated that he was actually in charge of Faranan, Mindan, and Ronan, basically, he was a big deal. Gardage, totally missing the point, just blinked and asked if that wasn't why the manager introduced them, he had no idea what was coming. Suddenly, it hit Gardage like a truck, his face going full-on, shocked Pikachu, as he screamed, WHOA, hold up. He's gonna be a lord. Still processing the bombshell of Eugene's real power, Gardage's brain went into overdrive, realizing the villages he'd just casually dropped were actually massive. It all clicked. That Arne bastard skipped the banquet to work because he knew this was a goldmine. Gardage internally screamed, rival, I'm gonna go make money. The Palin Trading Company was already sniffing out the cash. Instantly, the guildmaster snapped to attention, bowing so low his head nearly touched the floor, practically groveling for forgiveness for his previous disrespect. He confessed he had no clue Eugene was about to become a lord, and Eugene, ever the cool one, just brushed it off, saying it was no big deal. Eugene, meanwhile, was just thinking, yep, same old reaction from everyone, even though he never actually planned on becoming a lord in the first place. Meanwhile, a slick merchant from the Palin Trading Company, watching the whole scene unfold, broke into a massive, scheming grin, totally convinced he knew exactly what Gardage was thinking. His internal monologue was clear, he just wants us to treat him like the big shot he is now, right? Now that we know who he really is. Gardage, now practically glowing with enthusiasm, declared that Eugene would definitely need some top-tier talent to manage his new villages, his previous fear completely swapped for pure, unadulterated opportunism. Then came the big pitch, do you want some help from the Moflan Merchant Guild? He swore on his very name they'd give it their absolute best shot. Eugene gave a cool nod, that would be nice. And just like that, Gardage was practically throwing a party, gesturing wildly at a feast fit for kings, shouting, amazing. Order whatever you want. The Palin merchant, now comfortably seated, chimed in, the Palin Trading Company is sending people too. Merchants are so nice, right? Then, with a flourish, he declared, now, soldiers, raise your glasses. The entire banquet hall was absolutely buzzing, a full-blown celebration of Eugene's new, undeniable power, as the epic feast officially kicked off. The victory feast was absolutely electric, with one soldier hyping up the crowd, screaming about how they totally crushed those wyverns and hundreds of harpies without losing a single person. And another soldier chimed in, shouting that their epic win was all thanks to their absolute trust in their lord's genius command, making them totally unstoppable. In the middle of all the chaos, the epic red-haired knight pumped his mug into the air, his voice absolutely dominating the room as he hyped everyone up to raise their heads. Then, he dropped the ultimate toast, hyping up even more victories under their lord's incredible command. Even Miriam, the little spirit, was all in, his tiny hand raising a mug like a boss, totally agreeing with Sir Galfretic. The soldiers kept the party going strong, with one guy yelling about how much he trusted Eugene, and everyone else just screaming, "Sir Eugene, hooray! Lord Eugene, hooray!" But Eugene just chilled, eyes closed, with his little blue spirit buddy floating next to him, while a voice in his head was all like, "Keek! Shout! Worship the future demon king!" The spooky voice just kept going, "Keek!" Fast forward to later that night, with the moon shining bright, and a quiet thought just hung in the air. Inside a massive building, the thought kept going, totally bummed out that there were 0 scarlet mana crystals anywhere. Eugene was by the window, totally stressed, raking his hands through his hair, while Miriam, floating next to him, was like, "Dude, are you seriously doubting me? I checked everywhere, even when those mercenaries were tearing apart the bodies." Eugene just let out a huge sigh and was like, "Ugh. I'm out, I'm going to sleep." Miriam, getting it, just said, "Alright. Rest." Clearly not in the mood, he snaps back, reminding everyone he's not taking any guests. But the servant isn't deterred, revealing the visitor's secret weapon, a phrase so potent, it would force Eugene to see him. And the phrase drops like a bombshell, "Cold and red blood of Naufrus." What could it mean? That phrase hits him like a truck, forcing a shocked "Del Mondo" from his lips as his eyes blaze, reflecting the mysterious visitor. Rage boils within him, a flashback to a past failure. How dare this person, who couldn't even handle a village, show up here now? The golden doors swing open with a soft thud, and the servant confirms the visitor's arrival, the moment of truth finally here. And there he is. The long white-haired visitor steps in, eyes wide with shock, barely able to whisper, "God. What did he just see?" Even with the visitor completely stunned, Eugene remains cool as a cucumber, offering a chillingly calm welcome. It's confirmed, this shocking visitor is his second cousin. Eugene, ever the host, dryly comments on the long journey he must have endured. After all this time, Eugene coolly utters, "It's been a while," as his cousin bows in deep respect, or perhaps, fear. With a heavy thud, the cousin drops to his knees, addressing Sir Eugene with a mix of reverence and absolute terror. Inside a lavish, golden hall, a dark-cloaked figure stands tall, facing off against a white-robed individual who's already on their knees, clearly in a submissive stance. The kneeling figure, Del Mondo, starts his formal, almost groveling address, declaring himself inferior and foolish, daring to greet the Great One, but he's instantly shut down by a single, piercing word, "You." Eugene looms over the completely bowed Del Mondo, who's practically begging for whatever's coming next. Eugene's tone drips with pure disappointment, pointing out that Del Mondo's protection was a total bust, with only a couple of villages surviving. Del Mondo, still on his knees, stammers out an excuse about his injuries slowing him down and messing up his mission. He keeps going, trying to justify himself, saying he figured it was smarter to just chill in Mofern before spilling the beans. With a face twisted in agony, Del Mondo practically slams his head down, screaming that it's all his fault and begging for whatever brutal punishment is coming. Eugene watches him, a sly smirk creeping onto his face, thinking that maybe this guy isn't a complete write-off, especially since he walked right into this mess knowing he'd be in hot water. Then, Eugene hits him with the direct question, "So, what's your deal?" "Fighting, books." Del Mondo, surprisingly, puffs out his chest, claiming he can totally wreck a few mercenaries without even needing his powers. Del Mondo, with those big, earnest eyes, then drops the bombshell, he's also a total brainiac, fluent in reading, writing, math, and even 4 different languages. Eugene's jaw practically drops, uttering a shocked, "What? Really?" and Del Mondo, practically vibrating with excitement, shouts, "Yes." He then proudly spills the beans on his past, dropping the bombshell that he was basically the HR and admin boss of the Roman Empire back when he was a mere human. Eugene lays down the law, revealing a new mission for Del Mondo. Succeed, and all past mistakes will be wiped clean. And just like that, Del Mondo is on his knees, ready to prove himself. Suddenly, a surge of pure elation hits him, his face exploding with an almost insane joy at the chance to make things right. He practically shouts, "What's the mission? What can I do?" Eugene drops a bombshell, introducing Del Mondo as his cousin and the new estate manager, and the vampire's face instantly shifts to a look of intense focus, ready for the challenge. With a smooth move, Del Mondo introduces himself to the merchant, making sure he gets his name right. The merchant, totally impressed by Del Mondo's vibe, can't help but think he's super educated and dignified. Then, he blurts out his approval, saying he totally expected this level of class from Eugene's family. But that relative comment? It sets Del Mondo off. His eyes blaze crimson as he snaps, demanding to know what the merchant just dared to utter. He stammers, trying to explain his outrage, declaring that Eugene is a celestial being, while he's just a tiny firefly, emphasizing their massive status gap. The merchant, completely missing the point, just nods along, gushing about Eugene's humility and his amazing judgment, then daydreams about how easy village management would be with such talent. He then thinks to himself, man, if only I'd met Eugene before the Palin Trading Company got involved. Eugene, ever the strategist, ponders his next move, thinking it's a waste to quit now and asking himself if there's another play, when suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, Sir Eugene. Elsewhere, Del Mondo, looking hyped, jumps right into business, asking, so, are you planning to expand your territory? He quickly specifies, I'm talking about Mount Nadir, right by the border of that new estate you just acquired. Eugene, cool as ever, dismisses the idea, stating, the mountain. Nah. I'm heading to Marin instead. Miriam, the tiny spirit, hovers by Eugene's side as he's hit with a bombshell. Wait, that mountain has silver mines? Miriam, the tiny blue spirit, lets out an adorable, shocked shriek, a kik that echoes her surprise. Eugene, with his intense red gaze, cuts straight to the chase, demanding, spill the details. In a lavish chamber, Del Mondo, holding up a shield, seeks Eugene's approval, asking, so, what's your take on this? Miriam, ever observant, gasps in awe at the shield's artwork, declaring, this guy draws like a total pro. Del Mondo lets out a knowing laugh, ho. He then drops a fascinating theory about their lineage, asserting, everyone thinks vampires are all about bats, but our true origins are way more like dragons, right? Del Mondo, showcasing his incredible shield, gets a massive compliment from Eugene, who's totally blown away by his artistry, leaving him absolutely stunned. He's totally thinking, wow, this guy knows how to butter people up, and for a split second, he actually considers becoming Eugene's mage, before snapping back to reality with a hard no. He's fuming, thinking, a whole month without my research. No way is he falling for just compliments, he's getting his cut and bailing. Eugene, ever the strategist, then hits him with the big question, so, you think you're done? What about our promise? Suddenly all smiles, Del Mondo snatches up his payment, shouting a hearty, thank you. But Eugene isn't done yet, dropping a bombshell question, so, what do you know about alchemy? Del Mondo, looking a bit surprised, clarifies that alchemy is a mage thing, super important for messing with minerals and making chimeras. A light bulb goes off for Del Mondo, as he starts dreaming of getting his hands on a silver mine to smelt everything himself. Eugene, not missing a beat, slams his hand down and announces, I'm setting up a lab the second we get back to Marin. Del Mondo literally jumps back, totally freaked out by Eugene's sudden, intense declaration. He quickly regains his composure, confidently stating that mages are way better at isolating silver than any dwarf could ever be. Now totally hyped, Del Mondo practically begs Eugene to let him take charge, and Eugene just grins, playfully calling him out on his sudden love for money and his undeniable passion. Miriam's unexpected jab hits Del Mondo hard, making him recoil in shock and a touch of indignation. But he bounces back fast, clarifying that his money grubbing is purely for research, declaring himself a cut above Miriam's capitalistic spirit. Then, he pivots to Eugene, promising he won't regret letting him handle the smelting, hyping up silver as a key mineral, always chilling with sulfur and mercury. Eugene takes it all in, before dropping the bomb. His faction's chimera creation expertise makes their silver game absolutely unbeatable. Totally hyped, Del Mondo lunges forward, hand out, begging to smelt the silver and offering literally everything he owns. Eugene, cool as a cucumber, brushes off that everything offer, but totally accepts, thinking this deal just got even sweeter. Del Mondo grins like a maniac as Eugene tells him to head back to Marin solo, promising to send soldiers to keep a hawk eye on the ship's treasure. Miriam floats up, and Eugene drops the bomb on their next move, declaring they're off to the silver mines. The spirit gives a quick, yes, sir, glowing faintly as she gets ready for their next adventure. Suddenly, we're looking at a grim mountain, learning that Mount Nadir used to belong to Sir Vimos, the youngest son of Marquis Archibald. And get this, he also owned Faranon, but he's been dead for years, leaving everyone wondering what happened. Eugene's pondering this history when some random asks why House Archibald just ditched these epic silver mines, and the guy's just like, beats me. Carlsbagen was a total mess. The lords couldn't do anything after Marquis Archibald got taken down, leaving a massive power vacuum they just couldn't fill. And while the direct heirs were busy fighting over who was the real boss, everyone else was just left to rot. This power vacuum meant bandits just waltzed in and took over the mines, acting like they owned the place, totally clueless about their actual position. Carlsbagen was a disaster zone, with merchants and civilians getting absolutely fleeced, losing money and their sanity. But then, out of nowhere, you showed up, and everything flipped. Del Mondo, practically beaming, declared that thanks to him, merchants could now travel freely, no worries, and the villagers were living their best lives in peace. Whoa! Hooray for the new lord. He rode through the village like a rock star, Miriam right there with him, and the crowd went wild, screaming, "Welcome, my lord," at the top of their lungs. The villagers, practically throwing flowers at him, were beyond grateful for the peace he delivered, and told him straight up, with that noble certificate, those mines were his for the taking. Hooray! Then came the ultimate offer: if he could just get his hands on that silver mine, they'd hook him up with all the resources needed to develop and maintain it. And that wasn't all, they'd even provide merchants for dispatches, basically setting him up as the new power player. Their only ask? Keep doing business with them whenever he was in Karlsbagen. That's it. He thought about Mondo, who'd already bounced, knowing the guy was already out there, flag planted, getting things done. Riding through the now peaceful lands, the red-armored knight couldn't help but comment on the villagers' surprisingly warm welcome, a total 180 from their last visit when they were, invading. Eugene, ever the pragmatist, just told the soldier to shut it. Meanwhile, the red-armored knight kept talking, totally shocked they weren't going to Marin, but instead heading straight for the silver mines, knowing full well how much power a lord gets from owning a mine. He was hyped, declaring that with Eugene seizing the silver mines, he was about to become one seriously rich lord. The squad kept moving, the gravity of their mission sinking in, as they talked strategy about their fresh new gains. The scar-faced soldier tried to chime in, agreeing the silver mines were key, but before he could even finish his sentence, Eugene slapped a hand over his mouth, shutting him up instantly. Watching the scene, the red-armored knight declared he was done with personal ambition, his only goal now was to fight for Sir Eugene, period. Then, with a sly grin, he dropped the bomb: even if the knight had gotten the mines, he probably would have lost them anyway. The red-armored knight then hit him with the real talk: did he seriously think the Archibald lineage would just let him keep them? That question got a deep "ah" from Eugene. Seriously, in their world, only those with insane power, fame, military strength, and social status could ever truly be lords, and Eugene was living proof, leading a massive army through the city like a boss. His intense red eyes burned with silent determination, proving that he, without a doubt, had it all. With Miriam now riding alongside them, the red-armored knight, totally intrigued, told Eugene he must have been a huge deal back in the day. He kept going, saying getting his memories back would be a mind-blowing shocker, then, with a sudden change, he just said, on that note, leaving everyone wondering what was next. He remembers them. The faces of people from the memories that exploded into his mind when his second tattoo was wiped away. But who were they? No negative vibes, no bad feelings, they couldn't have been enemies, right? Vampires? Origins? Who knows? But one thing's for sure, he needs to get ready for the Paladins and the Kalar Central Church, and he needs to do it now. Charging towards Empty Nadir, he's not just thinking about swords and spells, he's planning to stack up political power and cold, hard cash too. He barks out orders to send the scouts ahead, because if he gets taken out again, it's game over for his memories. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he vows to smash the bandits holding the mines, and reclaim what's his, because if he dies again, those precious memories are gone forever. The skies have opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour that just won't quit. And outside a small camp, the rain is just relentless, making it impossible to see or move. But inside a tent, a bearded man is totally freaking out, asking how they're supposed to do anything when it's dark and pouring rain. His older guard buddy just shrugs it off, saying they've got the green light from Sir Eugene, so no excuses. But the bearded guy is still super suspicious, thinking Anton, their scout, might have betrayed them, or worse, been caught or killed. Meanwhile, the red-eyed knight gets straight to business, demanding to know if the Silver Mines bandits are Bomband and the Hounds. Pardek quickly confirms it, spilling the details that there are less than 50 of them, and Bomband, their boss, used to be a mercenary captain. He keeps going, revealing Bomband betrayed his old boss and formed this crew of mercs and robbers, and get this, he's a trap master, perfect for all those silver mines around. The knight takes it all in, then drops the hammer: enough waiting. Let's go get him. But Pardek is worried, warning that the pouring rain and all those traps are going to make it a nightmare to get in there. Then he clarifies Anton's deal, saying he was a bandit, yeah, but not nearly as bad as the rest of them. A soldier is hyping up his comrade, saying he's been busting his butt for acknowledgement since swearing loyalty. With a fierce glint in his red eyes, the knight lays down the law: only Galfredic and he are going in, everyone else is on standby until he gives the signal. Pardek tries to object, but the knight's silent stare shuts him down instantly, forcing a quick, "Understood, sir." With the mission locked in, the knight doesn't waste a second, barking orders to fortify defenses and secure the area. Later, facing his kneeling troops, he drops a truth bomb: the weak are forgotten after death, but he'll remember and avenge any of his mercenaries, no matter what. His red eyes burn with pure fury, as he promises vengeance and warns that he'll rip out tongues for answers. Outside, the rain is absolutely hammering down, setting a super intense mood for what's coming next. Back inside, a sinister red glow pulses from the knight's hand, as he presses his captive, dropping a chilling reminder about Galfredic's inability to speak without a tongue. He calmly tells the terrified captive it's alright, but then demands they just nod their head to answer his questions. Cutting straight to the chase, he asks if Bommand is their boss, then immediately hits them with another question: have they seen a dark-haired guy with a scar? Then, he drops the ultimate question, demanding, did you guys kill him? The captive can only let out a terrified whimper. A voice echoes in the void, trying to remember a name: Andy. No, Andre, as a mysterious chest pulses with a soft, otherworldly light. Elsewhere, deep within a shadowy cavern, 3 armored figures are locked in a tense discussion, one scoffing at the idea of being knighted, as another insists silver is the real prize, urging them to forget the knight and just take the mines for themselves. Their leader cuts them off, demanding they look at the bigger picture, implying knighthood offers far more than mere silver. But then, a bewildered "huh" rips through the air, followed by a blinding blue energy burst. It's an ambush. A panicked voice screams for lights, but it's too late. A guttural quaff signals the first strike. Purple energy explodes around a soldier as he's slammed by an unseen force, his panicked shouts of "monsters" turning into a desperate "waff" as the ambush intensifies. A soldier, face twisted in terror, frantically slams against a heavy door, bellowing "open the door," in a desperate bid for survival. Another soldier is violently launched skyward, his form glowing with purple energy as he's pummeled by an invisible attacker, his desperate "sir, I didn't make it out yet," dissolving into a blood-curdling "kayag." His face contorted in pure agony, the soldier's last, desperate "sir, waff" rips through the air as the unseen horror consumes him. In the heart of the maelstrom, Eugene, bald and armored, fiercely parries with his blade, while a terrifying red-feathered harpy savages another soldier. Is it an ogre? The victim screams, only to be met with a harsh retort: don't say something like that, there are no ogres in this mountain. Close by, Bommand, shrouded in his cloak, is frantically told to "let's run" by a terrified soldier, who then desperately asks, where are we supposed to go in this weather, as panic sets in. Then, with a thunderous crack, the heavy wooden door shatters violently, exploding inwards under the sheer force of the attack. The door is utterly annihilated, its splinters flying as the unseen enemy bursts through, unleashing even more chaos. The ambush was in full swing, and Bommand let out a guttural roar as his shield exploded under a brutal, unseen impact. Then, out of nowhere, a dark, swirling vortex ripped open, and Eugene emerged, stepping right out of the shadows. He strode forward, his armor's red accents pulsing, letting out a casual "phew" about the stuffy atmosphere, like he wasn't about to unleash hell. The soldiers, Oleg, Partek, and the scarred one, were absolutely stunned, their faces screaming, "what?" as they realized this wasn't just another monster. Eugene was a blur of motion, his crimson eyes blazing as he tore through the soldiers, sending them flying with a single, explosive strike. Before unleashing a torrent of electric blue magic that pulsed and crackled around him, with the tiny, ethereal Mirian watching the chaos unfold. That blue energy ripped through the enemy lines, slamming into the remaining soldiers, leaving them disoriented, blinded, and screaming, "I can't see anything." Meanwhile, the knight in red armor, with Mirian floating beside him, mused about keeping a survivor for intel, but quickly decided their patrols had already spilled all the beans. But his thoughts quickly turned to fury, snarling about his mercenaries being slaughtered and how dare anyone touch their precious demon king. Eugene, his body crackling with dark energy, simply nodded, agreeing to the order, but internally mused about how different this dark, brutal combat was from his human days. And with a savage roar, he plunged back into the fray, red energy exploding around him as more soldiers were brutally cut down. He lets out a guttural roar, and suddenly, a wave of dark, crimson energy explodes from him, wrapping his entire body in a terrifying purple aura. His eyes blaze with an insane, predatory glow, and he knows this power is no problem. He can unleash all his vampire abilities, and it's like he's never been more alive. Those raw vampire senses he'd been holding back for so long are now fully unleashed, showing him things he never would have known as a human. An ethereal presence seems to confirm his every thought, solidifying the insane power-up he's just experienced. Then, with a terrifying new ferocity, he explodes forward, claws out, absolutely shredding the first soldier in his path. He just keeps going, a blur of crimson and fury, the air screaming with the sounds of tearing flesh as another mercenary gets absolutely wrecked. A primal roar rips from his throat, his glowing red eyes locked onto his next victim. He's moving so fast it's impossible to track, his blade a deadly blur as he takes down yet another soldier. A chilling, cruel grin spreads across his face, showing off those razor-sharp fangs, as he taunts his terrified enemies, letting them know he sees everything. Blood absolutely explodes, as another desperate plea for help is brutally silenced. The slaughter just keeps going, with one soldier, Andre, screaming a final curse at his attacker before he's completely overwhelmed. His clawed hand practically burns with malevolent red energy, primed and ready to unleash another devastating attack. A hooded figure lets out a guttural scream, his face twisted in pure horror and fury, as he's hit with the shocking realization, this monster is tearing through the silver mines. Del Mondo, ever the pragmatist, shouts a warning, demanding they get out before dawn, but Eugene, a whirlwind of black and glowing red, is already deep in the fray, absolutely unstoppable. The hooded figure takes a brutal hit, his head snapping back with a sickening quack and howlalala as Eugene's power slams into him. Del Mondo, ever the cool observer, looks at the captured foe, asking Eugene, wait, you're not gonna finish him off. Eugene looms over the defeated captive, his red eyes burning, revealing he's got more questions for him, especially after the interesting things he blurted out. Then, a voice cuts through the tension, demanding, are you serious? The stakes are clearly rising. Cut to a lavish mansion, a symbol of power, as the bombshell drops, Bauman was working for Sir Andre. Inside a luxurious room, Del Mondo casually tells Eugene he snagged Bauman alive, so he can get all the intel he wants, confessing he was stumped on how to handle a noble's underling. A man in a red beret, beaming with ambition, tells Del Mondo, sir, if this plays out, we're not just getting the silver mines, we're taking over the whole peninsula. A distinguished, bearded man chimes in, spilling the tea that Sir Andre is Marquis Archibald's nephew, and word on the street is, he stabbed the Marquis in the back first. He keeps going, admitting Sir Andre totally deserves the shade, but then flips it, saying the nobles are the real culprits who brought down the Marquis, so they have zero right to trash Sir Andre. He drops another bomb, even the Marquis's own family is too busy fighting each other, stressing that the real game changer here is Sir Andre's loyalty to Sir Gabriel, whose shadowy figure looms in the background. A new face enters the fray. This is Marquis Archibald's eldest son, and he's about to shake things up. Back to the political chess game, Del Mondo drops a bombshell, stating there's no way Sir Andre pulled off his scheme solo. Gardage, ever the strategist, nods in agreement, but quickly reminds him that even if they're masterminds, they can just play dumb. Then, with a confident smirk, Gardage lays it all on the line, declaring he'll have his back if he decides to make a move. Del Mondo, ever the pragmatist, gives a nod to Gardage, admitting their path to the Biagolan barony was cleared thanks to his moves. But Gardage isn't letting up, pushing the advantage by reminding him everyone's watching, and this is his shot to dominate. He leans in, challenging him directly, asking what he's going to do, because the ball's entirely in his court. Del Mondo ponders, then, with a glint in his eye, offers to mobilize the mercenary guildmaster and rally some serious troops. Gardage's grin widens, a clear sign of victory, as he proclaims he absolutely cannot lose such a driven knight. Del Mondo's intense red eye locks on, cutting straight to the chase, demanding when they can kick off the preparations. Gardage's face hardens with resolve, his answer sharp and decisive, right now, if that's what it takes. He promises Mofern's unwavering support, and Del Mondo, with a knowing look, simply states, he gets it, the game is on. With a decisive resolve, Del Mondo commands his forces to mobilize, his gaze fixed on the sprawling city and the endless sea, ready to reshape their destiny. Gardage, ever the strategist, confirms the move, declaring it's time to unleash a new power upon this territory. Eugene and his crew roll up to the city gates, and someone's already throwing shade, asking how long these mercenaries and ego-strong knights will actually follow a foreign leader after all the investment. But another voice shuts that down fast, calling it foolish. The mercenaries are only there because they saw Eugene's raw power and the sweet silver mines he controls. And the knights? They're all in, thinking that serving him means they're free from all the usual responsibilities. Meanwhile, on a wall, a knight is hyped, shouting about the honor of fighting with the Wyvern Slayer and keeping Carlsbagen safe. Best thing ever. Turns out, half the knights join for that exact reason, their ambitions sky high as they gaze over the city. And get this, even if they score a village as a reward, they won't have to sweat losing it, because if their lord is responsibility-free, so are his knights. Up on a rooftop, Gardage is dropping some serious thoughts on his buddy, speculating that Eugene might even snag some demonic realms, which would make a measly few thousand silver coins look like pocket change. His friends like, seriously, and Gardage just grins, calling it a great business, but then he spills the tea, Eugene might be the Wyvern Slayer, but he's totally clueless about managing his own stuff or playing politics. Another guy bails, and Gardage clarifies his position, the knight deals with the brutal battles, and he handles the cash. Out of nowhere, a voice cuts through, telling him that Eugene's manager wants a word. The guy who walked off spins around, asking where Eugene is, and gets the answer, in your library. The tension is palpable as Del Mondo declares, that young and emotional manager. Let's go. But Gardage, ever the schemer, smirks, thinking he looks smart, but he's just a kid in his 20s, easy to manipulate. A terrifying, red-eyed image of Eugene flickers in his mind. Unbeknownst to Gardage, Del Mondo's mind is a steel trap, coldly asserting, this is a war of material gain. I will crush you with the difference in experience. Gardage's face twists in confusion, a hesitant, sorry, escaping his lips. He leans forward, eyes wide, castle. Del Mondo, unfazed, simply states, yes, a castle, holding up a scroll of plans. He continues, laying out the facts. Eugene owns their village and 6 towns, so naturally, he needs a castle. I've written the details there, Del Mondo coolly states, watching Gardage's jaw drop as he takes the scroll. Gardage's eyes scan the intricate blueprints, his mind reeling, how can someone as young as him be so detailed? The plans include fortress walls, troop stations, and even a marketplace. The details keep coming, 30 embrasures, a dwarf architect, even referencing Count Calorad's old castle. Gardage can only gape, it's like he has more than 30 years of experience in this field of work. The sheer scale of the project hits Gardage like a wall, his mind racing, but if I follow all this, it's going to cost a lot more than expected. How do I turn him down? Just as Gardage is about to crack, Del Mondo leans back, a knowing look in his eye. Well, if you don't want to, it's fine. It's not like Mofern is the only place that can deal with the silver. Gardage tries to speak up, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the plans, but Del Mondo just shuts him down, coolly implying that even the Marin would be on board. Cool as a cucumber, Del Mondo sits down, brushing off Gardage's panic and inviting him to discuss the help he supposedly gave. Talk about a power move. But then, a chilling twist. Del Mondo drops a bombshell, revealing a secret skill, a hidden origin he'd kept under wraps. This power, he explains, became obsolete after he turned into a vampire, but it's still the ultimate art of being cunning. He lays it all out, a decade as a Roman Empire administrator, mastering social skills for both humans and vampires, and 2 decades of living everywhere. This guy's resume is insane. Gardage is sweating bullets, trying to keep it together, but Del Mondo just keeps pushing, asking if he really thinks Sir Eugene will stop at being just a lord. The tension is palpable. Del Mondo just clicks his tongue, his eyes burning with a sinister glow, casually asking how far Eugene will really go. You can practically hear the evil mastermind gears turning. Gardage's face twists in pure terror and dawning horror, as he finally gets it. Eugene isn't just aiming for Marquis, he's going for a great lord of the Empire. Then, just to twist the knife, Del Mondo casually drops that his own father was a lord in the Empire. Talk about pedigree. And with a truly sinister grin, he wraps it up, saying someone with such great origin should obviously aim even higher. It's a chilling warning. That smile stretches, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and his red eyes burn with pure, unadulterated ambition. This guy is terrifying. Shifting gears from the tense political maneuvering, a knight bursts onto the scene, hyped up and exclaiming, Sir Eugene, check this out. It's all for you. He's practically vibrating with excitement, adding, we absolutely crushed the bandits' base in a flash. Another knight, equally pumped, jumps in, trying to take credit, the only reason you guys broke formation and rushed over here. Yeah. It had to be our sheer bravery that made them instantly surrender on their knees. The first knight, practically glowing with self-satisfaction, boasts, we didn't even need our swords to take these guys down. How's that for dependable, huh? Haha. Eugene just stares down at the cowering bandits, a silent question mark hovering over his head, while they shriek, huh? They're desperate, please fill the air, practically begging, please, have mercy. Just take us as slaves. Please. Eugene, completely taken aback, asks, genuinely confused, seriously, what makes you think I'm going to eat you? One bandit, practically shaking out of his boots, spills the terrifying rumor, we've been holed up in these woods ever since we heard about you. I heard it from a pub in a nearby village, that you eat bandits alive. The knights share a stunned glance, the truth slowly dawning on them, one muttering, these guys. They were terrified of Sir Eugene, not us. The other knight, completely deflated, asks, his pride shattered, so, it wasn't even our victory. Eugene, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, delivers a perfectly dry comeback, sir. Compliments. You're supposed to be nice to them. Ah. The knights, finally getting it, sheepishly try to save face, but it's totally because of your courage that they surrendered. Well done. Eugene's squad is feeling themselves, claiming their recent win was all about his legendary rep and their own sheer guts. One knight even laughs, thinking they're all super smart. But Eugene isn't having it, cutting them off cold and dropping a truth bomb, he's the one calling the shots. His red eyes practically burn as he lays down the law, letting them off the hook for now, but making it crystal clear, mess up again, and they'll be facing him directly. The knights' faces drain of color, their bravado instantly gone as they stutter out of pardon, suddenly realizing Eugene isn't playing around and their accidents could get them seriously hurt. But Eugene's mind is already 10 steps ahead, his glowing red eyes revealing his true game plan. He needs these guys to put the fear of God into big-shot nobles like Archibald. Humbled, the lead knight on his horse finally gets it, nodding his head and saying, got it, Sir Eugene, in a much quieter tone. Crisis averted, Eugene, cool as ever on his steed, points the way, declaring Archibald's territory is right there and it's time to roll, getting a quick, yes, sir, from his now obedient crew. Even though they're moving, one knight can't help but mutter, griping about the unpaid work, but his buddy shuts him down fast, reminding him, dude, he's the wyvern slayer. Just trust the guy. The crew keeps riding, their horses pounding the dirt as they push through the woods. Suddenly, they burst out of the trees into a massive, open land, and a knight calls out to Eugene, telling him they're officially in Archibald's territory now. Gazing out at the insane amount of land, one of the knights totally freaks out, asking if Archibald seriously owns half of Karlsbagen. Yeah, this guy's territory might be tiny, but his family? Ancient. And they've got a whole squad of vassal nobles under their thumb. Even if a bunch of those vassals had already bailed, this informant, a guy Gardage vouched for, was totally impressed by Eugene's intel on the political scene, and he just played it cool, saying Eugene was too kind. Their ultimate goal, Sir Gabriel's place, was still a 3-day trek, and they'd have to cut through 2 more estates just to get there. One of those estates, the informant spills, belongs to Lady Ascendra, the eldest daughter of House Archibald, her massive castle already visible on the horizon. Lady Ascendra Antigo Archibald, radiating silent power, holds court in her lavish rooms. By all the rules of their world, she's the rightful heir to House Archibald, rocking that undeniable legitimacy. But here's the kicker, Sir Gabriel's actually got more juice right now, all thanks to the Marquis totally fumbling his position, leaving a power vacuum just waiting to be filled. Eugene just hums, a quiet escaping his lips, realizing that bloodline and status are the ultimate cheat codes in this world. Meanwhile, locked up in a dark dungeon, a prisoner, bound by chains, grumbles that trying to nail the Marquis with Bauman's testimony would be a nightmare, hinting at some seriously twisted legal drama. A knight, totally jaded by how their society works, points out the brutal truth, regular soldiers get captured and enslaved on the battlefield, but knights and nobles? They just walk free if someone ponies up enough cash. You can see this brutal double standard playing out as knights in a fancy carriage roll down the road, their freedom bought, not earned. Then, Eugene's intense crimson eyes just sharpen, a silent, chilling nod to the brutal, unchanging rules of this world. Eugene, ever the strategist, makes his move. He's heading straight for Lady Ascendra, sending an emissary to pave the way. Back at the castle, someone's caught off guard, asking, to see me? The castle stands tall, but the real news is inside. Jan Eugene, the foreign knight, is here. Eugene just stands there, but his legend speaks volumes. He's already taken 2 villages from Sir Vimos and snagged the Nadir silver mines. Even Del Mondo, chilling out, has heard the buzz, remembering the tales from the Bioglan Barony Templars. He casually asks, he totally raided those ancient ruins, right? Someone scoffs, fake news. Nobody's actually seen any dead wyverns. The Marquis's eldest son, with his new eye patch, takes it all in, then coolly orders, tell him to come in. A worried knight tries to warn his lady, my lady, wait. He could be working for Sir Gabriel. You gotta be careful. A scout reports back, riding hard, saying Eugene's emissary boasted about 100 men under his command. He couldn't get a clear look because of the hill, but the emissary swore there were over 7, maybe even 10, knights with him. A wicked grin spreads across the Marquis's eldest son's face as he repeats his order, so tell him to come in alone. Let's see what he's really made of. With her retainer on his knees, Lady Ascendra, stretching languidly, scoffed at his worry. Aren't you curious, she challenged, eager to see what kind of person was about to arrive. Her nonchalant pose screamed confidence, as she stretched, completely unfazed by the looming encounter. A confident smirk on her face, she flat out stated she'd tell him to off if he didn't meet her standards. But her retainer wasn't having it, his voice unwavering as he insisted her safety was his #1 priority, even when she jokingly called him a gecko. Elsewhere, the Marquis Archibald's eldest son, looking grim, challenged Lady Ascendra's overconfidence. Did she really think the Archibald's noble blood could be threatened by a few knights? With an intense stare, he confessed his inherent skepticism, needing to see everything with his own eyes. His eye glinted with resolve, as he made it clear he'd be the judge of what was real. From the imposing castle gates, he observed Eugene's arrival, eager to see if the hype was real. Eugene, now on foot, strode through the massive archway, his very presence a defiant answer to all the gossip and legends. His crimson eyes burning with resolve, Eugene vowed to find out the truth for himself, no matter what. Stepping into a lavish hall, the Marquis Archibald's eldest son couldn't help but size up the legendary figure before him, noting with a smirk that he was way younger and prettier than the rumors suggested. Eugene, with his signature intense gaze, just took it all in as the noble pressed on, asking if he even knew about all the wild rumors flying around about him. And Eugene, cool as ice, just hit him back with a casual, "Oh really?" The Marquis's son had to admit, though, that those crazy stories were way harder to swallow now that he'd actually seen Eugene's face. And then he dropped the real bombshell, asking about the rumors of him taking down wyverns. Eugene's face was a stone wall as he heard the wilder claims, brushing off the eating people bit as a seriously messed up joke. But he didn't even flinch when he confirmed, yeah, he totally killed wyverns. Then, he flipped the script, asking if the noble only agreed to this whole meeting because he was just curious about all the hype. That bluntness totally set off the Marquis's son, who exploded, yelling about the insolence, while a knight with an eye patch nearby couldn't hold back a quiet, amused chuckle. Eugene just calmly hit him with it, "Yeah, you got it," which somehow made the Marquis's son do a total 180, dropping an unexpected compliment, "So your name's Eugene. I like you." From his spot way down the table, Eugene just gave a polite thanks, making it clear he wasn't trying to butter anyone up. Then, getting straight to business, he cut through the small talk, asking the noble the real reason for the meeting, dropping the bombshell that he had both a favor to ask and an offer to put on the table. The Marquis's eldest son, reeling from Eugene's audacious presence, tries to piece together the vampire's true intentions, speculating, could it be, "You're demanding I acknowledge your rights over the villages?" Unflinching, with a gaze that could pierce steel, Eugene cuts straight to the chase, demanding, "Can you?" The noble's patience wears thin, his brow furrowing in annoyance as he snaps back, "That's not how you ask for a favor." But that irritation quickly ignites into full-blown fury, his eyes blazing as he challenges, "Are you provoking me right now?" Eugene, completely unbothered, a chilling smirk gracing his features, coolly retorts, "What a shame. Then I'll just tell you the offer I have." His eyes flash with a predatory crimson glow, and he leans in, dropping a bombshell, "I've captured Bommand, the bandit king who seized the Nadir mines." And the plot thickens. Eugene lays out the full conspiracy. He spilled everything. He was paid by a knight named Andre, who promised him a noble title if he seized the mines. The eldest son's mind races, a crucial piece of information clicking into place as he remembers a whispered rumor, "Sir Andre, isn't he connected to Lord Gabriel?" His eyes widen in a mix of shock and dawning realization as he asks, "The Andre I know?" Eugene confirms, "Absolutely. I have the certificates from Mofern to prove it." He then drops the ultimate bait, "If I hand over Bommand." The vampire leans in, his crimson eyes burning with calculated ambition as he whispers, "Wouldn't that make you the Marquis?" The eldest son's face transforms, a cunning glint in his eyes as he lays down his counter-demand, "In return, acknowledge me officially as a lord. That's my offer." The Marquis's eldest son, trying to smooth things over, let out a chuckle, wondering if he'd been too harsh, then instantly offered up the certificate and some serious cash as a peace offering. Eugene, seeing the sudden change, called him out, saying he expected a brawl, not some land deal in the middle of a power struggle, but the eldest son just brushed it off, declaring his claim was solid and Eugene knew it. He then dropped a bombshell, confessing he could snatch the Marquis title anytime he wanted, but the whole mess was tangled up with the royals eyeing Karlsbegen, a place where even kings couldn't just do what they pleased, thanks to powerful nobles always hungry for more territory. Turns out, Gabriel was the real prize in Karlsbegen, probably because the king dangled a juicier title right in front of him. The eldest son then laid out his dilemma: even if he became Marquis, he'd only get half the power he deserved, and Gabriel would be a constant shadow, a threat hanging over his head. He argued that Karlsbegen's internal drama needed to be sorted out by its own citizens, and House Archibald should be leading the charge. He let out a heavy sigh, muttering that maybe it was just his sense of duty pushing him forward. He admitted he was trying to play nice with his younger brother, but Gabriel was just too greedy, constantly griping about wanting the family dungeon. Eugene then hit him with a curveball, "You got land in the demonic realm?" He quickly confirmed, saying he needed to raid it, but then dropped the bomb that his fourth sibling, Edric, was totally blocking the way. And get this, Edric was actually charging a toll just to cross his land. He's thinking, man, these siblings really don't care who gets the Marquis title. But then it hits him, they're probably just playing it cool because picking a side would totally tick off the rest. Eugene, ever sharp, reads the room, realizing the eldest son is subtly signaling that Edric is definitely not an ally. Then, Eugene cuts to the chase, "So, what's the damage?" and the eldest son drops the bomb, 10 silver coins ahead. Can you believe the nerve? The eldest son keeps going, laying out the cold, hard facts: after paying everyone, there's literally nothing left. Does that even make sense? He slams his hand down, pure rage in his voice, spitting out, "That bastard," and grumbling about how he practically raised the guy. Eugene's hand, cloaked in shadow, reaches across, a subtle touch of connection as he takes in the full weight of the situation. Then, with a look that means business, Eugene drops the question, "So, can I just go raid this dungeon myself?" The eldest son practically jumps, shaking his head like crazy, shouting, "No, no, no. You've got over 100 guys. That's a massive fee." He tries to talk sense into him, "Unless you're planning to go solo, which is just nuts," but Eugene cuts him off, his red eyes burning with resolve, "I'll go alone." The room goes dead silent, the eldest son barely able to whisper, "Sir Eugene." He then throws out, "Do people often tell you you're insane?" And Eugene's comeback is ice cold, "Not once." Behold the majestic stone bridge, a silent sentinel spanning a treacherous chasm, linking worlds apart. This isn't just any bridge, it's the definitive border, separating the estates of Lord Gabriel and Lord Edric. The chasm yawns, a gaping maw of rock and shadow, a natural fortress defying passage. Marquis Archibald's eldest son lays down the law, forbidding his troops from crossing the bridge, knowing it's a direct invitation to war, and promising brutal retribution for any who defy him. The entourage nears the bridge, and the eldest son pivots, addressing the protagonist directly. He commands Galfredic to hold position with the rest of the crew, awaiting his triumphant comeback. Then, with a hint of impatience, the eldest son presses him, "When are you making your move?" Eugene, eyes blazing with fierce determination, drops a bombshell. He's storming the demonic realm solo, the moment Sir Gecko gives the green light. A look of stunned realization crosses the eldest son's face. A mercenary knight lets out a dry laugh, needling his comrade about being worried that Eugene's going solo, but the other just shrugs it off, declaring he'll simply watch the show unfold. The mercenary voices his real concern. The other soldiers, who haven't witnessed Eugene's raw power, might doubt him. He insists the eldest son, as an insider, is the only one who can truly convince them. Eugene, catching every word, cuts through the tension with a single, sharp command, "Convince them." He's brushing off the mercenary captains like they're nothing, totally owning his power, when Miriam suddenly snaps him back to reality. Peeping at the two armored knights nearby, she can tell they're seriously ticked off, wondering if he shouldn't try to smooth things over. One of the knights is totally fuming, spilling the tea that the unpaid knights are the actual issue here. His crimson eyes are practically burning with an insane intensity, showing off that hardcore, unshakable resolve. Inside, he's itching to just shut them up with a beatdown, but even a small-time lord like Kamara Terwin kept his cool, so he's gotta keep his game face on. The Marquis's eldest son, right there, is basically saying he can't stoop lower than that other lord. Hyping up his knights, he's thanking them for sticking around, totally feeling their readiness for some action, and one of them gives a little cough of agreement. Even though he's playing it cool, the Marquis's eldest son is secretly freaking out, because it's totally wild that Eugene is going on this raid solo. One of his knights, staring him down, is basically asking, "Are we not good enough for you?" Eugene, with a slick grin, totally smooth talks them, saying every lord would kill to have such awesome people on their team. Miriam then drops a bombshell, reminding him that Lady Essendra is also expecting big things from him. The Marquis's eldest son is totally blindsided by the mention of her name, and a knight confirms, "Yep, it's Lady Essendra herself." He's praising them for sticking around, even without pay, then tells Luke to hand over the goods. Luke confirms the 50 silver coins per person, admitting it's not a fortune, but it's from Lady Essendra and a personal thank you. Eugene doubles down, confirming it's all from Lady Essendra, and casually mentions he only keeps these guys around because they'll be useful later. Miriam, with a mischievous grin, asks if he can keep up the charade for a bit, then wonders if these knights even have a clue who Lady Essendra really is. He brushes off her worries, figuring there's zero chance these guys will ever cross paths with Lady Essendra, and sees this as the perfect moment to flex his skills for her. Facing the Marquis's eldest son, the noble looks genuinely shocked, confessing he had no idea such high hopes were riding on them. Miriam, still watching, can't help but wonder if these guys even know who Lady Essendra is, but Eugene just shrugs it off, certain they'll never meet her, so it's all good. He tells the Marquis's eldest son he's got the green light, and he's out of here, right now. But the Marquis's eldest son isn't having it, telling him to think again, because this move looks less brave and more like pure recklessness. Eugene admits it's fine that he's going solo, but then deadpans that this is literally the fourth time he's heard that exact line. The Marquis's eldest son then hits him with the logistics, who's gonna carve up the monsters and haul the loot, and Eugene just coolly says he'll negotiate on that. Finally, the Marquis's eldest son drops a final, serious warning, making it clear they won't be waiting around for more than 3 days. Eugene was out. A knight tried to warn him, saying it wasn't too late to back out of his crazy solo raid, but our man just shot back. "I'll be back." Miriam, ever the firecracker, floated up next to him, totally fed up with the Marquis's son's lecture. "Dude, he talks way too much. Let's just go wipe out all these annoying monsters." But Eugene wasn't having it, shutting her down with a quick, "You're just as loud. Go inside." With the steady clop-clop of their journey, Eugene stayed silent, his eyes locked on the path ahead, Miriam still buzzing around him, a tiny, blue ball of energy and sass. Duke Edric, the man, the legend. Always cheerful, always kind to his crew, his reputation was seriously next level. He's out here, talking to his people, dropping truth bombs like, "Yo, this ain't ego, this is just how I roll in Carlsbagen." But hold up, behind that confident grin, you can see the dude's got some serious family drama, thinking, "Man, my family luck is just non-existent." This guy's been stuck in the middle of Lady Essendra and Sir Gabriel's beef for ages, and then some random knight shows up, talking smack about soloing the dungeon. Talk about adding fuel to the fire. Eugene's just there, processing it all, like, yeah, that's the story, but there's always a but. Another mess was brewing, and Duke Edric cut straight to it, asking, "So, Essendra hit you up with a proposal?" Eugene just nodded, "Yep." The Duke laid it all out. Ascendra was freaking out that he'd get wrecked because monsters were just pouring out of the demon realm. Then he just chuckled, like, huh. Come on, pull up a chair. I've got a whole feast ready for us. But Eugene wasn't there for dinner, straight up saying, thanks, but no thanks, I'm on a tight schedule. I appreciate the thought, though. Then he dropped the bomb, I need to ask you something. While making his move, a suspicious thought popped into his head, wait, is this guy secretly teaming up with Ascendra? Duke Edric then laid out his plan. The Duke wants you to hook him up with monster dismantling experts and porters. Eugene was like, hold on, workers, not fighters. Because, let's be real, even the best knight going solo into the demon realm is just asking for a death wish. Duke Edric then spilled the full tea on his strategy. Yeah, the plan is to have them chill at the demon realm entrance, then once we've cleared it out, they go in and do their thing. The Duke's mind races, a single, chilling question burning through his thoughts, is this guy for real? What's his game plan? His eyes snap open, a chilling realization hitting him, this has to be a scheme. It's all coming together. If Ascendra's pulling strings with some crazy knight, it's a genius move. The Duke's mind races through the political chessboard, realizing that if this knight goes rogue in their lands, they'd have no choice but to take him down, handing Ascendra the perfect excuse to mess with them. A vision of the shadowy figure, crackling with dark energy, burns in his thoughts, as he grimly concludes, and if he bites the dust, she'll just use it to crush us even harder. He remembers Gabriel's ironclad rule, no one gets into the demon realm until the succession drama is over. But he's caught between a rock and a hard place, unable to fully block Ascendra, which sparks a dark idea, what if this knight just disappears in the demon realm? Far better than him dying on my turf, right? While the Duke's mind is a whirlwind of schemes, Eugene, with his mystical blue companion, coolly declares, 5 each. 10 total should do it. The Duke's jaw drops, wait, he's just agreeing. That easily? Snapping back to reality, the Duke goes all in, I'll send double. You've got my full backing. Then, a sly grin spreads across his face, hey, why not send a letter to Ascendra before you head out? Just in case things get wild. He spells out the letter's purpose, just tell her you had a great time at my place, safe and sound. Eugene, ever the pragmatist, readily agrees, consider it done. He mentally notes, he's Ascendra's little brother, so a good impression now could pay off big later. A triumphant grin splits the Duke's face, as he shouts, perfect. With a newfound surge of energy, he barks orders to his staff, alright, men. Get me paper and a pen, stat. And round up 10 monster dismantlers, 10 porters, some mercenaries, and all the supplies we can get. Eugene, ever the professional, gives a curt understood, my lord to Duke Edric, but you can practically taste the unspoken tension in that opulent room. With a poker face that could rival a seasoned diplomat, Eugene is already calculating the Duke's next move, seeing right through the political charade. The Duke, practically cackling, announces the message is sent and promises a swift escort, his booming laughter practically screaming, mission accomplished, with a sinister twist. The Duke and his crew send him off with a chorus of fake well wishes, their good fortune wishes sounding more like a curse, dripping with schadenfreude. He gives a deadpan thanks for the support, but inside, he's thinking, seriously, why are these guys laughing like maniacs? He knows it's not a good sign. That polite smile is just a mask, as he mentally brushes off their fake kindness with a, no need for thanks, knowing full well they're hoping he doesn't come back. The Duke's true feelings hit him like a brick, just go die in the demon realm, Jan Eugene, and don't bother coming back. Before long, a massive, shimmering portal rips open, spewing out ethereal particles that practically scream, demon realm ahead. Facing the ominous, glowing rift, someone asks the obvious, you seriously gonna dive into a demon realm you've never seen, all by yourself? A simple, confident, yeah, is his answer, as he and a small squad of knights stride towards the colossal, ancient archway, someone shouting for them to take good care of Cillian. A knight next to Eugene drops some intel, the last crew couldn't even clear this place for 6 months, but then adds, don't sweat it, though, Duke Ascendra hooked us up with all the dungeon info. Talk about mixed signals. A knight and his crew are left stunned, receiving their last orders from the legend himself, told to hold their ground and only move in once the whole thing's wrapped up. The knight and his squad are left speechless, a single thought burning in their minds, he just walked into the demon realm alone, a place that barely budged for 10 of them. Deep within the desolate realm, Eugene's crimson eyes blaze, his mind already dismissing the Duke's generous provisions. He remembers his strict order to the knight, the gate only opens when he gives the triple knock. The very air hums with raw power, a chilling symphony in the demon realm's suffocating silence. Deep in the abyss, Eugene faces a monstrous, ancient gate, a mystical blue orb dancing around his hand, cutting through the gloom to reveal its terrifying details. He scoffs at the Duke's gifts, a necessary charade to keep his true, monstrous identity hidden from prying eyes. Staring down hideous monsters in the dungeon's depths, he's haunted by Ascendra's chilling question, do you consume people? His eyes narrow, a cold dismissal in his thoughts, he craves no human blood, and certainly not the pathetic essence of these lesser beasts. His eyes ignite with a fierce, red glow, a testament to his surging power. His abilities have skyrocketed since his first foray into the Terwin dungeon. A terrifying, crimson aura explodes around him, a raw display of his true might. He's still unlocking this new level of power, and even he doesn't know where his limits are. A monstrous roar rips through the air as Eugene unleashes a devastating blue energy strike, sending the demon reeling. Its pained cries are just background noise to his thoughts, as he realizes this is the perfect place to push his new powers to the absolute max. But he's not alone for long, as a whole pack of snarling, barking demons closes in, their bloodthirsty cries signaling an all-out assault. Then, mid-battle, something incredible happens. A brand new, watery blue crest erupts around his hand, making him wonder if this is the legendary power he's been waiting for. The demonic dragon inside him is going absolutely berserk, he realizes, and with a fierce glint in his eye, he decides it's time to unleash its full, terrifying power, red tendrils of pure energy coiling around him. He explodes into motion, a blur of raw power. His feet barely graze the ground as crimson energy streaks in his wake. The entire cavern becomes a blur, a testament to his insane speed. He absolutely tears through the monstrous horde, annihilating multiple creatures with every single, explosive move. His hand ignites with a fierce, crimson glow, unleashing a bone-shattering strike. His eyes blaze with pure, unadulterated crimson power, a terrifying reflection of the unstoppable force he's become in this relentless assault. One demon screams in pure terror and agony, utterly blindsided by his impossible speed before the crushing blow lands. But wait, what's this? A tiny, glowing water spirit is desperately trying to keep up with his blue energy trail through the dark depths, pleading for him to slow down. As the blue energy fades, he takes a moment to tally his kills, casually estimating 3 intermediate trolls and hundreds of lower-ranked monsters. He figures the loot from this massacre will easily outstrip the measly silver coins he got from that lady warrior. After absolutely obliterating his last opponent, he takes a moment to survey the carnage, a mystical blue orb chillingly floating by his side, confirming the sheer power he just unleashed. With the threat totally wiped out, he's ready to claim his prize, that mysterious blue orb still his constant companion. Venturing further into the depths, he stumbles upon a gruesome sight, a corpse drained of blood. But this isn't your average vampire attack, something far more sinister is at play. Every single witness is gone, leaving behind only colossal fang marks. This wasn't just any creature, it was a monstrous beast. And a beast like that, he figures, would definitely be carrying some sweet red mana crystals. He keeps pushing through the glowing waters of the cave, eyes locked on his goal, that mysterious blue orb still his loyal companion. Then, a spine-tingling sound cuts through the silence, and his face turns stone cold, a dangerous glint in his red eyes. He knows exactly what's coming. His eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow, a dark, menacing energy exploding from him as he gets ready to go all out, a chilling laugh rumbling from deep within. Looking up, the cavern's ceiling transforms into a nightmare, hundreds of glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, belonging to unseen horrors, but he stands his ground, ready for anything. Then, with a terrifying symphony of hisses and screeches, a massive swarm of bat monsters dive bombs from the ceiling, moving at insane speeds. One of them, all sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, comes screaming down, pure menace in its every move. But before it can even touch him, his right arm explodes into a terrifying transformation, becoming a monstrous, red, razor-sharp claw, ready to absolutely tear through the incoming swarm. He explodes into action, his monstrous red claw tearing through the air, a maelstrom of blue energy erupting around him. The bat-like creatures swarm, but he's already assessing them, quickly realizing they're not high-ranked threats. But a chilling thought crosses his mind, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. And with a brutal, lightning-fast strike, he absolutely shreds the first wave, their terrified shrieks cut short as they're torn apart. His crimson eyes burning with the sheer annoyance these creatures represent, he barely registers the blood splattering his face. No time to waste. He keeps the pressure on, the swarm scattering in terror as his power surges. Ready to unleash a wave of pure terror and obliterate them all, he channels his demonic might. A devastating wave of red energy explodes from him, wiping out the remaining creatures in one cataclysmic blast. Sending the remaining creatures reeling in absolute terror, their very forms dissolving into dust. As the cavern floor becomes a gruesome, bloody mess of their dissolved forms, a desolate, blood-soaked landscape is all that's left. But wait. A small, glowing blue fairy-like creature suddenly appears, absolutely stunned by the raw power on display, its tiny form suspended in disbelief. Leaving him to ponder if his monstrous form alone was enough to strike such fear into his enemies, he stares at his transformed hand, a silent question hanging in the air about his true power. After absolutely obliterating the bat swarm, Eugene is feeling himself, the raw power still thrumming through his veins, a truly satisfying victory. But hold up, the victory lap's cut short. That little fairy's still buzzing around, and Eugene's gut tells him something seriously wrong, a cold dread washing over him as he realizes the fight isn't over yet. He glances up into the cavern's inky blackness, the fairy's tiny form mirroring his gaze, and there it is, a colossal, terrifying shadow just waiting in the dark. Then, it drops. The beast's horrifying details come into focus, a high-rank monster with glowing red eyes and a face that screams pure nightmare. That gaping mouth, packed with jagged teeth and a nasty, writhing tongue, this thing is on a whole other level, way more dangerous than anything he just fought. With the monster closing in, Eugene's red eye sharpens, his previous satisfaction replaced by a laser-focused intensity, ready for the real challenge. He watches it drop, a silent gotcha for the monster that thought it could hide.